So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel. So in this video we are going to see what if Harry Potter was raised by Darth Vader to lead the Galactic Empire. So this is a movie, and if you want more then please leave a like, share and subscribe. Also don't forget to check out my other video if you are interested, then check out. So without wasting any more time, let's jump right back into the video.
Halloween, 1981 did not begin as the night the galaxy changed. It began as rain on old stone. Godric's Hollow slept under a wet English darkness, the kind that seemed to swallow sound before it could travel. The village lamps glowed dim and gold through the drizzle. Window panes reflected hearthlight. Wind moved through hedges and bare branches with a whisper too soft to wake anyone, too ordinary to seem important. Inside a modest cottage near the edge of the lane, Lily Potter stood in the nursery doorway and listened to her son breathe. Harry was asleep in his crib, one tiny fist curled near his cheek, his black hair already too unruly to lie flat. On nights like this, when the world beyond the cottage briefly felt still, Lily sometimes let herself believe the war had become distant. Not gone, never gone, but held back, deferred. Waiting somewhere beyond the walls, James was downstairs, pacing as quietly as a man with too much energy and too much fear could manage. Every few minutes, the floorboards complained beneath his weight. Lily could imagine him glancing at the windows, checking his wand, checking the locks, checking wards layered over wards by men and women who called themselves protectors, because no better word existed for what they were trying to do. The Fidelius charm wrapped the house like a secret folded into the fabric of the world. No one could find them. No one could speak the location unless the secret keeper willed it. It was the strongest protection they had. It should have been enough. Lily leaned over the crib and brushed a fingertip across Harry's forehead. His skin was warm, real, fragile. She had seen enough in the last year to know how quickly those three things could come apart. Sleep, she whispered. Harry shifted, as if responding to a dream only he could hear. For one strange instant, Lily felt the room change, not colder, not darker. Stranger! The candles did not flicker, but their flames leaned all at once, as though pulled toward some distant pressure. A faint tremor ran through the glass in the nursery window. Harry's breathing caught. Lily's hand froze above him. Then the sensation was gone. She straightened slowly, every instinct sharpening. Downstairs, James stopped pacing. Silence settled over the house with sudden, unnatural weight. "Lily," James called from below, his voice tight now. "I felt it," she answered. There was no reply. Then, footsteps, fast, controlled, coming toward the staircase. Lily turned toward the nursery door just as James appeared in the hallway, wand already in hand, glasses slightly crooked, face pale in a way she had never seen before. "Something hit the wards," he said. Her stomach dropped. "How? I don't know." That frightened her more than if he had named an enemy. James Potter always had an answer, or at least the courage to pretend he did. Tonight he had neither. He reached the doorway and looked from her to Harry to the window, like a man trying to decide which impossible disaster to solve first. "Take him," he said. "Now." Lily lifted Harry from the crib. He stirred, eyes fluttering open just enough to let one bright green glimpse of wakefulness through. She cradled him against her chest. The house groaned, not from weather, not from magic she recognized, something deeper. Structural. The wards around the cottage shivered like struck metal. James's expression changed. He had just realized what she had. "This isn't him," he whispered. Lily stared. "What?" But before he could answer, the sky above Godric's Hollow tore open. Far beyond clouds, beyond rain, beyond anything the wizarding world had words for, space itself bent. No sound came first. Sound required air, distance, time. This was earlier than sound. A wound in reality. An opening cut through the black. Lightning did not flash. The stars went wrong instead, dragging themselves into new positions around a shape descending from nowhere. For one impossible moment, half the village night disappeared beneath shadow. The shape was vast, angular, armored. Like a city had been reforged into a blade and hung above the earth. Then the air hit. Windows rattled all through the village. Chimneys spat ash. Dogs woke barking. People stumbled from beds and toward curtains, only to stop with their hands on the fabric because some primitive instinct told them not to look. The thing above them blotted out the moon. Inside the cottage, the wards shrieked. James nearly staggered as magic rebounded through the house in violent pulses. Lily felt it in her teeth, her bones, the base of her skull. Harry began to cry. "What is that?" she breathed. James did not answer because there was no answer to give. The intruder in the sky was not merely foreign. It was wrong on a scale that turned ordinary fear into something smaller and more honest. Awe, dread. The knowledge that whatever had arrived over Godric's Hollow did not belong to their world and would not care in the slightest for the laws that governed it. Then another presence hit the wards. This one Lily knew, cold, cruel, familiar, Lord Voldemort. The wards flared so violently that every lamp in the house burst at once. Darkness swallowed the cottage. James's voice came through it, harder now, focused. "He found us." Lily's breath caught. "No, no, Peter, I know." There was no time to process betrayal, no time for grief, only the terrible narrowing of reality into seconds and choices. "Go upstairs," James said, though they were already there. "Lock the door, don't come out unless—" The front door exploded inward, wood splintered. The sound reverberated through the house like a gunshot. James turned and ran for the staircase, landing, wand up, not because he believed he could win, but because every inch of distance between Lily and the thing entering their home mattered. Lily backed into the nursery. Harry was crying harder now, sensing the panic even if he could not understand it. She shut the door, sealed it with every charm her shaking wand could cast, and pressed herself against it as if her body could become a barricade. Downstairs, a voice like silk dragged over broken glass. "James." Voldemort, even muffled by wood and magic, he filled the house with himself. Lily had heard that voice only a handful of times in her life. That was enough. There were voices the body remembered deeper than memory. James laughed, not because anything was funny, because James Potter had always met fear by baring his teeth at it. "You'll have to do better than sneaking into houses now, Tom." A flash of green lit the gap under the nursery door. Lily flinched. Something crashed into the wall outside. Not James. Furniture, maybe. Stone. She could not tell. Harry's cries had become ragged. "Stand aside," Voldemort said. "No." Another flash. James shouted a spell. The cottage shook. For one heartbeat, Lily felt a burst of hope so painful it was almost its own wound. Then it vanished beneath another impact. The floorboards groaned. Silence followed. The worst kind. Lily stopped breathing. She knew before Voldemort's footsteps began ascending the staircase. Knew before each step landed with horrible patience. Knew before grief could even form into thought. James was gone. The certainty of it struck her harder than a curse. Harry squirmed against her shoulder. She turned, stumbled toward the crib, then stopped because there was nowhere to put him that would matter. No hiding place. No shield. No friend arriving in time. The door shuddered as the first spell struck it. Lily gripped her wand so tightly her fingers hurt. Another blow, the hinges screamed. "Lily," came Voldemort's voice from the other side, almost gentle now. "Stand aside." She had wondered once, years ago, what kind of man could turn murder into ritual and fear into governance, could make others treat terror as a form of political weather. The answer, she now realized, was a man who believed all other lives were merely obstacles between himself and intention. The door splintered inward. Voldemort stood in the frame, robes untouched by rain, pale face candlelit by the broken nursery light. Red eyes found her, then the child in her arms. There was something feverish in that gaze tonight, not anger, exultation. A man standing at the edge of prophecy and convincing himself that fate had been written for his convenience. "You need not die," he said. Lily drew herself up, though every part of her shook. "You'll never touch him." His mouth twitched, impatience. "Move." No, the air tightened. Voldemort lifted his wand. Lily clutched Harry to her chest and made the only choice left to her. She did not attack. She did not plead for herself. She stepped fully between the wand and her son. The curse left Voldemort's wand as a bolt of green fire. The world split. Pain did not come the way she expected. There was no long agony, no time enough for last thoughts arranged into final words. There was only a violent unraveling, and at the center of it, one impossible certainty: Harry. Love, stripped of language and body and future, became force. It hit the curse as it crossed her. The nursery windows burst outward. Light detonated from nowhere. Voldemort's triumphant expression convulsed into shock. Magic older than spells surged through the room, not cast, not learned, not controlled. Protection born from sacrifice. Refusal made metaphysical. The ancient law that some things given freely cannot be taken by violence without consequence. The green curse rebounded. Voldemort barely had time to understand what was happening. Then his body was gone, not dead. Not in any ordinary sense, torn apart, flung outward. Reduced from terrifying man to disembodied remnant in a single impossible backlash. The force of it ripped through stone, timber, cradle, glass. The ceiling split. The cottage screamed. Harry fell from Lily's arms onto the floorboards amid shattered wood and dust, and above the house the stars shifted again, because something in that explosion did not remain local. The magical detonation surged upward, through roof and storm cloud, a beacon of impossible energy shooting into the night, across wavelengths no wizard had names for, across currents of reality no astronomer on Earth could chart. Far above the planet, aboard a warship older in violence than any kingdom below, alarms changed pitch. On the bridge of the Imperial I-class Star Destroyer Devastator, officers snapped to attention as readings spilled across sensor arrays in symbols no one liked seeing spike at once. "Captain," one lieutenant said, trying and failing to keep his voice steady, "we are detecting a localized gravitational distortion below us." The captain turned from the viewport. Beyond it hung a world listed in no imperial archive, wrapped in weather, primitive by every visible measure. Their arrival above it had already violated enough natural law to make seasoned men uneasy. Now the planet itself was answering. Source: single point on the surface. Energy profile does not match any known reactor, weapon, or shield array. "How is that possible?" the lieutenant hesitated. "Sir, it appears to be organic." That word landed badly. No one on the bridge said what they were all thinking. Their fleet had been in hyperspace one moment and somewhere else the next, yanked through a fracture that should not exist by an event the navicomputers still could not model. Systems glitched, coordinates vanished, known stars rearranged. Half the crew thought they had entered an unknown region, the other half privately suspected hell. Then the temperature on the bridge dropped, not physically. Existentially, men stiffened at their stations. They did not turn right away. They did not need to. Presence traveled before footsteps. Darth Vader crossed the bridge in silence broken only by the measured mechanical rhythm of his respirator. Black armor, black cape, blacker purpose than the void beyond the viewport. Officers lowered their eyes instinctively. Some from discipline, some from fear, most from both. He stopped beside the sensor pit without asking permission of anyone or anything. "Report," he said. The captain swallowed. "We were pulled from hyperspace by an uncharted anomaly, my lord." Seconds later, this world emitted a second disturbance from the surface. Focused, powerful, alive. Vader looked toward the viewport, though there was nothing to see with the naked eye except cloud and darkness. Alive. In the Force, the planet screamed, not in pain. In rupture? Something had just happened below them, something that did not fit the shape of any Jedi meditation, Sith ritual, vergence, or battle presence he had ever encountered. It was raw but not formless, violent but not empty. It carried hatred, fear, loss, and beneath them something stranger still. Devotion so absolute it had changed the outcome of death itself. He felt two signatures collapsing into one aftermath, one cold and serpentine, disintegrating, one small and blazing, impossibly intact, a child. The realization struck harder than it should have. For one unwelcome instant, memory slipped past discipline, a medical chamber too white to bear looking at. The first draw of breath through ruined lungs. Palpatine's voice shaping lies into finality. The knowledge of loss turned into chains. Then the moment was gone, locked back behind practiced internal walls. But the child's presence remained, not merely strong in the Force, different, dual-toned, like two frequencies occupying one soul without destroying it. A wound and a birthright. Destruction and protection bound together so tightly they had become indistinguishable. The captain, reckless with uncertainty, asked, "My lord, should we bombard the site?" Several officers went very still. Vader did not answer immediately. He was still listening. Through cloud and rain and distance, he could feel the child amid wreckage, tiny, frightened, alone. Yet the echo around him was unlike anything Vader had sensed in all his years serving power. It did not feel like a future apprentice in the usual sense. It felt like convergence. As if fate, an idea he despised when others used it, had just placed a weapon into the universe and was waiting to see who reached it first. A second presence flickered at the edge of the sight, fragmented. Weak, fleeing, dark, this world had its own monster. A lesser thing than the Emperor, perhaps, but hungry in the same way. Vader's decision formed instantly. "No bombardment," he said. The captain bowed his head. "Yes, my lord," Vader turned. "Prepare a shuttle. Shall I assign a stormtrooper escort?" "No." The single word shut the bridge down into deeper silence. He would go alone. Because whatever lay below was not for them, it was for him. The shuttle descended through storm cloud in a controlled burn of blue-white light. Rain sheeted across the viewport. Lightning flashed beyond the glass, illuminating a countryside of hedgerows, cottages, and narrow roads too small for mechanized war. Vader remained standing through the descent, one gloved hand resting against the bulkhead as if grounding himself to something beyond the ship. The force around the target site churned harder the closer they came. The dead woman's sacrifice still hung there like a resonance. The disembodied dark presence had retreated but not vanished. It drifted through nearby woods in panicked fragments, clinging to existence with crude desperation. Interesting, pathetic, irrelevant, the child was not. When the shuttle touched down in a field beyond the village, its engines blasted wet grass flat in a widening circle. Vader exited into rain and darkness that reached only his boots before steaming off armor heated from within. No one accompanied him. The shuttle door sealed behind him. He walked toward the ruined cottage. The village around it had begun to wake. Curtains twitched, doors cracked open. He felt minds on the edge of panic, looking and not understanding. To them, he would have seemed a nightmare extracted from machinery and dropped into folklore. None dared approach. Good. The cottage was half destroyed. One wall had blown outward. Roof beams leaned at broken angles against fractured stone. Fire licked at exposed timber but did not spread far in the rain. The residue of battle covered everything, not the clean geometry of blaster fire or explosives, but jagged magical violence. Reality here felt thin, bruised. Vader stepped through the splintered remains of the front entrance. The dead man lay near the stairs, glasses askew, wand fallen from an open hand. Young, angry even in death. His final stand still clung to the space around him. The woman was upstairs. Vader sensed that before he saw her. When he entered the nursery, he stopped. She lay crumpled near the crib, red hair spread across shattered boards, one arm half extended toward the child she could no longer hold. The afterimage of her final act blazed in the Force so brightly that for one moment even Vader had difficulty looking directly at it. Love. Not sentiment. Not softness. Something fiercer. A choice made without hesitation so complete it had rewritten consequence. He hated what it stirred in him, and because he hated it, he respected it. Then he saw the child. The infant sat amid wreckage and broken wood, crying with exhausted fury. A jagged cut marked his forehead, red against pale skin, but he was alive. Entirely alive. More than alive if the currents around him were any indication. The boy looked up, green eyes, not hers exactly. His own. But green enough to cut through all the layers Vader had spent years building between memory and function. For one terrible instant, another face tried to superimpose itself over the child's. It failed. This was not the son he had lost. This was something else. The boy did not recoil. That more than anything interested Vader. Most beings reacted to him first with terror, then submission, then whatever kind of obedience fear could mimic. This child was crying because he was hurt and alone, not because a black-armored giant from another world had stepped out of the dark. The boy's gaze latched onto the respirator mask, the chest panel lights, the cape dripping rainwater on ruined floorboards. There was confusion there, distress. But not fear. The child reached out one small hand. Vader stood motionless. Around them, the remnants of the house creaked. Fire hissed in the rain. Somewhere outside, voices rose, distant, cautious, gathering courage. The Force pressed the truth against him from every angle. If he left now, others would come. This world's hidden warriors, its scholars, its politicians. Perhaps the dark remnant already slithering through the forest. The boy would become theirs. Claimed, shaped, weakened, moralized, weaponized according to whatever creed this planet mistook for wisdom, or Palpatine would sense the disturbance eventually. That possibility alone ended all debate. The Emperor could not have this child, not yet, not undefended. Vader stepped forward at last and crouched amid the ruins, armor hydraulics hissing softly. The infant went quiet, their eyes met. "What are you?" Vader thought, not in words but in the wordless instinct of Force sense. The child answered not with language, but with a pulse of feeling so strange that Vader nearly recoiled. Loss, heat, lightning, a vastness folded small. And beneath it all, a second current, older, wilder, less disciplined than the Force, yet somehow adjacent to it, as if both systems flowed from the same abyss and had simply evolved different grammars in different corners of existence. Dual-channeled. The term came to him whole. Not because anyone had taught it to him, but because nothing else fit. Vader extended one gloved hand. The child gripped one armored finger with astonishing strength for something so small. The contact sealed it. For an instant, the room vanished. Vader stood in a blackness filled with stars, but the stars were wrong. Some burned blue with familiar cosmic cold. Others shimmered gold-white with a fluid, living intelligence unlike anything in known space. Between them ran strands of red, green, and silver, crossing and recrossing like a web being woven by violence itself. At the center floated the child, not as he was now, but as possibility. Older, taller, cloaked in shadow and light together, one hand holding a blade of crimson and gold, the other raised in command above kneeling worlds. Then the vision snapped. Vader rose with the boy in his arms. Harry, though Vader did not yet know the name, settled with eerie swiftness against black durasteel and layered fabric. His tiny fingers caught on the edge of Vader's cape. His breathing steadied. Outside, footsteps approached the cottage. Local defenders, perhaps, survivors, curious fools. Vader turned toward the broken window instead of the door. Voices shouted when they saw him. Magic gathered. He felt it as pressure in the air, wands being raised by men and women who did not understand what had arrived in their village, only that it had emerged from the sky and was carrying a child from the ruins of murder. Their fear sharpened them. One spell fired. A jet of red light crossed the rain. Vader deflected it with a casual movement of his free hand. The bolt slammed into a stone wall and exploded it outward. Gasps answered. More figures appeared at the lane entrance now, robes whipping in the storm. Wands out. Too late and too many, the classic signature of local authority everywhere in the galaxy. "Stop!" someone shouted. "Put the child down!" Vader's helmet turned fractionally toward the voice. He could have killed them, every one of them. Even holding the boy, it would have been simple. The Force already mapped their heartbeats, their stances, their fear responses. They were dangerous only in numbers, and only if he allowed initiative to remain theirs. But killing them would waste time, reveal too much, and serve no strategic purpose. More importantly, the child in his arms had just survived one massacre. There was no need for a second. Vader lifted his hand again. The nearest cluster of attackers froze in place. Not paralyzed by spellwork, but pinned by invisible pressure so absolute they could not move or breathe properly. Wands trembled, knees buckled, rain ran down horrified faces. "Do not follow," Vader said. His voice, filtered through the mask, turned command into physical atmosphere. One older wizard with a lined face and silver-streaked beard tried anyway. He hurled a curse fueled by equal parts courage and terror. Vader redirected it into the ground at the man's feet. Mud and grass blasted upward. The wizard fell hard. Still, Vader did not kill him. That seemed, somehow, to frighten the others more. He stepped past them, Black Cape dragging rainwater through the lane, the child held securely against his chest. No one blocked his path. The pinned wizards dropped to their knees as the pressure finally released. Several younger ones stared not at Vader but at the infant in his arms, as though trying to understand what sort of fate would permit a child to be claimed by a walking catastrophe and survive. At the field, the shuttle waited like a predator crouched in fog. Its ramp lowered with hydraulic precision. For the first time since lifting the child from the nursery, Vader looked down at him again. Harry's eyes had drifted half-closed, exhaustion overtaking shock. His little hand still twisted weakly in the black fabric of the cape. The scar on his forehead stood bright and raw, a mark of survival, a mark of interruption, a mark the galaxy would one day learn to fear. Vader stepped into the shuttle. The ramp sealed, engines roared. Outside, the village of Godric's Hollow grew small beneath rain and smoke and human helplessness. The ruined cottage receded into darkness. Somewhere in the forest, the torn remnant of the world's failed conqueror fled deeper into shadow. Let it, that threat would endure. Crawl, fester. Wait, so would the child. The shuttle rose through storm cloud toward the impossible silhouette hanging above the earth. On the bridge of the waiting destroyer, officers would soon receive their lord carrying an infant from an unknown world. Questions would spread faster than orders, rumors faster than either. Vader did not care. He stood alone in the dim hold, the child in his arms, and felt the future rearranging itself with every meter of ascent. This world had named the boy through prophecy, perhaps, through blood, through old magic and older fear. The galaxy would name him differently, not yet. Names had power. Titles had gravity. Both must be earned, for now he was only a child stolen from one war and delivered into another. But in the darkness between stars, where empires were built by force and maintained by those willing to become monsters for structure's sake, Darth Vader looked at the infant survivor of a broken house and saw not pity, not innocence, not hope. He saw inheritance. And far above the blue curve of Earth, as the Star Destroyer's hangar opened to receive its returning master, the stars shifted once more, subtly, almost imperceptibly, as though the universe itself were adjusting around a new center of gravity. Harry Potter left his world before he was old enough to know he had one, and the man who took him did not yet understand that he had not rescued a child from the ashes. He had carried fire aboard his ship. Harry Potter's first lullaby was not sung by a mother. It was the bass hum of a superstar destroyer's engines reverberating through miles of reinforced steel, deck plating, and war-forged architecture. It was the vibration of a vessel built not for comfort but for dominion. It was the sound of discipline made mechanical, of hierarchy translated into motion, of an empire so certain of its permanence that it had forged cities in the shape of knives and sent them between stars. The Executor was not a place for children. That, more than anything, was why Harry survived it. Because nothing aboard Vader's flagship had been designed to soften him. There were no nursery murals, no harmless toys left scattered on carpets, no corners rounded to spare curious foreheads. Every corridor was hard-edged, black and gray, built to channel movement efficiently and fear effectively. White-armored stormtroopers marched in ordered files. Officers spoke in clipped tones and stopped speaking entirely when Vader entered a room. Droids glided with exact obedience through sterile holes that smelled faintly of ozone, machine oil, and filtered air. A child raised there would not learn warmth by accident. He would have to invent his own definition of belonging. And from the very beginning, Harry did something no one aboard the flagship knew how to prepare for. He adapted. The first weeks were chaos concealed beneath discipline. Officially, Lord Vader had returned from a surface investigation with an unidentified Force-sensitive juvenile specimen recovered from an anomalous world. That was the language the bridge officers used in their reports, because the alternative, their lord has brought an infant onto the executor and intends to keep him, felt too absurd to survive spoken aloud. Unofficially, rumors spread through the ship faster than ion discharge. Some claimed the child was a prophecy weapon taken from a primitive cult world. Others swore he had survived a planetary-scale ritual that should have killed everyone within 100 kilometers. A handful of stormtroopers, less imaginative and therefore closer to truth, said only that Lord Vader had walked into fire and returned holding a baby who had stopped crying the instant he touched the armor. No one knew what to do with that, least of all the medical staff. "His biology is baseline human," said Chief Medical Officer Varn in a sealed consultation chamber, datapad held a little too tightly. "Minor cranial curse mark." Vader's helmet turned half a degree. Varn corrected instantly. "Minor cranial injury of unknown energetic origin. Elevated neural activity. Cellular structure stable, no radiation poisoning, no pathogen load, nutritional deficiency consistent with post-trauma shock, but nothing severe." The medical officer hesitated, then scrolled further. "There is another matter." Vader said nothing. That silence was more efficient than a threat. Varn swallowed. "There are intermittent energy discharges around the child that do not match any Force-sensitive profile in Imperial archives. Sensors register them as environmental anomalies, but they are localized to his emotional state. Distress increases them, calm suppresses them." Behind the transparasteel nursery screen, Harry sat in a crib fabricated that morning by a panicked logistics team who had stripped a medbay rest unit down to its frame and rebuilt it into something approximating infant-safe containment. He had refused to sleep until they placed one of Vader's spare black gloves beside him. The moment the glove entered the crib, he had gone silent and curled around it like it was a familiar object from another life. No one in the room had commented on that. Varn lowered his voice as though afraid the child might somehow understand. "He is not merely Force-sensitive, my lord. There appears to be a second channel of energetic response, parallel but not derivative." At that, Vader finally looked directly at the medic. "How do you define it?" Varn blinked. "My lord!" "The second channel." Varn glanced once at his scan results and seemed to regret his own honesty. "Not scientifically." That answer at least was wise. Because the truth aboard the Executor was this: systems could be measured, catalogued, weaponized, and placed under doctrine. The Force was not fully understood, but the Empire understood how to use it. Jedi, Sith, Inquisitors, Dark Adepts, Vergences, Relics. These were known categories, if not entirely knowable phenomena. Harry was not a category, he was an exception, and Vader had no intention of handing exceptions to Palpatine. "Continue observation," Vader said. "No report leaves this ship." Varn bowed his head at once. "Yes, my lord." He did not ask, not even to Coruscant, because some questions could get a man killed faster than wrong answers. Harry's earliest memories did not form in a line. They formed in sensations. The thrum beneath the floor when the Executor entered hyperspace. The alternating brightness and darkness of corridor lights reflected in polished black walls. The coldness of metal when he touched surfaces that never warmed, no matter how often he returned to them. The shape of Vader's shadow stretching over him before the respirator sound arrived. To any ordinary child, the flagship would have been a labyrinth of terror. To Harry, it became the first world he knew. The nurses assigned to him lasted a combined total of 16 days before the system quietly changed. None of them had failed through incompetence. They failed because Harry did not respond to nurturing in any predictable way. Soft voices did not soothe him. Plush fabric amused him only briefly. Lullaby protocols from childcare droids made him cry harder. Yet let a probe droid hover into view with its photoreceptor glowing curiously, and he would reach for it with immediate fascination. By the age of 2, he had developed a preference for machinery over people, not in the sentimental way of lonely children who name toys and pretend engines have hearts, but in a stranger, more instinctive sense. The droids made sense to him. They moved honestly. They did not fear him before knowing him. They did not stiffen under Vader's gaze and then overcompensate with false cheerfulness around the child. The droids simply were. And Harry, still too young to understand rank or doctrine or the weight of imperial insignia, responded to that simplicity. A spherical seeker droid assigned to corridor surveillance became his first real companion. Its designation was PR-9, though Harry could not pronounce that and instead called it Peer. The droid was not programmed for childcare, affection, or improvisational play. Its purpose was reconnaissance. Yet within 3 weeks of being rerouted to Harry's deck after a maintenance oversight, it had somehow developed the habit of hovering near him whenever he was awake. No one could explain why. One afternoon, an ensign finally witnessed the cause. Harry, small, dark-haired, not yet 3, sat cross-legged on the floor of a restricted observation lounge while 2 service droids attempted to clean around him. PR-9 floated near the ceiling. Harry looked up, frowned in concentration, and held out a hand. The seeker droid dipped. Not because a command had been given. Its repulsors actually flickered as if an outside force had tugged it lower. Harry made a delighted noise and clapped. The ensign stood frozen in the doorway long enough to see 3 metal data rods on a nearby table rattle, rise 2 inches into the air, and spin slowly in a circle around the child's head before falling again. Then Harry laughed. The overhead lights dimmed and brightened in response. The ensign reported the incident to his superior, who reported it to a commander, who debated for nearly 6 minutes whether this qualified as astonishing enough to interrupt Lord Vader with. In the end, he chose life over curiosity and filed it under observational notes. Vader read it that night. He read every note. Harry's development was tracked with the precision of a military campaign. Not because Vader loved records, because power unmeasured became vulnerability. And because, despite the Empire's culture of fear, there was something about the boy that pulled observation from everyone around him, whether they meant to give it or not. He learned quickly, too quickly. By 3, he had memorized route patterns through his assigned deck, and could evade 2 human attendants, 1 nanny droid, and a pair of stormtroopers simply by waiting until shift change overlap left a corridor technically supervised by 4 people, and therefore watched by none. He would vanish into maintenance alcoves and emerge in places no one wanted him. Command lifts, armory thresholds, the lower steps of the bridge access stair, once even the meditation antechamber outside Vader's private rooms. That last incident changed the ship's atmosphere for a week. The guards posted outside the chamber had not seen him arrive. One moment the corridor was clear. The next, the child was standing barefoot in sleep clothes, staring up at the sealed black doors as though listening to something behind them. The guards did not move. The child of Lord Vader, because by then that is how many of them privately thought of him, though never aloud, was not a variable any sane man handled without instruction. The doors opened. Vader emerged in full armor and stillness. The guards expected tears, fear, perhaps an instinctive retreat from the imposing figure. Instead, Harry took 3 fast steps forward and put both tiny hands against Vader's shin armor, looking up with a solemnity too old for his face. "Cold," he said. It was the first full word any officer had personally heard him speak. The guards prepared themselves for punishment on a spiritual level. Vader looked down at the child for one silent, endless moment. Then he said, "Yes." No one was punished. That terrified the guards more than punishment would have. By the time Harry was 4, his presence had changed the routines of an entire section of the Executor without anyone admitting it officially. The officers on Deck 7 stopped holding fragile datapads too close when he passed. because they had learned objects sometimes responded to his moods. Kitchen staff in one galley began setting aside one ration cube of sweetened nutrient gel during second meal cycle, because Harry had once pointed at it with laser focus, until the packaging floated 6 inches off the counter and burst. The stormtroopers assigned to corridor security near his quarters unconsciously straightened less from regulation than because the boy, whenever he saw disorder, would stare at it until it corrected itself, not always, but often enough. His accidental telekinesis developed first, though accidental became the wrong word quickly. Harry did not move objects the way most force-sensitive children were reported to, brief spikes tied to fear or instinct. He experimented. He tested. He treated gravity as though it were a rule someone else had written and he was not fully obligated to respect. Once, during a scheduled lesson with an education droid, Harry became frustrated by symbols on a basic literacy screen and the display panel shattered inward without him touching it. The droid froze mid-sentence. Harry blinked, startled, then immediately reached toward the broken pieces with both hands. Instead of falling, the fragments suspended in the air, not still. Spinning gently at first, then faster, faster, the droid emitted a warning tone. Vader, notified by internal sensors, arrived before the fragments could become lethal. He found Harry standing in the middle of the room, dark hair lifting slightly in a pressure field that did not belong there, bits of screen glass orbiting him in widening circles. The boy's face was not angry. It was intent, curious, engaged, as if the real lesson had begun only after the classroom failed. Vader stepped through the orbiting fragments without flinching. Several pieces veered aside before touching his armor, repelled by some instinctive recognition of greater force. Harry looked up. "I broke it." "Yes. Can I fix it?" There were 1,000 ways most masters would have answered that, some with contempt, some with doctrinal lectures, some with punishment. Vader looked at the broken display, the trembling droid, the child who seemed less afraid of consequence than dissatisfied by imprecision. "Control," Vader said, "precedes correction." Harry frowned like he was trying to bite into the shape of the sentence and taste meaning in it. Vader lowered one hand, palm open. A single shard of display glass drifted down out of orbit and into his grip. "Power is not the act," he said. "It is the decision before the act." Harry stared at the shard, then at his own hands. The orbit slowed, one piece dropped, then another. Within seconds, the storm of fragments had settled across the floor in harmless stillness. Harry's breathing came fast from effort, but his eyes were bright. "Again," he said. The droid let out what could only be described as mechanical distress. Vader ignored it. "Again," he agreed. That was the closest Harry received to praise for several years. It was enough. Warmth aboard the Executor did not look like hugs or laughter or bedtime stories. It looked like access. Vader did not coddle. He did not reassure. He did not offer explanations unless they served function. But he began, slowly and with ruthless selectivity, allowing Harry into spaces no one else was allowed. The bridge first, not during full combat operations, not at the beginning, but during navigational transitions, low-threat monitoring, deep space drift periods when the stars moved in clean geometric streams beyond the viewport, and the officer's tension lowered from mortal to merely professional. Harry would stand on a raised command step beside Vader's station, too small to see over the console unless a box had been placed there beforehand by some anonymous soul with a survival instinct sharp enough to anticipate need. He never spoke much on the bridge. That was one of the first things the officers noticed. Most children would have asked endless questions. Why is that flashing? What does that button do? Why are the stars stretched? Why is everyone afraid of the tall black man who breathes like a machine? Harry asked almost nothing. He watched. He watched the officers defer to Vader. Watched tiny course changes ripple outward into ship-wide execution. Watched fear tighten shoulders and discipline smooth them again. Watched decisions travel from command to consequence without pausing for softness or doubt. Years later, men would say Harry learned governance before he learned comfort. That was not entirely true. He learned structure first. And structure, to a child who had lost his original world before memory could anchor it, could become a form of comfort all its own. One evening, when Harry was nearly 5, he stood at the viewport while the executor passed above a gas giant ringed in pale gold light. The planet filled half the starscape, enormous and silent and majestic in a way no human architecture could imitate. Harry pressed a hand to the glass. "It's watching," he said. Several nearby officers exchanged looks. Vader remained still. "Explain." Harry frowned, searching. "Not eyes, just there." The censor officer, forgetting himself, glanced at Vader as if to ask whether the child was making sense. The mistake nearly killed him. Not because Vader moved, but because his attention shifted. The officer went pale and looked instantly back to his console. Harry, oblivious to the near disaster, turned from the viewport. "Ships are like that too." "Ships are machines," Vader said. Harry considered this. "Mostly." That answer followed Vader long after the bridge shift ended, because the boy was right in a way Imperial doctrine would never phrase. The executor had a presence. Not consciousness, not soul in the mystical Jedi sense, but accumulated intention pressed into material until the vessel itself seemed to remember its purpose. Crew cycles, battle scars, command patterns, the psychic imprint of fear and loyalty and violence, it all settled into the ship over time. Harry felt it instinctively, and if he could feel that, then perhaps his second channel of power was not merely parallel to the Force. Perhaps it was interpretive, responsive to symbols, places, intent. A system shaped by meaning as much as energy. Vader did not yet understand it. That did not mean he failed to recognize its value. It was around Harry's 5th year that the first real problem emerged. Not power, attachment, not Harry's. The crew's. It began in small, deniable ways. A navigation lieutenant, who always rerouted patrol timing by 12 seconds when Harry crossed a corridor, so the child would not encounter armed squads at full marching pace. A maintenance team that painted a tiny, invisible star on the underside of one service hatch, because Harry liked tracing it with his fingers whenever he passed. A kitchen worker who learned that the boy preferred the blue fruit gel ration packets over the red ones and adjusted allocations accordingly without ever being ordered. None of these people would have called their actions affection. Affection implied vulnerability, but the pattern existed. Harry's fearlessness unsettled them. His silence intrigued them. His strange, half-unspoken communication with droids made him seem less like a child misplaced in war and more like some dark little prince the ship itself had accepted. That could not continue unchecked. The executor was not a family. It was a command platform. Vader saw the shift before anyone else. He did not stop it through cruelty. He stopped it through distance. Harry's quarters were moved deeper into a secured sector closer to Vader's own, reducing casual contact with lower-ranking personnel. Lessons were intensified. Observation became more discreet. Anyone who began treating the boy as mascot, miracle, or surrogate symbol found themselves reassigned to less privileged decks before the behavior could calcify into culture. Harry noticed. Of course he noticed. He was 6 when he first asked, "Why did they go away?" He sat across from Vader in a private instruction chamber, a low holotable between them displaying galactic political sectors in rotating blue light. Harry's reading skills had advanced enough by then for basic strategy education to begin. Though basic for Vader meant something very different than it did for other children, Vader did not pretend not to understand the question. Because their function changed. Harry looked down. "No." The word came quiet but firm. Vader waited. Harry's fingers tapped once against the edge of the table, a habit he had when thinking hard. "You moved me." "Yes, because they liked me." Most adults, confronted with so naked an observation from a 6-year-old, would have softened, perhaps denied it. Perhaps soothed. Vader chose truth. Because they were beginning to misunderstand you. Harry's eyes rose. That green gaze had grown sharper over the years, less open now, more analytical. He did not pout, did not cry. He had long ago learned those reactions gained nothing aboard the Executor. "What am I supposed to be?" he asked. There it was, not who, what. Vader could have lied. He could have said strong or safe or my apprentice or a survivor or any of the partial truths available. Instead he said, necessary. Harry absorbed that in silence. For a moment, the hum of the holotable seemed louder than the room itself. Then Harry nodded once, as if filing the answer away in a part of himself that did not forget injuries, simply because they were neatly phrased. "Necessary things don't get to be small," he said. It was not a complaint. It was a conclusion. Vader, against every instinct shaped by decades of violence and service, felt something old and dangerous stir in the ruins of his former humanity. Recognition. He buried it at once. "No," he said. "They do not." Harry returned his attention to the holomap. But from that day on, something in him sharpened. He still explored, still spoke to droids, still watched stars like they might reveal a language he almost remembered. Yet a new layer settled over him, restraint born not from fear, but from early comprehension of what was being asked of him. A child on the Executor could not remain merely a child. He could only remain unfinished. At 7, Harry saw Earth for the first time since Vader had taken him from it, not in person, in records. Vader had not intended to show him yet. The timing arose from Harry's own persistence. The question came during a lesson on Imperial sector integration. "Where am I from?" He asked it while rearranging tactical markers on a holo-grid faster than a normal child should have understood the scenario. His tone made it clear this was not curiosity suddenly sparked. It was something long held, now finally shaped into words. Vader studied him across the projection light. Harry's features had begun to settle into the bones of the person he would become, still boyish, still small, but already carrying that unnerving steadiness that made adults around him lower their guard a second too late. "You are from a world outside Imperial space," Vader said. Harry waited. Most children would have asked immediately, "What world? Are there others like me? Why did you take me? Are my parents alive?" Harry did not. He had learned that answers from Vader came only when the silence after a question was strong enough to deserve them. "It is called Earth," Vader continued. "Primitive in technology, advanced in other systems, like mine." It was not phrased as a question. Vader said, "Yes." Harry's hand drifted unconsciously over the holo-grid. 3 markers rose a fraction from the table, hovering in alignment above his fingers before settling again. "Did they send me away?" "No." "Did you steal me?" The question entered the room like a blade placed carefully on a table. Vader could have punished the wording. He did not. "I removed you from a site of destruction," he said. "That isn't an answer?" For 3 seconds, the only sound in the chamber was the machine breath of the man in black and the faint rotational whisper of the holomap. Then Vader made a decision he would later examine and mistrust in equal measure. He keyed a command into the table. The sector map vanished. In its place appeared a recording reconstructed from sensor memory. Rain, a village lane, shattered stone, a ruined cottage collapsed inward under catastrophic magical backlash. The image did not show bodies clearly. Vader had edited it before preservation. Some truths could instruct without mutilating. Harry stared at the projection. The room's light painted the ruins blue across his face. "This," Vader said, "is where I found you." Harry's breathing changed. Not fear, not quite, something more primal, recognition without memory. "That's," he stopped. Vader waited. Harry reached toward the image but did not touch it. "Mine." The word landed softly, horribly. Yes, Vader thought. "Yours." "An enemy attacked it," Vader said. "The ones who protected you died stopping him. The enemy did not succeed." Harry's gaze went to the center of the ruins, to the place where a nursery would once have been, though no child should have been able to identify that from broken angles and scorched timber. "My mother," he said. Not did I have one. Not was she there. A statement. Vader felt the echo in the Force as the child said it. The residual sacrifice embedded in Harry's core answered, flaring warm and gold beneath all the darker currents he had cultivated since. "Yes," Vader said. Harry was very still. The projection reflected in his green eyes, making it look for one uncanny moment as though the ruined cottage burned inside him. "My father, too?" "Yes." Harry lowered his hand. He did not cry. That was what unsettled Vader most. Children cried because they had not yet built inner architecture strong enough to store pain cleanly. Harry, however, had been built in a place where pain was expected to serve as material. He simply absorbed the knowledge and began fitting it into himself. After a long silence, he asked, "The man who did it, is he dead?" "No," Harry nodded once, the same way he had nodded years earlier when told he was necessary, not because the answer satisfied him, because it gave the future shape. Vader ended the projection. Darkness returned to the room except for dim panel lights and the red-blue glow of control indicators. "You will return to that world one day," Vader said. Harry looked up. "When you do, it will not be as victim or orphan." Something changed behind the boy's eyes then. Not hope, not innocence reclaimed, something colder, more useful. "What will I be?" Harry asked. Vader stood. The shadow of him overtook the table, the lights, the child's small, seated frame. "A conqueror," he said. The word did not frighten Harry. It settled over him like a title waiting for years enough to fit. Later that cycle, long after Harry had been escorted back to his secured quarters and the executor had slipped through hyperspace toward another obedient star, Vader stood alone in the meditation chamber. The helmet rested beside him. The chamber walls closed in black and soundless. Without the mask, his breathing lost its machine rhythm and became harsher, older, more human in ways he despised. He thought of the child asleep not far away, Harry Potter. He had spoken the name only once privately after extracting it from fragmented records recovered from the ruined world. He did not use it often. Names created lines men could follow back to weakness. Yet the name remained in his mind, persistent as the scar on the boy's forehead. The child was becoming exactly what training and environment should produce. Disciplined, observant, unnervingly adaptable, untouched by sentimentality in all but the deepest places. And yet there was the other channel, that strange current woven through Harry's Force signature. It responded to emotion, yes, but also to symbolism, protection, intention, thresholds, memory residues. It treated meaning like fuel. Ancient, wild, not Jedi, not Sith, not anything in Imperial archive or temple ruin. If the Force was a great ocean, vast and inevitable, then Harry's second power felt like subterranean fire running beneath it, capable of changing the very floor on which the ocean rested. That made him dangerous, to enemies, to the Emperor, to Vader himself, perhaps. Which meant one truth had become unavoidable. Harry could never be given fully to doctrine. He had to be shaped carefully, disciplined enough not to implode, strong enough not to be consumed, alien enough that Palpatine could never wholly understand him. Vader closed his eyes. In the dark behind his ruined eyelids, he saw a rain-soaked cottage. A dead woman's final choice blazing across the Force like a star refusing extinction. A green-eyed child reaching without fear for black armor. He should have taken the boy as asset only, weapon only, future leverage only. That would have been cleaner, safer. Sith. Instead, over the years, in ways too incremental to name and too dangerous to confess, the child had become something harder to define, not son, never that. That path led only to ghosts, not merely apprentice either. Apprentices could be broken and replaced. Harry felt less replaceable with each passing year. Perhaps necessity was still the correct word. But necessity, Vader had learned long ago, could become intimate without permission. He opened his eyes. The chamber remained silent. Beyond its walls, the executor moved like judgment through the dark. And in a secured room not far from the heart of the ship, a 7-year-old boy slept beneath the hum of engines and the watchful glow of a hovering probe droid. One hand curled around the edge of a black glove he had long ago decided meant safety. He dreamed, as he often did, of stars he had never seen with his own eyes, stars over stone cottages, stars reflected in puddles, stars above a castle-shaped absence he could not yet name. And beneath those dreams, deeper than language, deeper even than memory, something in Harry Potter was waking. Not just the Force, not just magic, but the understanding that both wanted him, and that someday he would decide what they became in his hands. Harry Potter turned 11 beneath a dead star. The system did not appear on standard Imperial route maps. It had no civilian traffic, no mining outposts, no orbital stations blinking commerce into vacuum. Even military logs referenced it only through encrypted designation strings and restricted navigational markers. To most of the galaxy, it was empty. To the Sith, emptiness was often camouflage. The planet below had once been volcanic. Now it looked flayed. Black mountain ridges rose from plains of hardened glass. Rivers of old lava had cooled into jagged scars visible even from orbit, winding across the surface like veins in a corpse. There was atmosphere, barely. Enough for storm clouds to gather and tear themselves apart against red lightning. Enough for wind to move ash across stone. Not enough for life to flourish. Which, Harry was beginning to understand, was exactly the kind of place Vader preferred when a lesson mattered. The executor hung above the world like judgment made visible. Harry stood in one of the forward observation bays, hands clasped behind his back the way he had been taught, staring through the vast transparisteel viewport. At 11, he had begun to lengthen into himself, still slight, still young enough that some officers made the mistake of underestimating him before their instincts corrected. His face held more angles now than softness. His eyes, bright green beneath messy black hair, reflected the planet below as if trying to read its surface for intention. He could feel it already, not with his eyes, with the two different silences inside him. The Force moved around the planet in dark tidal currents, thick and pressurized, as though centuries of ritual had made the atmosphere itself remember obedience. But beneath that, beneath the cold architecture of Sith residue and blood-forged history, there was another feeling. A buried heat, not volcanic, symbolic. Something in the stone was waiting for a name, and it knew Harry had come carrying one. The doors behind him parted. He did not turn immediately. He had known Vader was there several seconds before the panel hiss announced it. The shift in air pressure. The tiny tightening in the officers stationed beyond the bay. The way the room itself seemed to reorganize around the arrival of a more dominant center of gravity. Vader stopped beside him. Neither spoke for a moment. The black-armored silhouette and the dark-haired boy stood together before the stars and the ruined world below, more like reflections separated by age than anyone aboard the Executor would ever dare say aloud. Finally, Harry said, "It feels old." "Yes, not dead." "No." Harry glanced up. "Then what is it?" Vader kept his gaze on the planet. "A proving ground." The words landed with more weight than explanation. Harry felt his spine straighten instinctively, as though his body had understood before his mind did. He had known something was coming. Not because Vader announced things. Vader believed warning diluted lessons. But the rhythm of Harry's days had shifted over the past month. Combat drills intensified. Meditation cycles doubled. Instruction in galactic history, military doctrine, and political hierarchy had narrowed abruptly into old Sith schisms and the mechanics of Kyber attunement. Inquisitor trainers had been dismissed from his regimen one by one until no one remained involved but Vader himself. Harry had not asked why. He knew enough now to recognize convergence when it approached. "What am I proving?" he asked. Vader turned his helmet slightly toward him. "Whether the weapon I have forged can choose its own edge." That was the kind of answer that might have confused another child. Harry understood enough of Vader's language by now to hear the truth inside the shape of it. This was not a combat test, not a simulation, not another exercise where success meant efficiency and failure meant repetition. This was transition. Whatever waited below would change the grammar of his life. "I'm building it there," Harry said, not a guess. A realization. Vader said, "Yes." The word moved through Harry like a struck bell. He had trained with practice sabers for years. Short, longer, dual-handed, weighted, unstable, balanced, blindfolded, one-handed, ambidextrous. He knew the forms as well as any child his age could know them, and better than many grown acolytes the Sith might once have valued. He knew how to move under pressure, and how to make pressure feel like its own form of stillness. He understood that a lightsaber was not merely a weapon, but a declaration of relationship between wielder and power. And now he would build his own. Below them, a red storm rolled over the Dead Mountains. "When?" Harry asked. "Now." The shuttle descent took place in total silence, except for engines and breath. Vader stood strapped in opposite him, black armor absorbing every flicker of cockpit light. Harry sat rigidly, gloved hands resting on his knees, feeling the planet grow louder the lower they dropped. He had been to battlefields, ruins, ancient sites in abandoned sectors where Sith relic teams excavated curses older than the Republic. But this was different. Those places felt haunted. This place felt hungry. Rain hit the hull in dark streaks. Lightning flashed sideways across the clouds. Not white, but a bruised red-orange that made the cockpit seem briefly submerged in blood-lit water. Harry looked out through the viewport as the landing zone emerged. A basalt plateau cut into the side of a black mountain, bordered by broken pillars that had once formed a ceremonial approach. At the center stood a structure like the fossilized skeleton of a temple. Half-collapsed, roofline jagged, its entrances carved with old Sith script worn nearly smooth by time and ash. No guards waited, no acolytes, no witnesses. That, more than anything, made the moment feel real. This was not ceremony performed for an audience, it was selection. The shuttle touched down hard enough to jar Harry's teeth. The ramp lowered. Wind screamed in immediately, carrying ash that hissed against metal. Vader rose first. Harry followed. The cold outside bit sharply, thin atmosphere turning every breath into something drier and harder than ship air. Ash moved across the plateau in long black streamers. The temple ahead seemed larger once he stood before it, not because of size, but because of density. Meaning had been stacked there for generations until the structure itself felt heavier than its own stone. Harry descended the ramp and paused. The world beneath his boots answered. A pulse traveled upward through basalt, through his legs, into the twin currents inside him. The force stirred first, dark, ancient, disciplined by ritual and conquest. Then the other channel rose in response, not obedient, not reverent, but alert. As if some part of his magic recognized a threshold, Vader did not look back as he began walking toward the temple. "Stay close," he said. Harry followed. The path between the broken pillars had once been polished smooth by centuries of use. Now it was scarred and cracked, the old symmetry broken by weather and war. Yet as Harry crossed it, he could almost see it as it had been, robed initiates ascending in silence, masters watching from torchlit alcoves, blood rites performed under stormlight while the mountain listened. "You've been here before," Harry said. "Yes." "When?" "When I was still being remade." That answer chilled Harry more than the wind. Vader rarely spoke of his own past unless a lesson required it, and when he did, he spoke like a man referencing a corpse he had once known. "When I was still being remade" was the closest he had ever come to admitting that becoming Darth Vader had not been a moment, but a process. Harry filed the thought away. Inside the temple, the temperature dropped. The entrance corridor descended rather than opened, forcing them into the mountain's throat. No electric lights functioned here. Illumination came from narrow fissures in the walls where magma far below cast a faint ember glow upward, and from old braziers reignited by motion-sensitive systems that somehow still worked after decades of neglect. Flame rose red as fresh wounds. The architecture was wrong in the way Sith places often were, angles just shy of natural. Hallways a little too narrow at the shoulder and a little too tall overhead. Archways carved with script that looked less written than cut. Harry could read some of it now. Vader had made certain of that. Power through pain, will through domination. To possess is to survive, but beneath the inscriptions, woven into the stone in subtler, older patterns, Harry sensed something else. Intent bound to design. Threshold magic, his other half would have called it if it had possessed a vocabulary. Places made to measure those who entered, to draw out truth by forcing resonance. They passed through 3 chambers before reaching the heart of the temple. The final room was circular and enormous. Its ceiling disappeared into darkness above, though red light from the magma fissures caught on suspended crystal growths embedded high in the stone, making them gleam like buried stars. The floor had been carved into concentric rings etched with Sith geometry. At the center stood a stone basin stained dark by rituals no amount of time had erased. Beyond it, set into the far wall, was a vertical wound in the mountain itself, a natural cleft lined on both sides with kyber crystal growths. Harry slowed. They were beautiful and wrong. Kyber grew in blades of translucent mineral the length of knives or longer, clustered in jagged fans from rock that seemed almost to cradle them. Most glowed faintly, white or blue or green at their core, their light muted by age and the mountain's shadow. But some were dimmer, bruised, as though they had survived attempts to bend them toward a darker purpose and had never wholly recovered. The entire cleft thrummed with potential. Harry stepped closer before catching himself. Vader stopped near the central basin. "This is where you choose," he said. Harry looked from the crystals to the basin and back. "I thought Sith took kyber." "They do." "Then why choose?" Vader regarded him in silence long enough that Harry knew the answer mattered. "Because theft without dominance produces only a blade," Vader said. "You are not here for only a blade." Harry exhaled slowly. That made sense. Of course it did. Everything in Vader's training had led toward this distinction. A weapon was not merely assembled. It was interpreted, commanded, shaped by the nature of the one who built it. Jedi sought harmony with kyber. Sith broke resistance and made the crystal reflect their own will, but Harry was not only a Sith apprentice, not exactly, and his power had never been singular. "What do I do?" he asked. Vader gestured to the basin. "Blood first." The stone bowl at the chamber's center was old enough that its edges had worn smooth from repeated contact. Harry approached it. The air above it smelled faintly metallic despite centuries of dust and ash. On one side rested a ritual blade no longer than his hand, black-hilted, simple, functional. Harry picked it up. The hilt was cold. He looked once at Vader. The masked face offered no comfort, no hesitation, no encouragement either. Only expectation. Good, Harry thought. Anything softer would have ruined the moment. He turned his left hand upward and drew the blade across his palm. Pain came sharp and immediate. Blood welled red in the emberlight and dripped into the basin in slow, dark drops. The chamber reacted, not violently, not theatrically. A hum ran through the floor rings beneath his boots, low and almost below hearing. The kyber growths in the wall brightened by a fraction. The magma fissures breathed deeper color into the stone. Harry felt the force pull at the act, approving its symbolism. Sacrifice, will, cost paid bodily. But the second channel within him answered differently. It did not merely acknowledge blood as pain. It recognized it as claim, his blood, his intent, his threshold crossed. The basin took 3 drops before the surface flashed gold for a single heartbeat. Vader's helmet tilted. Harry saw the motion and knew he had noticed. The glow vanished instantly, replaced by red light rising from the blood like vapor. It twisted upward in threads, moved across the chamber air, and drew itself toward the kyber cleft. "Go," Vader said. Harry obeyed. As he crossed the rings toward the crystal wall, the chamber seemed to narrow around him. The air thickened. The force pressed from all sides, not hostile but immense. The second current in him rose too, less pressurized, more alive. Images flickered at the edge of his mind. A cottage under rain. Green light. A scream. Engines beneath steel floors. A black glove in a crib. Red storms over dead worlds. A bridge viewport. Vader's shadow. Stars. He stepped into the cleft. The crystals responded all at once, not by leaping toward him, not literally, but by brightening in uneven pulses. Some flared blue, then dimmed as soon as they touched his awareness. Others burned green or purple, then fell silent. One deep within the wall pulsed white with a painful purity that felt like looking directly into judgment. Harry passed it without reaching. Something farther in cold harder. He moved deeper until the stone narrowed enough to brush his shoulders. Crystal light painted his skin in fractured colors. He extended his uninjured hand toward a narrow shelf of black rock where 3 crystals grew together from the same root line. The first shone crimson already, but its light felt borrowed, imposed by prior violence. Not his. The second glowed amber at the core, but when he touched it through the force, it recoiled, not from him, but from what he would become. The third looked ordinary at first, clear, unremarkable, half hidden behind the others as if it did not care whether it was seen. Harry reached toward it. The moment his fingers brushed the crystal, the world disappeared. He was standing in a room he had never seen and somehow knew. A nursery, broken walls, smoke, rain through shattered roof beams, the smell of dust and old magic. He looked down and saw not his own 11-year-old hands but emptiness, as though he were present only as witness. Across the room a woman with red hair turned, clutching a baby to her chest. Her eyes were green like his, not identical, softer around the edges. Human in a way mirrors never felt to him, his mother. The knowledge broke through him with terrible clarity. She looked straight at him, not through him, not past him, but at him, as if this vision were not memory replaying itself, but something deeper making contact across residue and blood. "You are loved," she said. Harry did not know whether the words were spoken aloud or directly into whatever part of him still remembered her. He tried to answer, but the room fractured before he could. Now he stood in darkness streaked by stars. A much younger version of himself sat in a crib aboard the Executor, one tiny hand closed around a black glove. A probe droid hovered nearby, its lens glowing softly. The child looked up. Then the scene shifted again, a future not yet written. Harry, older, taller, robed in black, stood over a city split by fire. In one hand burned a lightsaber whose blade was not pure red. Gold ran through its heart like sunlight trapped in blood. In the other he held no wand, yet stormlight and spellfire coiled around his fingers. Behind him the sky was full of ships. Before him knelt thousands. The vision did not feel like destiny, it felt like possibility sharpened into invitation. Then something colder entered the dark, a voice like knives wrapped in silk, too distant to identify but instantly threatening. "Take it. Bleed it. Make it yours." The crystal in Harry's hand pulsed once more. He understood then that this was the test hidden inside the ritual. Not whether he had power to dominate a kyber crystal. That part was simple. He had more raw convergence in him than most Sith would ever encounter. The real test was whether he could dominate without lying to himself about what he was. He was not pure Sith. He was not some lost Jedi correction either. He was both wound and inheritance. The survivor of sacrificial magic raised in an empire of fear. If he tried to force the crystal into a shape that denied half of him, the bond would crack from the inside. Harry closed his eyes in the vision space. He did not plead. He did not bargain. He did what Vader had taught him to do in every room where power mattered. He decided. When he opened his eyes again, his reflection shone inside the crystal surface, not as boy or future warlord, but as himself, exactly as he was. 11 years old, scar on his forehead, green eyes, dark hair, too serious for his age, too formed by loss to ever become ordinary. "You answer to me?" He said, not in anger, not in desperation, in claim, "And I answer to no one falsely." The crystal exploded with light. Vader felt it from the center of the chamber, and every system-honed instinct in him sharpened at once. The kyber cleft flared crimson, then gold, not alternating, interwoven. The shockwave that followed did not throw him back, but only because he was Darth Vader and had rooted himself through the Force before the energy fully discharged. The chamber braziers guttered. Several crystal clusters shattered outright. The floor rings ignited in lines of red fire that chased one another outward like circuitry waking after centuries asleep. At the heart of it all stood Harry. The boy had one hand braced against the rock wall, and the other closed around a newly freed kyber, crystal the size of a man's thumb joint. Blood from his cut palm streaked the clear facets. Wherever it touched, the mineral darkened, not into the standard violent red of a bled Sith crystal, but into something stranger. Crimson spread through the lattice in living veins, while a golden pulse remained trapped at the core, refusing extinction. Harry turned. His face had gone pale with effort, but his eyes were clear. He walked back to the chamber center slowly, carefully, as if carrying not a crystal but a star fragment unstable in atmosphere. Vader watched every step. When Harry reached him, he opened his hand. The crystal lay there pulsing red and gold. "What did you do?" Vader asked. Harry's answer came after a pause because he was still listening inward. "I didn't break it," he said. "I made it stop pretending." The sentence hit with the force of revelation, because that was what Vader was seeing. A kyber crystal bled not into obedience alone, but into honesty. Its natural resonance had not been erased. It had been conquered and incorporated. Dark will wrapped around a surviving golden core that should not exist within Sith methodology at all. Impossible, therefore useful. Vader extended one gloved hand. "Give it to me." Harry did. The moment Vader's fingers closed around the crystal, he felt the anomaly directly. It did not reject him, but neither did it yield in the clean, tyrannized way Sith crystals usually did. It vibrated with dual intent. The dark side had marked it unmistakably. Yet beneath that lay a warmer current, ancient, protective, lethal in a fundamentally different language. Lily, Vader thought unwillingly, not her exactly. Not sentiment, but the metaphysical residue of what she had done lived in the child. And now the child's first kyber bond had encoded some part of that impossible origin into the blade-to-be. Palpatine could never see this. Not until it was too late to prevent. Vader handed the crystal back. "You will build with it," he said. Harry curled his fingers around the pulsing stone. "Will it work?" "Yes." That simple certainty steadied the room more effectively than any lecture. Vader turned toward a side alcove Harry had not noticed before. Within it rested components on a stone table. Emitter matrices, focusing lenses, hilt shells, power regulators, coupling rings, vented side channels, and a main chassis forged from matte black alloy. None were standard Imperial issue. These had been selected or custom-made with intention. Harry stepped closer. The hilt frame immediately caught his eye. Longer than the single-handed training sabers he had used, cross-guard vent architecture integrated near the emitter. Weight distributed for two-handed power, but narrow enough for fluid rotation. Elegant without fragility. Severe without ornament. "You already chose the design," Harry said. "No," Vader replied. "I chose possibilities." Harry looked again and saw what he meant. The components could be assembled several ways: standard single blade, broader emitter, split housing. But the crossguard option stood out because it solved a problem Harry had already begun to outgrow in training. His power came in surges, layered through two systems. A normal saber chassis might not vent that strain cleanly. He reached for the central frame. The metal fit his hand like something waiting to remember itself. "Begin," Vader said. The assembly took hours. Harry had built practice hilts before, learned circuitry and lens alignment, power modulation, safety sequencing, and the thousand small disciplines that separated weapon craft from mere engineering. But this was different because every movement mattered symbolically as much as mechanically. The crystal's orientation, the angle of the focusing cage, the exact placement of side vents to prevent feedback when force and magic began running through the same combat rhythm. Vader said little. He corrected once when Harry set a coupling ring 1 millimeter off center. He stopped him twice from rushing the crystal housing seal. He made him dismantle and rebuild the emitter once entirely when Harry realized on his own that the energy channeling would strain asymmetrically under emotional surge. Good, Harry thought grimly, and started over without complaint. The temple chamber remained their forge. Braziers burned lower as the cycle deepened. Wind moaned distantly through upper cracks in the mountain. Occasionally, red lightning flashed beyond the entrance tunnel and made the crystal on the table pulse back in answer. Harry liked that, not because it was dramatic, because it felt correct. By the time the assembly neared completion, blood from his cut hand had dried dark across his palm. Fine metal dust coated his fingertips. His shoulders ached. His concentration had narrowed to the weapon in front of him so completely that the rest of the galaxy might as well have ceased to exist. Finally, only the crystal remained. Harry lifted the chassis. Vader handed him the kyber. The moment the crystal slid into the core housing, the entire hilt vibrated once like a heartbeat entering metal. Harry sealed the casing. The sound it made, a precise click, almost ceremonial in its finality, went through him more sharply than pain. He looked at Vader. Vader nodded once. Activate it. Harry rose. The new weapon felt heavier than a training saber and more balanced. The grip settled into his palm with alarming familiarity, as if every year aboard the Executor had been a long approach to this exact moment. He stepped into the center ring of the chamber, took one breath, another. The force gathered around him, disciplined and dark. The second current rose too, warmer, stranger, threaded with old promise and buried violence. Harry thumbed the ignition. The chamber filled with light. A main blade erupted first, crimson, brilliant, violent. A fraction of a heartbeat later, two smaller side blades vented from the crossguard emitters with sharp, snarling flares. But the red was not pure. At the center of all three blades ran a narrow golden seam, brightest near the core and fainter toward the edges, as though sunlight had been trapped beneath layers of blood. The sound was wrong for a normal lightsaber, too. Not unstable, not broken. Harmonized. A predatory hum with a second tone beneath it, higher and stranger, almost like distant singing swallowed under a storm. Harry stared. The red-gold light painted his face in equal parts shadow and fire. He swung once experimentally. The blade answered as though it had always known the path. He cut through the air in a slow practice arc, then another, then shifted into the opening sequence of Form V. The saber moved with brutal efficiency through each angle, yet whenever he transitioned, the golden seam brightened momentarily, as if recognizing not just force of motion, but intention. Harry stopped, his heart hammered. "It's alive," he said quietly. "No," Vader said, "it is yours." Harry looked from the blade to him. That, he knew, was as close to approval as he would get. And for the first time in his life, standing in a Sith temple with a crossguard blade burning in his hand and dead red storms shaking the mountain outside, Harry felt something dangerously close to belonging, not comfort, not peace, something harder and sharper: place. The lesson should have ended there. But Vader had not brought him to this world for only craft. As Harry deactivated the blade, the chamber plunged back into ember shadow and red fissure glow. He clipped the hilt to his belt with careful fingers, still half expecting the whole moment to reveal itself as some extraordinary test he had not yet finished. Vader stepped toward the crystal cleft and stood with his back to it. "There is one final truth you are old enough to hear," he said. Harry's attention sharpened instantly. Vader did not speak carelessly. When he said old enough, it meant a threshold had been crossed and could not be uncrossed. "You asked once whether I stole you," Vader continued. Harry said nothing. His pulse had already changed. Vader's respirator filled the chamber, steady and merciless. The answer was incomplete. Harry held still. "Your world," Vader said, "is not within Imperial space because it is not part of this galaxy." For 1 second, Harry's mind failed to find the edges of the statement. Not another system. Not another sector. Another galaxy. The implications opened beneath him like a shaft with no visible bottom. He thought of the stars he had spent years watching through bridge viewports. Of route maps, hyperspace lanes, Imperial control, rebel resistance, ancient worlds, dead worlds, living worlds. He thought of how enormous the galaxy already was, and then of the fact that his origin lay beyond even that scale. His mouth went dry. "How?" he asked. We were drawn there by a hyperspace fracture, Vader said. An event your world helped trigger. We found a bridge between cosmologies that should not have touched. The phrasing was deliberate, not just space, not just distance, cosmologies, systems of reality. Harry understood enough about his own dual nature to feel the significance of that immediately. My power, he said. It's because of that, in part. Harry looked down at the unlit hilt at his side. And Earth has people like me, different from you, but yes. Magic, he thought, though the word still felt insufficient compared to how it actually moved inside him, a whole world shaped by the second channel, hidden from the Empire, untouched by imperial doctrine, the place where his parents had lived, died, and left whatever impossible inheritance now burned down the center of his blade, a place beyond the galaxy. A place he had never remembered clearly enough to miss, and yet had somehow been orienting himself around his whole life. "Why tell me now?" Harry asked. Vader answered with the kind of truth that always came out hardest from him because he cut every gentler possibility away first. "Because one day you will return there." Harry lifted his head. Vader stepped closer, black armor swallowing the red light. "Not as the child taken from ruins," he said. "Not as prey for the enemy who failed to kill you, not as a relic of a dead house." Harry's grip unconsciously tightened on the saber hilt. Vader's next words entered him like forged metal. "You will return as the hand that conquers it." Silence took the chamber. Outside, thunder rolled over the mountain. Harry should have felt shock first, or confusion, or fear at the scale of what was being placed before him. Instead, he felt alignment, not because conquest was simple, not because he was too young to understand its cost, but because for the first time the disconnected elements of his existence locked together with terrifying clarity. Why he had been trained this way, why Vader guarded his development so closely, why Earth had been shown to him only in fragments, why the second channel of power mattered, why he had been taught command before companionship, why necessity had always been the answer. He was not being prepared merely to survive two worlds. He was being shaped to rule across the fracture between them. Harry let that understanding settle. When he spoke, his voice was steadier than 11 years should have allowed. "And if they resist," Vader did not hesitate, "they will." Harry nodded once, not in eagerness, in acceptance. He looked toward the crystal wall where blood and ancient light still stained the stone with the memory of his choosing. Then he looked down at the unlit saber on his belt, crimson and gold hidden inside dark metal. A weapon honest enough to contain contradiction without collapsing, his first true possession, his first declaration, his first promise to the future. "When do we begin?" he asked. Something unreadable passed through Vader's stillness. Not surprise. Vader was too disciplined for that to surface plainly. Not pride exactly, though the shape of it was close enough to cast the same shadow. "Years from now," Vader said. "Conquest without preparation is waste." Harry absorbed the answer. "Then I'll be ready." "Yes," Vader said. This time, the approval was unmistakable. They left the temple at dawn, or what passed for dawn on a world where the sky never truly brightened beyond dark iron red. Ash still moved across the plateau in whispering ribbons. The storm had weakened. Far overhead, the executor waited above the clouds like a second moon built by tyranny. Harry paused once at the base of the shuttle ramp and looked back. The temple stood unchanged in outline, but not in feeling. Something there had acknowledged him now. Not submission, recognition. He had entered as student. He was leaving with a weapon that had chosen honesty over purity, and that, in some instinctive way, made the mountain part of his story forever. He lifted a hand to the hilt at his belt. Vader observed the gesture. "Do not mistake possession for mastery," he said. Harry lowered his hand. "I know." "Do you?" Harry thought for half a second and answered correctly. "Not yet." Vader boarded the shuttle first. Harry followed. As the ramp sealed and the engines began to lift them back toward the waiting destroyer, Harry sat in the dim hold and looked at his reflection in the polished black of the opposite bulkhead. 11 years old, scar on his forehead, eyes too old, a new lightsaber at his hip, a world beyond the galaxy in his blood, and a destiny spoken aloud at last. He should have felt heavier. Instead, he felt precise. The shuttle rose through ash, through storm remnants, through cloud. At the edge of atmosphere, the stars returned. Harry looked at them and no longer saw distant lights alone. He saw routes, thresholds, futures not yet conquered. Somewhere beyond those stars, farther than the Empire's maps could reach, waited Earth and the hidden world buried inside it. His world, not home, not yet inheritance. Across from him, Vader stood motionless as ever, but Harry could feel the older man's attention resting on him. Not protectively, never that, but evaluatively, as one studies a blade after its forging to see whether it has survived heat without warping. Harry met the black lenses of the mask. "Did yours feel like this?" he asked. Vader's answer came after a measured pause. No, Harry believed him. Because whatever Harry was becoming, it was not repetition, not replacement, something the Sith had not planned for and the galaxy had not named. The shuttle docked aboard the Executor with a heavy metallic thud. When the ramp lowered, officers and deck crew were already assembled at a disciplined distance, present only because duty required someone to receive Lord Vader's return. No one spoke. No one moved beyond regulation. And yet every eye, no matter how carefully lowered, found its way to Harry, to the new hilt at his belt, to the changed stillness in the way he walked, to the fact that he had gone down to the dead world as a child in black training robes and was returning with something colder built into his posture. Harry felt their attention and did not flinch from it. He stepped onto the hangar deck at Vader's side. The officers bowed. Stormtroopers straightened. The deck lights reflected along polished black floors and white armor and the dark metal of his saber hilt. For the first time, Harry understood with complete certainty that he was being seen not as cargo, not as ward, not as strange child tolerated by the flagship's routines. He was being seen as future. And futures, on the Executor, carried their own gravity. Vader began walking. Harry kept pace. Neither looked back. But behind them, in whispers too low for ordinary hearing and too loud for rumor to avoid, the first fragments of a new identity began passing through the ship. Not yet title, not yet rank, only the beginning of an idea. That the boy aboard the Executor had taken his first Sith rite and returned carrying a blade no one could explain. That Lord Vader had not merely raised him, he had forged him. And somewhere deep in the ship's endless steel anatomy, where engines hummed like a second heartbeat and the stars outside waited patiently for war, Harry Potter touched the hilt at his side once more and felt crimson and gold power sleeping there like a promise. He had his blade. He had his first truth. And he had just learned that one day he would descend not into a dead mountain, but onto the lost world of his birth with fleets at his back and command in his hands. The boy who had once survived a ruined nursery now carried a weapon born from blood, contradiction, and will. The galaxy did not know it yet, but something had begun. Harry Potter learned very quickly that owning a blade was not the same as deserving one. The first week after the rite on the dead Sith world nearly killed him 3 times. Not because Vader attacked him in earnest. Not because the crystal failed. Not because the crossguard saber was unstable. The weapon worked exactly as designed. That was the problem. It worked as if it had been waiting for him all along, and anything that natural could seduce a student into thinking mastery had arrived with possession. Vader corrected that illusion before it could root. Training shifted the moment they returned to the Executor. The ship itself seemed to understand it. Or perhaps the people aboard did, and the difference no longer mattered. Doors opened faster around Harry now, but conversations stopped sooner. Officers who had once glanced at him with cautious curiosity now looked at the saber on his belt first, then at his face. Stormtroopers stood a little straighter when he passed, not because he outranked them yet, but because potential had started to radiate from him in a way soldiers recognized instinctively. Future authority had a smell. It smelled like silence arriving before a person spoke. Harry felt it. He did not enjoy it. He did not reject it either. He simply adjusted because that was what life aboard the Executor had trained him to do. Every phase of himself had required adaptation. The child who spoke to droids had become the boy who watched bridge officers like a student of gravity. The boy who survived by pattern recognition had become the one who built a saber from contradiction and claim. Now a new version of him was taking shape, one measured not by what he could endure, but by what he could project outward. And projection, Vader taught him, was the beginning of rule. The first session began 12 hours after docking. No recovery period, no ceremonial acknowledgement. Harry entered a sealed combat chamber 2 decks below Vader's private level and found the space already lit, already configured, already waiting. The room was circular and cavernous, with black walls embedded with sensor grids and modular combat emitters. Retractable barriers lined the perimeter. The floor could change texture, incline, and traction by command. By the time Harry had been 10, he had trained in nearly every configuration the chamber could produce. Today it was empty. That was more unsettling than obstacles. Vader stood at the far end in full armor, cape draped motionless, hands at his sides. Near him waited 3 other figures. The first wore the red-black insignia of the Imperial Inquisitorius and held a double-bladed spinning saber hilt clipped at her waist. She was tall, gaunt, bold, with pale tattooed lines running up one side of her throat. Her eyes were not Sith yellow, but they had the exhausted cruelty of someone who had survived by outserving the weak around her. Harry recognized her from archived combat instruction footage. Ninth Sister Maris Vell, formerly Jedi hunted, later hunter. The second was shorter, broad-shouldered, masked in black segmented armor lighter than Vader's, but heavier than standard Inquisitor gear. His left hand was a mechanical replacement of polished steel-black alloy with narrow orange light seams between the joints. Commander Drev Kess, a purge specialist who oversaw live-field dark side compliance training for select operatives. The third was not human. A thin, ash-gray porn with deep-set eyes and a face that seemed carved out of angles and old hunger stood with hands folded inside robe sleeves. He wore no visible weapon at all. Harry recognized him last, not from files, from stories whispered by officers who thought no one important could hear them. The archivist of Null, a Force adept too old, too obscure, or too useful to fit cleanly into Imperial military hierarchy. He had served Palpatine in relic interpretation, Sith language recovery, and forbidden energy analysis for years without ever becoming public enough to be politically threatened. Harry's attention flicked from one to the next. This was not a normal lesson. Vader spoke first. "You have built a weapon," he said. "Now you will learn the cost of wielding a weapon that reflects more than one system of power." Harry unclipped his saber and held it at his side, inactive. "Against all 3, he asked. That earned the faintest turn of Maris Vell's mouth, not a smile exactly, but acknowledgement of nerve. "No," Vader said. "Against failure." The chamber doors sealed. A low hum traveled through the floor as the sensor array engaged. Then Vader said, "Activate." Harry thumbed the ignition. Crimson light erupted with its narrow golden seam, side vents flaring a half-beat later into crossguard brilliance. The chamber reflected the blade everywhere at once. On black floor, armored chest plates, polished durasteel seams, making it seem like the weapon had multiplied itself into fragments of possibility across the room. The Inquisitors looked at it with professional stillness. But the Porn archivist's eyes sharpened immediately. He felt it. Harry realized, not just the dark side pressure, the other current. Good, Harry thought. Let him. Form V opening sequence, Vader ordered. Then transition to projected hostile interruption. Harry moved. The saber cut the air in familiar arcs, heavy and efficient, the crossguard hilt encouraging commitment in every stroke. The main blades hum layered beneath the chamber's ambient vibration. Harry stepped through the opening forms with control rather than speed, shoulders relaxed, wrists aligned, intent driving motion rather than the other way around. On the 7th transition, Commander Kess attacked without warning. A training stun bolt fired from his mechanical hand, not lethal but fast enough to punish hesitation. Harry angled the saber, caught the bolt, and redirected it into the ceiling in one fluid motion. Even as the reflected energy flashed above, Maris Vel was moving in from the left, double-bladed weapon igniting mid-spin. Harry pivoted and met her first strike in a blaze of red light. The impact jolted through his arms. She was stronger than he expected. Not stronger in the Force than Vader, obviously, but lean, economical, precise. Her weapon rotated once between them, side emitter clipping toward his ribs. Harry stepped back, disengaged, re-entered high, then low. She matched him point for point. Kes came in from the opposite flank. Now it became what Vader intended. Not duel, pressure. Harry shifted into mobile defense, feet cutting triangles across the chamber floor as Vel's saber staff forced distance management and Kes's shorter, brutal attacks collapsed it. Harry had trained against multiple attackers before. He knew the principle: never fight two enemies, fight the line that turns two into one. Reposition. Deny angles. Use one opponent's body as obstacle to the other. He did all of that, and still it wasn't enough, because something else kept happening. Every time Harry pushed harder, every time he reached instinctively for more speed, more force, more dominance, his second channel rose too. Wandless magic flexed behind the Force like another set of muscles attached to the same motion. The result was power, yes, but imprecise. A parry struck harder than intended and sent a ripple of pressure through the air that disrupted his own footing. A Force-assisted leap pulled debris from the chamber, seam into the wake of his movement. Once, when he deflected a strike with too much emotional edge, a burst of red-gold static snapped along his saber and scorched a line across the floor. Vader ended the exchange with one word: enough. All three instructors disengaged instantly. Harry stepped back, breathing hard. His saber remained lit. The chamber lights brightened. Vader advanced into the center and looked not at the instructors, but at the scorched line Harry's last strike had left across the floor. "What happened?" Vader asked. Harry knew better than to answer carelessly. "I overcommitted, incomplete." Harry swallowed one breath and tried again. The Force strike pulled the other channel with it. "The other channel?" asked the pawn quietly. Vader did not turn toward him. Harry kept his gaze forward. "Magic." The word sat in the room like a new weapon laid on a table. Maris Vel's expression did not change, but her interest did. Commander Kes rolled one armored shoulder as if recalibrating assumptions. The archivist of Null inclined his head slightly, reptilian and hungry in the motion. At last. Harry noticed that, filed it away. Vader stepped closer. "Demonstrate." Harry extinguished the saber and held out his free hand. He concentrated. A metal training sphere lifted from the far edge of the chamber. That was easy. Force-assisted telekinesis had been part of his life for years. Then he shifted focus, not away from the Force, but through it, and whispered nothing at all because words were no longer required. The sphere paused midair. Its surface shimmered, not with heat, with intent. Symbols briefly flickered across the metal, too fast for most eyes to catch, but Harry felt them more than saw them. Binding geometry. Magical pressure taking form as pattern rather than invisible grasp. The sphere dented inward from all directions at once, compressed not by force alone, but by a constriction that resembled an old curse structure stripped of incantation and embedded in will. Then Harry released it. The sphere dropped with a hard clang to the floor, now warped beyond reuse. Silence followed. The archivist broke it first. "You are layering fields," he said softly. "Not alternating, interlocking." Harry glanced at him. The pawn's gaze was fixed on the ruined sphere with something close to reverence. Maris Vel spoke next. "Can he do it in motion?" "That," Vader said, "is why you are here." The next month remade Harry more violently than any year before it. The Inquisitorius did not train through comfort, and Vader had selected instructors whose usefulness outweighed their need for clarity. Harry saw them separately, sometimes together, always under observation. Maris Vel handled bladework integration. Commander Kes handled combat pressure, pain tolerance, and tactical sequencing under multiple simultaneous threats. The archivist of Null handled theory, And theory, Harry discovered, could be more dangerous than injury when the wrong truths were opened too fast. The first problem was simple to describe and difficult to solve. Force use followed intent through direction. Magic, at least Harry's kind, responded to meaning, symbolism, emotional charge, and pattern, sometimes independent of direction altogether. A force push was vector-based. A shove, a pull, an exertion. A magical curse was not merely motion, it was designation. It decided what kind of suffering, constraint, or alteration entered the target. Layer them incorrectly, and they interfered. Layer them correctly, and something entirely new emerged. The archivist drew the first useful diagram on a black holoscreen 3 sessions into training. The pawn's fingers moved through floating symbols as he spoke in a dry, measured voice that made every sentence sound like something excavated from a tomb. "The Force is relational," he said. "It cares about position, will, resistance, connection. It is an ocean. You move through it, and it moves through you." He summoned a blue sphere of field lines into the air. "Your magic," he continued, and the word still sounded alien in his mouth, "is semiotic. It responds to symbols, sacrifice, emotional resonance, threshold states, and intentional identity. It is not an ocean. It is a grammar." Beside the sphere, he constructed a second model, this one not fluid, but lattice-like. A web of red-gold nodes and connecting runes that flexed as though alive. Harry stared, because it was wrong, and because it was the closest anyone besides himself had come to being right. "They occupy the same metaphysical host," the archivist said, turning both models until they overlapped imperfectly. "Most beings fracture under dual operation. You do not." "Why?" Harry asked. The pawn's eyes shifted to his scar for half a beat. "Because something made of sacrifice stabilized the interface before you developed language." Vader did not interrupt. That told Harry the answer was allowed. The archivist brought the 2 models together. Where they overlapped, instability flashed. "Your task is not to blend them into one energy. That is impossible and would likely destroy you. Your task is to braid action between them faster than enemies can parse the distinction." Maris Vell, leaning against the chamber wall with arms folded, said flatly, "Or faster than the distinction tears his nervous system apart." Kess grunted. "Also that." Harry looked at the unstable overlap points. "How?" The archivist's long fingers paused in the holo light. "Through repeatable hybridization," he said. "A combat lexicon." The phrase struck Harry immediately, not random combinations, not instinctive accidents, a lexicon. A set of named, repeatable, controllable interactions between systems. Vader spoke from the shadows behind them. "You will invent it." Harry turned slightly. "From nothing?" he asked. "No," Vader said. "From pressure." That was how every important thing aboard the Executor was made. The first successful hybrid technique happened by accident and then had to be rebuilt on purpose. Commander Kess was responsible. He preferred close-quarters chamber drills with live pain feedback because, in his words, "Nothing honest grows in theoretical comfort." He wore shock gauntlets capable of delivering non-lethal neural disruption through armor gaps and fought with the ugly practicality of a man who had survived too many fair duels to respect them anymore. His lesson environments were always cramped, narrow corridors, lift shafts with magnetic inversion, simulated urban interiors where blaster fire came from blind corners and escape lanes vanished mid-run. He taught Harry that battlefield elegance was often just a slower form of dying. During one session, the chamber reconfigured into a starship corridor 3 meters wide, flickering under emergency red lights. Smoke vented intermittently from side grates. Alarms pulsed. 3 combat droids advanced from the far end with stun lances, while Kess came from behind at Harry's right shoulder. Harry ignited his saber and cut the first droid down. The second fired a net charge. Harry used the force to yank it sideways into the wall. The third got through. Its lance struck Harry across the ribs in a burst of agony that spasmed half his torso numb. He stumbled. Kess's gauntlet cracked across the back of his shoulder 1 second later. "Too slow," Kess snapped. Pain flared hot and mean through Harry's system, not injury panic, anger, the old kind. Fast. Clean. Useful if handled correctly, catastrophic if not. He spun, one hand out, not toward the droid or Kess separately, but toward the space between them, and the force surged first in a hard, constricting grab. At the same instant, anger dragged a curse pattern up with it. No incantation. No wand movement. Only intent. The effect hit both targets at once. Kess froze mid-step, hand jerking toward his throat as invisible pressure closed there. But unlike a normal force choke, the effect did not merely compress airflow. It carried something extra. A crawling current of psychic abrasion that turned the choke into a message as well as a restraint. Not pain in the crude electrical sense. Psychological pressure. A constriction that told the body you are trapped and something worse is coming. The combat droid collapsed entirely, circuits overloading under the same layered strike. Harry released both immediately in surprise. Kess dropped to one knee, coughing once. The chamber alarm cut off. The droids powered down. Harry's heart slammed against his ribs. What was that? Kess asked hoarsely. Harry could still feel the shape of it in his arm, his spine, the emotional afterimage of how the two systems had locked together. A choke, he said. Kess looked up with visible irritation. Not just a choke. Vader's voice came through the chamber speakers. Again. Harry turned toward the overhead audio grid. On him? Yes. Kess rose with a muttered curse that did not reach protest. Controlled output, Vader added. If you break him, I replace him after the lesson. If you fail to replicate, I replace you first. Kess gave a rough laugh despite the coughing. That sounds like him. Harry steadied himself, reached for the feeling again. The key, he realized, was not combining force choke with a curse afterward. It was beginning the designation at the same moment as the grasp. The force established hold and vector. Magic designated the quality of the suffering inside the hold. He extended his hand, this time slower. The air tightened around Kess's throat, and again that second layer entered with it, less brutal now, more defined. Kess stiffened, face tightening as the psychic abrasion spread not across skin, but through nerves and instinct. Harry held it for 2 seconds, then released. Kess rubbed his throat. That, he said, voice rasping, is ugly. The archivist, called in afterward to analyze sensor footage, watched the replay 7 times before speaking. You have not created a curse-enhanced choke, he said. Harry waited. The pawn's eyes gleamed with professional hunger. You have created an interlocked coercion field. Maris Vell snorted. That name will get him killed before the move does. Harry, still recovering breath, said, then call it something else. Kess rolled his shoulder and grimaced. It felt like being strangled by dread. That stuck. Harry looked at the replay again, his hand extended, the invisible hold, Kess's body locking under layered terror. Dreadhold, he said. Vader, who had entered without any of them noticing, said from behind them, acceptable. That was how the first technique was named, not poetically. Not ceremonially, because it worked. Once Harry had one repeatable hybrid, the rest became pursuit rather than accident. That did not make them easy. Some nearly failed hard enough to scar him. The second major technique emerged from defensive necessity. Maris Vell specialized in rotational pressure, never letting an opponent settle into a stable rhythm, always attacking along changing angles so the enemy's defense kept rewriting itself one motion behind. Against Harry's heavier cross-guard style, she had immediate advantages. He could overpower her in committed exchanges, but only if he trapped the tempo first. Otherwise, she turned his strength into lag. In one session, she pushed him for 13 straight minutes without landing a killing blow or allowing him one either. Her spinning saber staff became a disc of red violence that clipped at wrists, knees, throat line, elbow joints, hip turns. Harry defended, repositioned, countered, forced distance, collapsed it again, and still she kept rewriting the line. Too linear, she said as their blades locked. Harry shoved off and circled. You like straight answers, she continued, stalking him with slow predator patience. That's why your saber suits you, but combat is contemptuous of preference. She attacked high-low mid in one rotating burst. Harry parried the first two and barely caught the third. She pivoted past him. The back edge of her staff grazed his shoulder, not a killing touch. A reminder. Harry slid away, breath sharp. She was right. He was still treating hybridization like augmented offense, stronger choke, harder strike, broader disruption. But the Force and magic together could do more than overwhelm. They could mislead. Vader observed from the perimeter. Solve it! Maris came again. This time Harry did not meet her with force. He let her first strike approach, raised his saber to catch it. Then, at the moment of contact, pushed outward with the force while simultaneously shaping a magical displacement field around the intersection point. The result was bizarre. Not a shield, a slip. For half a second, Maris's blade seemed to lose agreement with the space it occupied. Her saber glanced off Harry's defense at the wrong angle, pulled aside by invisible redirection and a subtle warping of expectation. She recovered instantly, but Harry saw it, the brief break in certainty. He countered with a riposte that would have taken her throat had she been half a step slower. She disengaged fast, eyes narrowed now. Again, she said, they reset. Harry rebuilt the motion. Parry, force deflection, magical displacement, counter. This time it held longer. Her rotating attack slid wide by a full handspan, enough to make her overextend into recovery. They ran it until Harry's forearm trembled and sweat darkened the collar of his training tunic. The archivist named it a directional semiotic deflection field. No one used that. Harry called it slipguard because it felt like making the enemy's certainty lose traction. Vader approved the term. Maris approved the move. That mattered more. Now it's a system, she said afterward, deactivating her saber. Not a trick. Harry wiped sweat from his brow. Because it works twice. Because you can choose when not to use it, she said. That stayed with him. Any fool could become dependent on novelty. A real combat style emerged when a technique had limits the wielder respected. The price appeared in his body before it appeared anywhere else. Dual-channel strain did not behave like ordinary exhaustion. Force overuse had familiar symptoms. Tremors, tunnel vision, emotional volatility, deep muscular fatigue, perception lag. Magical overuse, Harry's kind of it at least, felt stranger. It produced symbolic aftershocks. He would catch himself misreading ordinary objects as if they held intention they did not. Doorways seemed heavier. Reflections lingered a fraction too long. Words spoken near him sometimes carried emotional resonance disproportionate to content, as if his system had stopped filtering meaning properly. Using both together amplified the damage. After long sessions, he would bleed lightly from the nose without physical trauma. The scar on his forehead would burn hot enough to wake him from sleep. Once, after forcing too many hybrid techniques in one training cycle, every glass surface in his quarters shattered simultaneously when he woke from a dream of rain and green fire. Vader ended training for exactly 6 hours. Then doubled Harry's meditation regimen. Meditation with Vader was not tranquil. There were no soft mats, no ambient music, no gentle breathing philosophies. Vader believed stillness was not the absence of struggle but control over where struggle was allowed to happen. Harry knelt for hours in dark chambers while pain from training sat inside his nerves like banked lightning. He learned to separate force fatigue from magical resonance backlash. Learned to identify which emotional states destabilized which channel. Learned that anger powered quick convergence but increased spill risk. Cold focus stabilized vectors but weakened symbolic potency. Grief deepened curse architecture in ways too dangerous for casual use. The archivist contributed an additional exercise that Harry hated and therefore needed. Name the state before action, the pawn instructed. Harry sat across from him in a relic study room deep within the ship. Around them floated ancient fragments under stasis light, broken holocron shells, petrified script tablets, cracked kyber shards too unstable for field use. State, Harry asked. Your interior condition. I know my condition. No, said the archivist. You survive it, different skill. Harry scowled faintly. The pawn continued as though irritation were data. Your two systems do not simply draw power from you, they interpret you. If you misname your own state, your hybridization errors multiply. He set a narrow obsidian rod between them. Lift it with the force. Harry did. Now bind it with magic. Harry layered a light containment pattern across the rod. Now tell me what you felt before action. Focus! Incomplete. Harry's jaw tightened. Concentration, control. The archivist waited. Harry hated the waiting because it always meant the obvious answer was wrong. He closed his eyes briefly. What had he actually felt, not just focus? The rod was old, resistant. He had wanted it to comply. There had been a tiny thread of annoyance at its weight, and beneath that, a desire not to fail in front of the pawn. Impatience, Harry said finally. The archivist inclined his head. Better. This is useless. No, said the pawn. This is how you survive command. Harry opened his eyes. The archivist's tone had changed slightly. Power without self-literacy becomes theater, he said. The Sith produced too much theater already. If you are to build a lexicon no one else has possessed, you must know what parts of yourself author each technique. Harry looked at the rod still floating between them, then at the old relic scholar across the table. Why are you helping me? He asked. The question slipped out more directly than he intended. The archivist smiled with no warmth whatsoever. Because you are unprecedented. That was at least honest. And if I fail, Harry said, the pawn's smile thinned. Then I will have had the pleasure of studying the failure closely. Harry believed him. Oddly, that made the lessons clearer. By the time 6 standard months had passed since the Kyber Rite, Harry had built the skeleton of a real combat language. Not many techniques, not enough for arrogance, enough for identity. Dreadhold, force choke interlocked with curse pressure, turning restraint into psychological and neural coercion. Powerful at mid-range, dangerous to maintain, costly in anger. Slipguard, saber parry layered with force redirection and magical displacement, causing enemy attacks to lose spatial certainty at the moment of contact. Best against aggressive blade work. Less effective against ranged fire unless pre-shaped. Sever cast, a later development born from cutting motions. Harry discovered he could lace a saber strike with a magical denial pattern so the enemy's follow-up intent fragmented even if the physical blow missed. Not mind control, more like briefly interrupting the mental completion of action. Extremely difficult to time, draining when used repeatedly. Wraith step, not teleportation. Kess had forbidden Harry from calling it that. It was a burst movement technique using force acceleration overlaid with a magical threshold blur that made observers misjudge exit position for an instant. Useful for breaching lines. Dangerous in cramped environments because the magical blur reacted unpredictably to reflective surfaces. Each technique had rules. Vader insisted on them. Name, activation conditions, range, emotional state compatibility, known failure modes, recovery time, overuse symptoms. Harry wrote them himself in encrypted personal notation. Not a journal, a war manual in progress. He liked that more than he admitted. Because for the first time, something about his life belonged to his own authorship rather than merely Vader's design. That independence did not go unnoticed. One night, after a punishing sequence of chamber duels that ended with Harry flat on his back and Maris Vell's spinning blade humming an inch above his throat, Vader dismissed the others and remained alone with him in the now silent room. Harry sat up slowly, ribs aching, hair damp with sweat, saber still in hand. Vader stood over him like a carved piece of war-given breath. "You are beginning to improvise beyond instruction," Vader said. Harry rose to one knee, then to his feet. Yes, he did not apologize. Good, a colder part of him thought. Vader circled him once, cape whispering over black floor. That can become arrogance, Vader said. It can also become innovation. The answer came out before Harry had fully decided to say it. Silence followed, the kind that ended careers for grown officers. Harry did not lower his gaze. After several seconds, Vader said, "And how will you distinguish the two?" Harry forced himself not to answer quickly. Quick answers around Vader were usually vanity disguised as readiness. Innovation survives repetition, he said at last. Arrogance survives excuses. Vader stopped in front of him. Harry could feel his own pulse in the bruise under his collarbone. Then Vader said, "Good." One word. That was all, but it hit harder than a speech might have, because approval from Vader was never decorative. It meant the answer had passed through the grinder of scrutiny and remained standing. Harry straightened. "What comes next?" he asked, Vader's helmet angled toward the darkened chamber doors. "Application." Harry felt the word instantly, not more training, field, real opponents, real stakes. His body reacted before his thoughts did, heart tightening, breath sharpening, something hot and cold moving together through his chest. Anticipation, yes, but not simple eagerness. He had been forged aboard the Executor, not born to fantasies of glorious combat. Real missions meant politics, uncertainty, consequences beyond chamber floors and instructor bruises. Vader saw all of that. Good, Harry thought again. Let him. "You are not ready for Earth," Vader said. Harry masked the small reaction that tried to move through his face, not disappointment exactly. Recognition of how much part of him had still been orienting toward that future without permission. "You are ready," Vader continued, "to discover whether your techniques remain yours when blood and hesitation enter the equation." Harry let that settle. His first mission, then, not conquest, proof. "What target?" he asked. Vader turned away, walking toward the chamber exit. "The remnants of your world's defenders," he said. Harry's stomach went still. Vader stopped at the door without looking back. "The survivors fled farther than most would have imagined possible. We have found them." The doors opened. Cold corridor light poured in. "You will hunt them," Vader said. "And in hunting them, you will learn which parts of you are weapon and which are unfinished." Then he left. Harry remained alone in the training chamber for a long moment after the doors shut again. The saber hilt in his hand felt heavier than before. Not because it had changed, because he had. He looked at the black floor where months of training scars still marked the surface in faint burns and impact lines. Here he had built names for impossible things. Here he had learned that the Force could seize and magic could designate. That movement could blur not by speed alone, but by meaning. That power needed grammar if it wanted to become law. And now those lessons were leaving the chamber, going outward, toward people from the world he had never truly known, yet could not quite stop imagining. He ignited the saber once. Crimson and gold filled the room. The blade's hum steadied him. In its light he saw not a child anymore, not even the apprentice others aboard the ship had begun quietly fearing. He saw the outline of what Vader had been making from him since that first rain-soaked night over Godric's Hollow. A hunter, an heir to nothing simple, a boy whose two systems of power no longer fought for dominance inside him, but had begun, however dangerously, to speak in the same sentence. Harry deactivated the blade and clipped it to his belt. Then he walked out of the chamber to prepare for his first true mission, carrying with him a lexicon no one else in the Empire could have written. And somewhere deep in the heart of the Executor, through steel corridors humming with ordered menace, through watchful officers and muttering engines and stars that had become familiar enough to stop feeling distant, the future shifted a little further toward him. Because innovation, Harry now understood, was only the first stage. Rule required proof, and proof in his life had always arrived wearing the face of loss. Harry Potter's first solo mission did not begin with battle. It began with a name. 3 names, actually, suspended in red holographic light above a war table in one of the Executor's secure tactical chambers. Elphia's Doge, Arabella Figg, Hestia Jones. Harry stood at the edge of the table with his hands behind his back. Expression still. The crimson and gold crossguard saber clipped at his hip. The room around him was dark, except for the tactical projection and the narrow illumination strip above the far wall, where stars drifted silently beyond reinforced transparisteel. Vader stood opposite him, one black-gloved hand resting lightly on the edge of the table, as if the names in the projection were already pinned beneath it. All 3 targets rotated slowly in sequence. accompanied by dossiers drawn from Imperial intelligence, recovered fragments of magical records, intercepted transmissions, and what Harry suspected were several layers of data Vader had not shown anyone else. Elphia's doge appeared first, elderly, silver-haired, stooped, spectacles slipping low on his nose. Archive footage rendered him bookish and gentle-looking, which Harry knew better than to mistake for harmless. Anyone close enough to Albus Dumbledore to survive the First War on Earth and then flee into another galaxy was either luckier than probability allowed or far harder to kill than his face suggested. Arabella Figg followed, older woman, lined features, tired eyes that somehow still managed alertness. Her cover identities spanned refugee aid columns, cargo registries, and settlement census ghosts across several sectors. Not a frontline fighter then, but not useless either. Then Hestia Jones, dark hair, hard gaze, posture of someone who had decided years ago that fear could exist without being obeyed. Her file contained fewer photographs, more field reports, and a disproportionate number of dead informants attached to her trail. That told Harry more than biography would have. Vader deactivated the rotation with a gesture. These are the surviving off-world remnants of the organization that once protected your parents, he said. Harry's eyes stayed on the holograms. Why did they flee Earth? Because they understood, sooner than most, that your world had become visible to something larger than its own war. That answer carried layers inside it. Harry heard all of them. The Order of the Phoenix had not simply escaped grief or defeat. They had seen the first fracture between worlds and chosen motion over martyrdom. Some would call that cowardice. Vader would not have selected them as Harry's first real targets if cowardice were the dominant trait. Why not strike all three at once? Harry asked. Because this is not merely removal, Vader said. It is instruction. Harry did not move, but something in him tightened. Instruction from Vader was rarely about tactics alone. It meant motive under pressure, decision with consequence, the slow stripping away of anything naive enough to survive earlier lessons. These three represent different forms of resistance, Vader continued. Doge is memory and continuity. Fig is concealment and preservation. Jones is adaptation. You will face them separately. You will learn what each requires. Harry nodded once, and if one leads to the others, then follow the lead, Vader said. But the mission priority is not collection, it is comprehension. That, more than anything, made Harry understand how serious this was. Vader did not care only whether the targets died. He cared whether Harry emerged from the hunt with a more sophisticated relationship to violence than simple efficiency. Commander Kess, standing 2 paces behind Vader in silence until now, keyed the hologram into sector view. 3 worlds flared. A mining moon orbiting a fractured gas giant in the outer colonies. A refugee settlement on Corellia's lower industrial continent. A Mandalorian wasteland zone marked by dead coordinates, insurgent traffic, and missing Imperial scouts. Harry looked at them in order. Doge first, he said. Kess grunted. Why? Old men talk when they think they can teach. A flicker of approval moved through Kess's expression and was gone. Vader said, correct. He changed the display again. Elphia's Doge's refuge expanded into topography, industrial layouts, tunnel grids, and weather patterns. The mining moon was called Braca Minor 9, though locals shortened it to Minor 9 the way people shortened miserable places to save breath. Thin atmosphere, bitter cold, razor ore extraction, company dormitories grown around strip scars and machine canyons. A world where visibility shifted hourly under mineral storms, and the desperate became nearly indistinguishable from the employed. Doge has hidden there under clerical identity records for 3 years, Vader said. He teaches literacy to indentured laborers and advises medical tents after cave-ins. He does not leave often. Harry studied the map. He wants to be found by the right kind of people. Explain. If he only wanted to disappear, there are cleaner worlds. Harry traced the settlement grid with his eyes. This is a place where people talk quietly, need help, and notice kindness. He's maintaining relevance. Networks form around that. Vader's silence confirmed the assessment. Harry shifted his attention to Doge's face again. The old wizard looked harmless in the way old libraries looked harmless, until something inside them woke up and remembered the value of old knowledge. "When do I leave?" Harry asked. "In 1 hour." No more was needed. The mission was live. The shuttle carried only Harry, a pilot droid, and silence. Vader did not accompany him. There was no escort wing overhead, no stormtrooper strike team in the hold waiting for breach command. Harry wore mission blacks over light armor plated enough to stop fragments and glancing energy impacts, not enough to turn him into a walking announcement. The saber remained at his hip. A compact Imperial sidearm rested concealed beneath his coat, more for disguise completion than preference. His wand, unused by necessity for years, but preserved among the few artifacts Vader had allowed him from Earth's recovered fragments, sat hidden in an inner sleeve compartment like a private joke between old systems and new. Harry had not asked for it. Vader had simply had it returned to him before departure. That, more than an explicit order, meant the mission was expected to require judgment rather than doctrinal purity. The shuttle descended through iron-gray cloud bands and industrial smog, until Minor 9 rose below them in a spread of jagged terraces, extraction pits, lift towers, and prefab habitation blocks clinging to the mining basin edges. Floodlights turned suspended dust into glowing columns. Conveyor chains moved like black rivers between machine teeth. The whole moon looked half-built and half-dying. Harry felt it before landing, not Doge specifically, human weariness. Thousands of minds pressed into routine hardship. Hunger managed, fear rationed. Hope reduced to daily survivals small enough not to attract punishment. He disliked places like this immediately, not because they were unpleasant, because the Empire made them useful. The shuttle docked at an outer freight terminal under the identity code of a minor intelligence courier. Harry disembarked alone into freezing wind that stank of metal, oil, and ore dust. The terminal guards checked his papers, saw the clearance level, and straightened with exactly the wrong kind of respect, resentful, fearful, incurious. Good. That meant they would remember him as trouble and avoid learning details. He spent the first 2 hours not hunting, but listening. A lower commissary. A medical queue. A prayer alcove repurposed from a broken loading corridor. He moved through them without grand secrecy, dressed well enough to be noticed, but plain enough to imply bureaucratic menace rather than theatrical danger. People saw him. That was useful. Fear created conversational absences, and absences often outline the shape of local exceptions. Elphia's Doge's name was never spoken aloud, but the old teacher came up twice, the elder in Block 7, the man from the books, the one who writes letters for people who can't. Harry filed every mention. By night cycle, he had a room in a transit barracks overlooking the North Mining Cut and 3 plausible routes to Doge's shelter. He chose the least efficient one because it offered the best sightline over the settlement's informal movement paths. At 02:17 local, he saw him. The old man moved slower than archive footage suggested, but not frail. Wrapped in layered gray thermal cloth, carrying a satchel against his chest, he crossed between habitation blocks with the deliberate economy of someone who had lived long enough to waste no motion on performance. 2 children shadowed him partway, listening as he spoke. They laughed at something he said. He sent them away before reaching the Medline tents. Harry watched from above. Something unpleasantly human moved through him, not pity, dislocation. This old man belonged, however temporarily, to the world around him. He had made himself function there, built a tiny orbit of usefulness in a place designed to grind all usefulness down into labor quotas. Harry followed at distance. Doge spent 2 hours in the med tents binding injuries, reading labels for a burned miner who could not see well, and mediating an argument between 2 exhausted shift supervisors on the edge of violence. None of it looked like resistance. That was why it mattered. By the time Doge finally left the tents and took the outer catwalk route toward the abandoned chapel sector, Harry had decided on his approach. No blaster, no public seizure, no dramatic entry. He wanted the old man to know exactly who had found him. The chapel was a dead place. Pre-imperial structure hollowed out and repurposed 3 times before finally being abandoned when the Western vent systems failed. Wind whistled through cracked, stained panels and bent support ribs. Dust gathered in pew-frame shadows like old ash. Doge entered through the side service door, lit one low lamp, and set his satchel on a splintered table that might once have been an altar. Harry stepped in behind him and sealed the door. Doge did not startle. That told Harry more than any dossier line. The old wizard turned slowly, lamplight catching in his spectacles. His face remained composed for a long moment. Then his eyes moved to Harry's scar, then to the saber at his hip, and something inside his expression went very still. "Harry," Elphia's Doge said. No title, no fear-hiding falsehood. Just Harry. The sound of his name in that voice hit harder than any accusation might have. "You know who I am," Harry said. Doge's gaze lingered on him as if trying to reconcile too many timelines at once. "I hoped," he said quietly, "that if this day came, I would have more to offer than recognition." Harry stopped 3 paces away. "Offer it anyway." Doge gave a tired, sad, almost smile. "You sound like him." "Which one? Both of the men who shaped you, I suspect." Harry ignored that. "Why did you leave Earth?" Doge leaned one hand against the table. The lamp between them threw long shadows across old floorboards. "Because after the night your parents died, strange things began happening around the world. The stars behaved wrongly. Certain wards felt watched. Albus believed the fracture might widen. Some of us were sent outward through whatever means we could secure, portals, smuggling routes, magical displacements attached to non-magical transport. We were to preserve knowledge and wait. Wait for what? For certainty." Harry's mouth tightened. "And did it arrive?" Doge's eyes deepened behind the glasses. "You are standing here, so yes." Harry studied him. "No obvious lie, plenty of withheld interpretation. Did you ever try to find me?" Something like pain passed through the old man's face then, not theatrical guilt, not manipulative sorrow, but something quieter and therefore more dangerous. "Yes," Doge said. "For years." Harry felt the room sharpen. "How?" "In every way available to people who had lost their world's center and found ourselves hiding in someone else's galaxy." Doge's voice did not rise. "We searched magical residues. We followed rumors of impossible children, strange energy incidents, force anomalies attached to imperial seals. Most trails died, a few led to traps." He glanced once, very slightly, toward the saber on Harry's belt, "and some," he said, "led here." Harry stood very still, because part of him wanted to dismiss it instantly as manipulation, and another part knew the old man was too skilled at grief to counterfeit this badly. "Why didn't you come for me?" Harry asked. Doge closed his eyes once, briefly. When he opened them, he looked older. "Because by the time we understood who had taken you," he said, "coming for you and reaching you were no longer the same thing." Silence opened between them. Wind scraped across the chapel's exterior panels. Harry felt the old hot anger begin to gather, but it did not settle cleanly. It tangled with something less useful, something closer to the part of himself that still occasionally dreamed of rain over broken stone. Doge saw the shift. "May I ask a question?" the old man said. "You may try." Doge nodded once, accepting the sharpness. "Do you know what your mother did?" Harry's scar began to prickle. "Enough," he said. "Do you?" Doge repeated gently. The gentleness nearly made Harry ignite the saber then and there. Instead he said, "She died stopping him." "She did more than stop him." Doge stepped away from the table slowly, hands visible. "Lily chose to stand between death and her son with nothing left but herself. That kind of magic does not vanish. It lives where it lands." Harry's second channel stirred hard in response. The old symbolic grammar inside him recognized the shape of the truth before his conscious mind wanted to. "Doge saw that too. He took your body," the old man said, and now there was unmistakable anger under the grief, directed not at Harry but through him toward someone else. "But not the whole of what she made around you." Harry's voice cooled dangerously. "Be careful." "Why?" Doge asked. Because the truth is inconvenient to the Empire? At that, Harry moved, not with the saber, with the Force. Doge slammed backward against the far wall, air driven from his lungs as invisible pressure pinned him chest-high above the cracked floor. Dust shook loose from wood beams. The lamp flame guttered. Harry stepped closer, one hand out. "I did not come here for sermons," he said. The old man struggled for breath but did not reach for a wand. That, more than resistance might have, infuriated Harry. Doge still believed words were weapons worth trying even now. "Then why did you come?" Doge rasped. "To prove he made you obedient." Harry tightened the hold, not enough to crush, enough to warn. Doge's face paled, and yet still no wand. Harry felt it in the old man's sleeve pocket, a reserve option, not forgotten. Why not use it? Because he was measuring something, Harry realized. Not his chances of survival, mine. The realization hit like a slap. Harry released the hold. Doge dropped hard, coughing into one hand. "You could have fought," Harry said. "Yes." "Why didn't you?" Doge dragged in air, then looked up from where he knelt against the wall. "Because if there is even a fragment of Lily and James still alive in you, I will not spend my first true moment with you turning it into a duel." Harry hated the answer instantly because some part of him believed it. That was the moment the chapel became dangerous. Not because Doge had won anything, because he had shifted the field away from simple target elimination and into moral terrain Vader had deliberately refused to map for him in advance. Harry took one measured breath, then another. He could kill the man now. It would be easy, efficient, clean enough, but efficiency was no longer the only lesson here. "Tell me where the others are," Harry said. Doge's laugh was faint, rough, almost affectionate in its sadness. "There he is." Harry's eyes narrowed. "Meaning?" "The boy who asks questions before he kills," Doge said. "I haven't killed you yet because you may still be useful." "Yes," Doge replied, "and because something in you is listening harder than you want it to." That did it. Harry drew the saber. Crimson and gold lit the chapel in a violent bloom. Broken stained glass caught the light and scattered red across Doge's lined face. The old man looked at the weapon and, for the first time, truly showed grief. "What did he turn you into?" Doge whispered. Harry stood over him with the blade humming low. "Answer," he said. Doge looked not at the weapon but at Harry's eyes, and then he did something unexpected. He spoke an address, not Arabella's, not Hestia's. A sequence of coordinates leading to an old cargo drop route through Mandalorian fringe space. Harry's pulse changed. "You're lying," he said. "Partly." That honesty was so outrageous Harry almost laughed. Doge continued before he could speak. "It was one of our fallback channels years ago. It may connect to no one now. It may connect to someone who has already moved, but it is real." "Why give it to me?" "Because if I refuse, you kill me and learn nothing except that I remained stubborn." Doge held Harry's gaze. "If I speak, perhaps you follow a trail that leads you to a better question than the one you came with." Harry did not lower the saber. "What question?" Doge's voice thinned, either from age or pressure or both. "Whether conquest is the same thing as inheritance." For one long second, neither moved. Then the chapel door exploded inward. 3 miners in patchwork thermal gear rushed the threshold carrying industrial cutters and improvised shock rods, faces white with fear and terrible resolve. They had heard enough or sensed enough to decide the old man needed saving. Idiots, Harry thought instantly, but brave ones. The first swung a cutter. Harry moved on instinct. Slipguard redirected the arc. The cutter flashed wide, sparks screaming off wood. He pivoted, struck the attacker in the sternum with a force shove sharp enough to throw him across 2 pew frames without breaking bone. The second came from the left. Harry used Wraith Step, just enough blur to vanish from the strike line, and the man stumbled into empty air where Harry had been. Harry hit him behind the knee with the saber hilt, dropped him, and kicked the shock rod away. The third saw the red-gold blade, saw 2 friends already down, and still came forward anyway with both hands gripping a mining pick sharpened for Auroch, not war. Harry almost admired that. Almost. Dreadhold flashed out before he fully chose it. The man froze mid-charge, choking on invisible terror and constriction. not dying. Trapped inside the feeling of death approaching, Harry released him at once. The attacker collapsed, sobbing for breath. Silence rushed back into the chapel. Doge had watched all of it. He looked at the gasping miner, then at Harry, and the old man's face changed again, not with fear this time, but comprehension. "You let them live," he said. Harry turned the saber off. Darkness rushed back in, leaving only the lamp and the wind. "They were irrelevant," Harry said. Doge's answer came soft and precise. "No, they were mirrors." Harry hated that too. He holstered the saber, keyed the Mandalorian coordinates into his wrist unit, and stepped backward toward the shattered doorway. "Next time," he said, "don't depend on strangers interrupting the conversation." Doge, still on the floor, gave the faintest nod. "Next time, perhaps you will come with different questions." Harry left before the old man could say his name again. Outside, ore dust swept through floodlights like metallic snow. He did not report immediate termination, not yet. Instead, he sent a coded burst to the executor, target Doge located. Intelligence acquired. Proceeding to secondary lead, no mention of mercy, no mention of hesitation. No mention of the old man still breathing in a dead chapel, because Harry Potter, raised by Darth Vader, had discovered that killing someone from his birth world required more precision of self than chamber drills could teach. The reply came from Vader 3 minutes later. Proceed. Nothing else. Of course. Corellia was warmer, louder, and uglier in a more civilized way. If Minor 9 was honest brutality, the refugee quarter on Corellia's lower continent was layered hypocrisy. Bureaucracy over desperation, market chatter over black market extortion, aid tents shadowed by smugglers, children playing beside ration disputes and silent disappearances. Towers loomed in the far distance where the wealthy sectors began, their light never quite reaching the district where Arabella Figg had hidden herself among the displaced. Harry arrived under a customs intelligence pretext again, but this time he chose not to move openly for long. Corellia taught adaptation quickly. Officials were watched here, weighed, sold, avoided, sometimes stabbed. Better to vanish sooner, he changed clothes, lost the outer coat, suppressed his imperial signature where possible, left the saber concealed deeper beneath a weathered local cloak. For 6 hours he did nothing but walk. The district smelled of fried oil, rust water, damp fabric, healing salves, and too many people learning how to make narrow alleys substitute for homeland. Every third sign was painted over from an older language. Every fourth face held the look of someone who had once believed movement was temporary and had now been still too long. Arabella Figg was harder to find than Doge. That, Harry realized, was the point. Doge hid by remaining useful in one visible place. Figg hid by diffusing herself through 100 small tasks. No one would centralize into pattern unless they already knew to look. Pet feed distribution records, laundry exchange slips, caregiver registries, transit escort rosters, missing children recovery notes, and always the same handwriting where names had been corrected. Harry found her through cats. Not literally magical ones, though a tiny reflex in him still half expected that from Earth's stranger corners. But through the fact that feral district cats gathered consistently near 3 specific alley kitchens and 1 derelict stairwell, landing where old nutrient tins were always left warm. The locals called the unseen feeder anti-gray. Harry waited on the landing at dusk, when she arrived, carrying 2 sacks and muttering under her breath about thieves with no sense of portions. He recognized her immediately despite age and wear. Arabella Figg stopped halfway up the stairs. She saw him, saw the scar, saw that he was alone. Unlike Doge, she went for her wand at once. Harry was faster. A force pull yanked it from her sleeve before it cleared cloth. He caught it in his left hand, stepped up 1 stair, and held it between them. Figg stared at him with flat, furious disbelief. "Well," she said, voice dry as old paper, "that answers 1 question." Harry kept his expression neutral. "Which one?" "Whether they broke you," she said. The answer came from somewhere cold and trained. "No, they improved me." Figg's mouth tightened. "Of course that's what they told you." Harry did not rise to it. The stairwell around them was narrow, enclosed, concrete wet. Not the place for loud scenes. Not the place she wanted a real fight either, Harry guessed. Too many civilians nearby, too many children in earshot. Inside, Harry said. Or... Harry looked down the stairs where two cats had frozen mid-step, sensing tension. Or the conversation gets public. Fig hated him for that immediately. Good, she turned and climbed. Her room was small, clean, and packed with the kind of objects people gathered when survival required making routine look harmless. Blankets folded by size, tin cups, mended clothes, a shelf of old storybooks in 4 languages, herb bundles drying over a radiator grill. On the windowsill sat 6 chipped bowls where cats apparently came and went without permission. Harry closed the door behind him. Fig did not sit, neither did he. "You fed children in little whinging," Harry said without preamble. The words hit her harder than seeing him had. For a moment the anger cracked, exposing something older. "I knew you'd remember food before faces," she said quietly. Harry hadn't remembered until minor 9. Until Doge's questions and the way old names were beginning to wake things he had long ago trained into stillness. But now, in this room with this woman, fragments aligned. Summer heat. The smell of cabbage and laundry soap, being watched from a window by someone pretending not to care. Small acts that never announced themselves. "Why didn't you take me?" he asked. Fig laughed once, short, bitter. "Take you where? Into hiding with a child every dark thing in Britain was hunting, to a flat where I could barely protect myself. We did what we were told was safest." She met his eyes. "And some of us hated ourselves for it." Harry stood motionless. Because again, the answer did not absolve anyone, but it also refused the clean villainy anger preferred. He held out her wand. She looked at it, suspicious. "Take it," he said. That surprised her enough to show. "Why?" "Because if I wanted you helpless, you already would be." Slowly, carefully, she took it. Interesting, Harry thought as she did. He had expected gratitude or foolish attack. Instead, he got something else, assessment. She was recalculating him in real time. "Why are you here?" she asked. "Names, routes, survivors." Fig snorted. "You think we kept a tidy ledger?" "No," Harry's voice cooled. "I think you kept redundancies." That earned him a brief, unwilling flash of respect. "Some," she admitted. He waited. She did not fill the silence, so Harry shifted tactics. "Elphia's Doge is alive," he said. That landed. Fig's wand hand tightened. "You found him?" "Yes. And I'm here." Her eyes narrowed. Meaning if he were dead, I would not need to ask you what he didn't give." Fig looked at him for a long moment. Then she surprised him. "You didn't kill Elphia's?" she said, and this time it wasn't a question. "Why?" Harry felt the room become a testing ground, not in the military sense, in the older magical one, thresholds, names, meaning. "Because he talked," he said. Fig's expression sharpened with age-earned instinct. "And because you listened." Harry said nothing. She moved to the window, looked out through rusted blinds at the district below, and for the first time seemed tired rather than angry. "Hestia won't let you talk first," she said. That was information. Harry took it without reaction. "Where?" Fig's shoulders rose and fell once. "I won't give you coordinates." "You would rather die," she turned. "Don't flatter yourself. I've been ready for that since before you lost your baby teeth." Harry almost smiled at the line and hated himself a little for the impulse. Fig saw the near reaction. Something in her face shifted. "There you are," she murmured. His expression hardened instantly. "Careful." "No," she said. "You be careful. They've wrapped you in metal and doctrine for so long you think every human response is weakness. It isn't." Harry stepped closer. "You are very close," he said, "to making the same mistake Doge did." "And what mistake was that?" "Believing my name gives you leverage." Fig stared up at him, old and unafraid in the cramped room with the cats circling near the radiator as if waiting for weather to decide what it was doing. Then she said softly, "Harry." The second time that day. It hit differently from Doge's voice, but no less precisely. His scar burned, not hot enough for pain. Hot enough for memory to knock once against the inside of his skull. He reached for control and found something else moving with it. Anger, yes, but grief braided into it now, and beneath both, a terrible curiosity he wished would stay dead. Magic rose first this time. The window panes frosted from the inside. The radiator groaned. The cats arched and fled under the bed. Fig saw it all and did not flinch. "Good," she said. Harry blinked. "What?" "Good," she repeated, almost fierce now. "Be angry, be confused, be all of it. Better that than hollow." The words went through him like a blade entering between armor segments. He could have ended the conversation there by force. Instead, he asked the question he had not meant to ask. What was she like? Silence. Fig's face changed, not shocked, saddened in a way that recognized the cost of the question. "Your mother," she said. Harry did not repeat himself. Fig leaned against the window ledge and looked not at him, but somewhere just to one side, as though memory sat there better than direct gaze. "Impatient with fools," she said. "Kind in practical ways, very little patience for grand speeches. Terrible at pretending she wasn't frightened when she was. Brilliant, stubborn, funny when she forgot she was supposed to be serious." Fig's voice lowered. "She loved you with the sort of concentration that made other people feel clumsy near it." Harry's throat tightened with something he had no tactical use for, so he shut it down. "Where is Hestia?" he asked again. Fig came back to the room. "This district has old freight tunnels that connect to off-record landing pads," she said. "One route still carries coded relief shipments tagged with a Mandalorian Salvage Guild seal that no longer exists. Follow that ghost and you'll find someone who can point you farther. Not coordinates. A trail, enough to move, not enough to own." Harry inclined his head once. "Smart. I'm old, not stupid." He turned toward the door. Behind him, Fig said, "Did he ever tell you what a home is?" Harry stopped. After a moment he said, "A secured territory." Fig made a sound almost too small to be called heartbreak. "No," she said. "That's what an empire says." Harry left before she could say more. Out in the alley, the night had thickened. Rain began in light, dirty drops. He stood beneath a broken awning and realized his hands were shaking. Not from fear, not from exhaustion, but from the effort of not becoming visibly altered by what the day had done to him. Minor 9 had cracked something. Corellia had widened it. He had come looking for targets and kept finding witnesses. That was becoming a problem. He sent the executor another coded burst, secondary contact established, trail confirmed. Proceeding Mandalorian vector. This time Vader's reply came slower. When it arrived, it was only 2 words. "Finish learning." Harry stared at the message until the rain blurred the display slightly. Then he deleted it and went hunting. Mandalorian space did not welcome outsiders. It barely welcomed Mandalorians. The world at the end of Fig's trail, if it could be called a world and not a wound, was a scarred settlement zone on the edge of what old maps still labeled Keldabe Exclusion Range, though no formal authority had maintained the region in years. Half-collapsed domes, blast-pitted landing flats, scrapyards turned into fortresses by people who trusted metal more than treaties. Winds carried red dust across Beskar wreckage and old clan markings that no one had fully bothered to erase. Here, imperial presence existed in the tense grammar of never entirely successful occupation. Distant patrol sweeps, missing drone coverage, informants who disappeared before reporting twice, and enough unexploded ordnance under the sand to turn certainty into a health risk. The Salvage Guild ghost route led Harry to a fuel depot that no longer sold fuel. An old woman with an electro rifle watched him approach from a roofline and said nothing. A boy in scavenged armor guided him inside after seeing the encrypted freight tag on his wrist display. He took Harry down 2 levels beneath the depot, through a blast door disguised as scrap wall, and into a bunker full of quiet people who had all learned that survival required choosing exactly when surprise was worth showing. Hestia Jones was there, not at the center of the room, on the edge. That told Harry almost as much as anything else. Leaders who survived long in places like this learned to let rooms revolve without advertising the axis. She stood when he entered, no visible wand, no visible fear. Her dark jacket was worn thin at the elbows, her hair shorter than the file image, a white scar cutting from her jawline into the collar shadow. Her eyes took in everything in one sweep, His age, his scar, the saber hidden but not hidden enough, the fact that he had come alone, the fact that he had been allowed to. "Everyone out," she said. No one argued. Interesting again. In less than 10 seconds, the bunker emptied except for the two of them. The blast door closed. Harry did not speak first this time, neither did she. They stood across a scarred metal table beneath a single hanging lamp while dust hissed faintly through the vent systems. Somewhere far above, wind scraped the salvage yard. Finally, Hestia said, "I wondered which version of you they'd send." Harry's voice stayed even. And I'm disappointed," she said, "but not surprised." He ignored the bait. "You expected me." "I expected the Empire to get smarter eventually." Harry tipped his head slightly. "Then you know why I'm here." "Yes." Hestia folded her arms. "And I know Doge and Fig both left enough of a trail that you started asking the wrong questions." "Wrong for them, maybe. Right for you." Harry's gaze sharpened. "You're very confident for someone cornered." Her expression did not change. "Am I cornered?" Harry reached with the force. He found the bunker, 3 exits, 1 sealed, 2 hidden fallback channels, 6 people just outside the blast range in defensive positions. A remotely armed charge beneath the outer stair. Good discipline. "Yes," he said. "You are. Then you may as well ask." He almost respected her immediately, which made him cautious. "Why did you stay in the fight when the others hid?" he asked. Hestia gave a tiny shrug. "Someone had to." "That isn't an answer." "No," she said. "It's a worldview." Harry let that sit. "Hestia Jones," he said, "you have been running resistance traffic, artifact relocation, and anti-imperial sabotage cells for at least 4 years. You have cost the Empire ships, personnel, and intelligence assets. You have hidden magical refugees. You have moved objects of value across restricted sectors." He took 1 step closer. "Tell me where the caches are." Hestia looked at him like one might look at a storm that had decided to speak. "There it is," she said softly. The imperial voice over Lily Potter's eyes. The room temperature seemed to drop. Harry's scar flared hot enough to hurt this time. "I know what I'm looking at," Hestia continued before he could speak. "I told myself for years that if you were alive, maybe you were hidden, maybe in stasis, maybe twisted but still reachable. And now here you stand, talking like a custom seizure report." Harry reached for anger because anger was cleaner than anything else rising in him. It came, but not cleanly. Dreadhold would work here. Slipguard too, if she drew steel or wand. Sever cast if he needed to break a counter before it formed. All the options lined themselves up helpfully, and yet he did not act. Hestia saw the pause. "Good," she said. He almost laughed from sheer disbelief. "You all say that. Because hesitation means thought is still alive." Harry's voice hardened to ice. "Do not mistake control for hesitation." Hestia's answer was immediate. "Do not mistake memorized cruelty for control." That landed. Hard, he drew the saber. Crimson and gold flooded the bunker. The hanging lamp flickered under the energy pressure. The blade hum filled the enclosed space with a predator's patience. Hestia did not move for her wand. Instead, she reached slowly into her jacket and took out something small. A photograph. Old, bent at the edges, magical print frozen mid-laugh. James and Lily Potter in sunlight, Harry had no memory of. Younger than death made them in reconstructed images. James holding baby Harry awkwardly, as though afraid of dropping someone too important. Lily leaning in, laughing at him. Harry's breath caught once. That was all. Hestia held the photograph where the saber light painted it red and gold. "I kept this in case we ever found you." The blade in Harry's hand suddenly felt both realer and less real. "What do you want?" he asked, and heard the fracture in the question too late. Hestia's eyes softened, which somehow hurt more than defiance. "I want you to stop answering every wound by becoming someone else's weapon." The saber hummed louder in the silence that followed. Harry stared at the photograph. At his parents as people rather than martyr residues or dossier abstractions. James alive. Lily alive. Both young enough to belong to motion rather than memory. Something in him recoiled from the image. Something else stepped toward it. And right then, right at the point where choice might have become visible, alarms screamed through the bunker. Red strips flashed along the wall seams. A voice shouted from beyond the blast door. "Imperial patrol inbound. 2 carriers, maybe 3, Hestia cursed under her breath. Harry extinguished the saber instantly. The photograph vanished back into her jacket. For one flashing second, they looked at each other with the kind of clarity combat rarely allowed. Not allies, not yet enemies in the simple sense either, but 2 people whose next decisions would define more than the room around them. Harry reached outward with the force. 3 Imperial dropships, yes, not his, standard sweep pattern, bad timing, worse for her than for him. "You're compromised," he said. Hestia gave him a grim smile. "Apparently, you thought I came alone and wasn't followed. I was right about the first part." The bunker shook once as something heavy landed above. Harry made the calculation quickly. If the patrol breached and found him here, explanations would follow, reports, questions, maybe even Palpatine's attention if enough anomalies stacked together. Worse, Hestia would die in crossfire or interrogation before the conversation ever resolved into anything useful. He did not know why that mattered yet, only that it did. "Take your people and go," Harry said. Hestia stared at him. "What? Now?" She didn't move. "Why?" "Because I'm not done. Because I hate that I'm not done. Because if they kill you first, the question stays unfinished. Instead," he said, "because I am the more dangerous complication." That got through to her at last. She moved to the emergency panel, slapped open the hidden floor route, and the bunker's back plating began sliding aside to reveal a narrow descent tunnel. At the door, she paused, turned back, and said the thing that would follow Harry long after the dust settled. "His middle name was James?" She said. Harry went still, Hestia's voice lowered. "Your mother called you Harry James Potter when she was angry, amused, or afraid for you." Her gaze held his with terrifying steadiness. "You should know at least one piece of yourself without them owning it." Then she was gone. The tunnel sealed behind her. 3 seconds later, the Imperial blast team hit the outer door. Harry turned as the first charge blew. Stormtroopers poured in through smoke and sparks, then halted in chaos when they found not insurgents, but a black-clad intelligence courier with a red-gold saber igniting in one violent line of light. He disarmed them in under 12 seconds. Not killed. Disarmed. Slipguard sent blaster bolts into walls and ceiling. Wraith's step put him inside their firing angles before aim corrected. Dreadhold froze the sergeant long enough for the others to drop weapons in panicked confusion. By the time the second squad reached the stair, they found their comrades prone, choking, weaponless, and a priority clearance operative standing amid them like judgment with no patience left. Harry transmitted falsified authority codes, redirected the patrol to a phantom insurgent trail 2 clicks west, and walked out of the bunker before anyone recovered enough dignity to challenge him. Outside, Mandalorian wind tore red dust across the salvage flats. He stood alone in it, the phrase echoing in his skull, Harry James Potter, not apprentice, not asset, not future conqueror, not Lord Vader's foundling from another galaxy. Harry James Potter, his middle name, a trivial thing, a small thing. And for that reason, perhaps, it hit him like a structural breach. He sent one final report to the executor. Jones escaped during unrelated Imperial incursion. Lead network disrupted, returning with partial intelligence. The reply did not come immediately. When it did, it was only a summons. Return. The audience chamber aboard the executor felt colder after Mandalore. Not physically, judicially. Harry stood before Vader in full mission blacks, dust from 3 worlds still ground into his boots, and the smell of ore, rain, and red sand still somehow lingering in his clothes despite decontamination. The tactical chamber lights were low. No officers remained, no observers. Only Vader, a starfield beyond the viewport, and the invisible shape of everything Harry had not written into his reports. On the table between them lay 3 data tags, Minor 9, Corellia, Mandalore. Vader did not touch them. "You let Doge live," he said, not a question. Harry answered with equal directness. "Yes, you let Fig retain capacity to vanish. Yes." And Jones escaped. Harry held his gaze. Yes, silence lengthened. Vader's respirator marked each second with mechanical inevitability. Most men would have rushed to justify themselves by then. Harry had been trained by Vader too long for that. At last Vader said, "Why?" Harry could have offered tactics, partial intelligence, field adaptability, network tracing, psychological leverage, all true enough to function as explanation. None were sufficient, so he gave the truth that mattered. Because killing them would have ended the lesson too early, he said. The silence that followed changed shape, not approval, consideration. Vader stepped closer to the table. What lesson? Harry felt the three encounters rearranging themselves inside him as he spoke. Doge showed me memory weaponized through patience, he said. Fig showed me concealment built on ordinary care. Jones showed me resistance that survives by adapting faster than Empire categorizes. He paused, and all three proved the same thing. Vader waited. Harry's voice sharpened. That my birth world does not disappear just because I stand against it. There it was, not confession, assessment, cold enough to be useful, honest enough to matter. Vader studied him through black lenses unreadable to anyone else and nearly unreadable to Harry even now. You hesitated, Vader said. Harry considered lying, did not. Yes. Why? This time the answer cost something to speak. Because they knew me without doctrine, Harry said, and I needed to understand what that changed. Vader moved around the table slowly, like a dark thought taking physical route through the room. And now, he asked. Harry looked at the three data tags, at the worlds they represented. At the old man who would not duel him, the old woman who answered grief with practicality, the resistance fighter who returned a name to him like a knife placed handle first. Now he thought the fracture inside him is wider. Now the question is worse. Now I know mercy is not softness and killing is not always strength. What he said aloud was this. Now I know hesitation can be measured. Vader stopped. Explain. Harry straightened. If hesitation comes from fear, it is weakness. If it comes from confusion, it is vulnerability. If it comes from the need to distinguish value before destruction. His eyes flicked once to the viewport, then back. Then it is a calculation. Vader stood utterly still. Then, after several long seconds, he said, "Good." One word, but it carried more weight than reprimand would have, because Vader had not wanted blind slaughter. He had wanted Harry tested against inheritance, witness, and identity. Had wanted to see whether the boy he had forged would simply perform darkness, or whether he could move through moral pressure without collapsing into sentimental paralysis or empty brutality. Harry had not passed cleanly, but he had passed in a way far more useful. Vader turned back toward the table. "You have learned something more," he said. Harry waited. Vader touched the Mandalorian data tag with one finger. "That resistance evolves faster when it believes itself morally superior," he said. "Jones will now treat you as unstable variable rather than fixed enemy. That makes her more dangerous. Yes, it also makes her traceable." Harry understood immediately because people who believed a soul was salvageable often took risks for that belief, and risks created lines. "You expected this?" Harry said, Vader's helmet angled slightly. "I expected possibility. Of course." The answer chilled and steadied him at once. All three missions had been real. All three targets had mattered. And yet, Vader had also understood from the beginning that Harry's first hunt would not be purely eliminative. It was too entangled with origin for that. The question had never been whether Harry would emerge untouched, only whether he would emerge usefully changed. Vader deactivated the tactical table entirely. The room dimmed another degree. "When you next face them," he said, "the conversation will not protect them." Harry absorbed that, not an order to kill immediately, a prediction. He believed it. So did the part of him that hated how much the prediction felt earned. Vader stepped close enough now that the chest panel lights reflected faintly in Harry's eyes. "Mercy," Vader said, "is rarely the opposite of cruelty. More often it is delayed selection." The words lodged deep. Harry knew that. Had perhaps already begun practicing it without naming it, and yet hearing Vader say it turned instinct into doctrine. "Do you regret letting them live?" Vader asked. Harry thought of Doge in the chapel. Fig by the window, Hestia with the photograph, the miners gasping for air. The cats vanishing under the bed, the bunker alarms, the name James. He answered honestly, no, a beat past. Good, Vader said. Regret Cloud's review. Then he turned away, conversation dismissed in the formal sense. But as Harry pivoted toward the chamber exit, Vader spoke once more. Harry. He stopped. The use of the name in Vader's voice was rare enough to alter the air. Harry turned back. You were not sent to destroy them because they mattered less than you, Vader said. You were sent because they mattered differently. Harry held still. Vader continued. Remember that distinction. It will govern empires. The chamber doors opened. Harry left. Out in the corridor, the executor's endless steel anatomy hummed around him. Officers passed and moved aside. Stormtroopers straightened. Droids glided between tasks. Stars waited beyond bulkheads as if nothing in the universe had changed. But something had. He had gone down to 3 worlds as hunter. He returned not redeemed, not softened, not light-touched in any simple sense. He returned with a harder truth, that the people tied to his birth world were not weak relics to be swept aside. They were pressure points, witnesses, living contradictions. And every time one of them spoke his name, some part of the architecture Vader had built inside him had to decide whether to absorb the impact or crack. That was dangerous. It was also, Harry now understood, the kind of danger from which rulers were made, because a weapon could obey. An heir had to interpret. And somewhere deep under the executor's engine hum, beneath doctrine and training and stars and conquest yet to come, Harry James Potter walked the corridors of the Empire with 3 unfinished conversations burning in his memory like hidden coals. The next time he faced those people, blood would come easier. Not because he would care less, because he would know more. And knowledge in his life had never once arrived without taking something with it. By the time the Emperor summoned Harry Potter to Coruscant, 3 years had passed since his first solo hunt. 3 years of operations. 3 years of watching resistance cells collapse under timing, doctrine, and pressure rather than brute force annihilation alone. 3 years of learning which worlds submitted quickly, which worlds needed terror shaped into theater, and which worlds could only be ruled if their symbols were broken before their bodies were. 3 years of refining spell-weaving until the lexicon stopped feeling experimental and started feeling inevitable. 3 years of becoming visible, not publicly, not in any broad propagandized sense. Palpatine did not elevate anomalies until he understood them. Vader elevated no one at all unless usefulness demanded it. But within the Imperial machine, among inquisitors, intelligence officers, sector moffs with good instincts, and storm commanders who survived enough battlefields to trust pattern recognition, Harry's existence had become something like a rumor wrapped in a warning label. The boy aboard the Executor had become a young man. 17 next winter, though birthdays meant little on ships where stars changed faster than ritual could keep pace. Tall now. Still lean, but no longer slight. His features had sharpened into something that made strangers underestimate warmth and overestimate cruelty. The scar on his forehead had become less a wound than a statement. His green eyes, once startling simply because of their color, had learned the far more dangerous art of stillness. His lightsaber hung at his hip like a decision already made. His wand remained hidden in his sleeve more often than not, unused in public, present in private. Like a secret grammar he no longer needed but refused to surrender. He had earned no formal Sith title. That, more than any promotion might have, told Harry the truth of his position. Titles created expectations. Untitled tools could be shaped longer. He knew that. And because he knew it, the Emperor's summons arrived like a blade sliding into a conversation that had already lasted years. He was in a tactical chamber aboard the Executor, reviewing seizure reports from a smuggled magical relic convoy intercepted near the Tingel Arm, when the doors opened and a black-uniformed command courier entered with the kind of precision reserved for messages no one wanted delayed or witnessed casually. The courier bowed, My Lord Vader requests your immediate presence. Harry looked up once from the report. He sent you personally? Yes. That meant the request was not routine. Harry stood, deactivated the holodisplay, and left without another word. Vader was waiting in the observation corridor outside the forward bridge access spine, alone, hands clasped behind his back. The stars beyond the transparisteel stretched into thin white blades as the executor moved through controlled sublight drift above a nameless brown world. Harry approached and stopped at the proper distance. You sent for me. Vader did not turn immediately. The Emperor has taken interest, he said. That was not surprising. It was worse than surprising. Harry felt his pulse settle downward rather than rise. Training, control. Years of practice in ensuring internal movement did not become visible until it had been named and sorted. At last, Harry said. Vader turned then. The black lenses of the mask gave nothing away. Do not mistake delay for disinterest, he said. He has been watching you through reports, outcomes, and absences. Absences. Harry understood the word instantly. Not only what he had done, but what he had withheld, the pattern of targets left alive long enough to be useful. The reports structured tightly enough to reveal competence, while concealing the precise shape of his decision-making. The fact that he had grown more effective each year, without ever becoming theatrically savage in ways the Emperor traditionally rewarded. Palpatine would notice that. Palpatine noticed anything that did not fit the appetite profiles he expected from power. When? Harry asked. We depart for Coruscant now. No ceremony, no preparation window, of course not. Harry's gaze flicked once to the stars, then back. Why now? Vader's respirator filled the corridor, slow and mechanical. Because you have become difficult to categorize. That answer was honest enough to feel like warning. Harry nodded once. And what does he intend? Several things. Vader stepped closer, enough that the reflected stars vanished from his mask, and only the black remained. He will test your loyalty, Vader said. He will test your fear. He will test whether your power can be seduced into self-disclosure. He will offer truths that are partial and partial truths that are poison. Harry listened without interrupting. He will speak of your parents, Vader continued. He will speak of Earth. He will suggest that everything I have given you was designed to limit what you might have become elsewhere. None of this surprised Harry either, but hearing Vader say it aloud forced something else into the room, awareness, not that Palpatine would weaponize those subjects. Harry had expected that, awareness that Vader expected them to matter. What should I say? Harry asked. Vader's answer came immediately. Only what serves your future. Harry held the gaze of the black mask and let the sentence settle. Not my future, your future. Was that distinction deliberate with Vader? It always was, Harry said. And if he asks whether I serve you or him? Vader's mechanical breathing continued for 2 measured cycles before he spoke. You serve power, he said. Do not say it like a student, say it like a fact. It was a good answer, a dangerous one, which meant it was probably the correct one. Vader turned toward the viewport again. Audience over. Instruction complete. But as Harry pivoted to leave, Vader said one more thing. Do not let him define your nature before you do. Harry stopped. Something about that sentence stayed with him more sharply than the rest. Not because it was unexpected. Because it was intimate in a way Vader rarely allowed himself to sound. Not protective exactly. More like a warning from one forged thing to another about a furnace that preferred reshaping what it examined. Harry left the corridor and went to prepare. For the first time in years, preparation did not mean weapons check, intelligence review, route analysis, or psychological profiles of a target he intended to corner. It meant architecture, internal. What parts of himself could be seen without surrendering them? What questions he would refuse to answer even by silence? What memories he would permit near the surface, and which he would lock behind colder structures before the Emperor's presence tried to drag them upward? He dressed in formal black, not ceremonial Sith robes. Vader had never given him any. Tailored command blacks with no rank plaque and no visible insignia beyond the imperial cut itself. His saber remained at his hip. His wand stayed in the sleeve compartment. No blaster. Coruscant was not the place for obvious redundancies. If violence began there, visible guns would no longer matter. 1 hour later, the executor pivoted toward hyperspace. Harry stood aboard the shuttle descending to the Imperial capital and watched the planet city of Coruscant bloom beneath the clouds like civilization having mistaken itself for divinity. Lights to every horizon, traffic streams layered like veins of molten color, towers rising through weather into their own private atmospheres, the Imperial Palace at the center, not tallest, not brightest, but heavy in a way no other structure was. The whole world bent around it psychologically even before one reached orbit. Harry had seen Coruscant before in transit. Never like this, never as destination chosen by the Emperor himself. The shuttle entered controlled descent lanes. Military escorts fell into position. Beneath the pilot canopy, the city's endless scale rolled outward, and Harry felt a small, cold truth take shape in him. Earth hid its power in old stone, bloodlines, wards, and secrecy. The Empire hid nothing. It built its will into skylines and made all part of governance. He was still looking at the city when Vader said from behind him, "Do not be impressed." Harry answered without turning, "I'm not." That was almost true. The Imperial Palace did not feel like a building. It felt like a conclusion imposed on architecture. By the time Harry passed its inner gates, 3 security tiers and a corridor sequence so controlled it bordered on liturgical, he understood why even seasoned officers changed their breathing inside it. The place was built to eliminate illusion. Not by honest revelation, but by making every lesser status, every temporary authority, every private ambition feel small compared to the system that housed the Emperor. Black stone, red guard formations, ceilings high enough to reduce people to moving punctuation, sound swallowed where it ought to echo and echoed where it ought to be absorbed. Harry walked beside Vader through an antechamber lined with statues of long-dead regimes the Empire had either absorbed or erased. Their faces were worn smooth in places, not from age, but from deliberate symbolic damage. History kept present only to prove it had been conquered. At the final doors, the Imperial Guard stopped them, not in challenge, in protocol. One guard stepped forward, crimson helmet reflecting the chamber lights in narrow slashes. "Lord Vader." "The Emperor requests the young one enter alone." No visible reaction came from Vader. Harry felt one in himself anyway. There it is, he thought, the first split. Palpatine did not want to meet Vader's apprentice, ward, asset, whatever name applied under Vader's shadow. He wanted the field clean, unmediated, defined by his own gaze rather than anyone else's. Vader turned his helmet slightly toward Harry, no spoken instruction, none needed. Harry stepped forward. The Red Guard moved aside. The doors opened, and Darth Sidious sat waiting in darkness shaped like a throne room. The chamber was vast and mostly empty, which made the single figure at its center more oppressive rather than less. A circular platform extended over an abyss of shadow, surrounded by narrow walkways and distant control alcoves that looked too small to matter and probably governed half the planet. Windows beyond the throne showed Coruscant's upper night, traffic lanes, stormlight, and the city's endless artificial stars. The Emperor's throne sat on a raised dais of black metal and dark stone. Palpatine himself looked smaller than his reputation from a distance. That illusion lasted exactly 3 steps. Then Harry felt him, not just the dark side, density. A gravity well of intent so old, so patient, and so accustomed to total concealment beneath performance that Harry's instincts screamed contradictory things at once. Kneel, strike, run, smile, silence, reveal nothing, learn everything. The Emperor's face remained mostly in shadow. Pale, lined, hooded. A ruin animated by will. His hands rested on the armrests without tension, like claws that no longer needed to advertise they could close. Harry stopped at the base of the dais. He did not kneel, not out of rebellion, because Vader had never taught him to. The silence stretched. Palpatine allowed it to, of course he did. Silence under his control was not absence, it was incision. At last the Emperor spoke. "So," he said, voice soft and dry and somehow vast enough to fill the room anyway, "the lost child stands before me as a young man." Harry met the gaze under the hood without challenge, without submission. "You sent for me." A smile touched the Emperor's mouth. Not warmth, satisfaction at a specimen behaving interestingly. "Yes." Palpatine leaned forward slightly, "and I find myself disappointed." Harry waited. "Not in you?" The Emperor said. "In time, it is tedious that one must often wait years for unusual things to become articulate," Harry said. "Most unusual things die before then." Palpatine's smile widened by a fraction. "Good!" The same word Vader used, but here it meant something far more predatory. The Emperor rose. He moved slowly, but the movement felt chosen, theatrical in the oldest and most dangerous sense. Not false, but arranged to shape perception with absolute intention. His robe flowed over the dais steps as he descended one level. "I have read much about you," he said. "Combat summaries, field anomalies, the increasing discomfort of men who would prefer the universe remain classifiable. You have been educational." Harry heard the bait and ignored it. "Then you know what I can do." Palpatine made a small sound, almost amused. "No, I know what has been reported." "That is not the same thing." He began circling, not quickly, not like a duelist, like a scholar stalking a rare manuscript he suspects might bite. "The Force I understand," the Emperor said. "Not entirely, perhaps. One must avoid declaring total mastery over a living abyss, but sufficiently. Your integration of it is promising. Severe, but promising." He tilted his head. "The second current is more interesting." Harry kept still. Palpatine stopped at his left shoulder. "It does not behave like the Force," he murmured. "Nor like Night Sister Icar, nor Jedi Virgins discipline, nor any of the lesser local mysticisms the galaxy produces in self-defense." His ruined fingers lifted slightly, not touching Harry, merely tracing the air near the scar on his forehead. "It is old in a provincial way. Symbolic. Bound to blood, threshold, sacrifice, naming, inheritance is fascinating." Harry said, "If you know so much, why ask me here?" The Emperor's smile disappeared. "Because knowledge extracted through observation lacks one pleasure." "What pleasure?" "Watching whether the observed thing understands itself." There it was. The chamber itself seemed to lean closer. Palpatine returned to the dais but did not sit. Instead he turned toward the windows and the city beyond them, speaking as though to Coruscant and allowing Harry to decide whether to treat that as insult or intimacy. "Tell me," he said, "when you use both channels together, which feels more honest?" Harry answered after a beat. "Honesty is a poor measurement." "Is it?" Palpatine asked lightly. "Your methods suggest otherwise. I have reviewed several engagements where you chose not to maximize lethality despite opportunity. That is not inefficiency. That is criteria." Harry's jaw remained still. Inside, several pieces clicked together. The Emperor knew more than he should from surface reports alone, which meant deeper surveillance, selective witness extraction, or some more unpleasant method of reading outcome residue through the Force. Likely all three. Palpatine turned back to him. "Does your magic feel like home?" the Emperor asked. "Or like contamination?" Harry understood the move instantly. Do not answer the literal question. The real question beneath it was, which system owns your self-concept? Which lack can I expand? He said. "Both systems are tools." Palpatine sighed with exaggerated disappointment. "Ah, Vader has taught you to answer safely." "He taught me to answer usefully." At that, the Emperor laughed softly. The sound was hideous not because it was loud, but because it carried genuine amusement sharpened by contempt. "Yes," he said, "that he has." And there it was again, that tiny incision between Vader and airship, not a direct accusation. A suggestion slipped under the skin. The Emperor moved one hand. The room changed, not physically, perceptually. The dark around them deepened, and suddenly Harry was no longer seeing only the throne room. The windows dimmed. The shadows at the chamber edge thickened into images. Not holograms, Force-crafted visions, supported perhaps by palace mechanisms, perhaps entirely by Palpatine's will. Either possibility was bad enough. A village lane appeared in the air beyond the dais. Rain, stone, a cottage, Godric's Hollow. Harry's body locked 1 degree harder before he could stop it. Palpatine watched that reaction with surgical delight. "Britain," he said softly. "Your hidden world's strange little island power center, so much arrogance packed into so little geography." The illusion widened. Diagon Alley, bright and crowded in some earlier year. Hogwarts rising over dark water. Ministry atrium tiles gleaming. London streets where ordinary humans walked beneath lives they never knew surrounded them. Britain layered under itself. Magical, non-magical, old, secret, absurdly self-important. Harry said nothing. The Emperor circled the illusions like a curator of stolen art. "They would have told you stories." Palpatine said, "Heroism, blood legacy, chosen child nonsense, schools and houses and moral parables dressed as governance. They would have taught you limits disguised as civility." He glanced at Harry. "Do you mourn that?" The question hit closer than Harry wanted to admit because it brushed something he did not call mourning. Not quite, more like the persistent structural awareness of an unwalked corridor in his life. He answered carefully, "I do not mourn things I never possessed." Palpatine nodded once, almost approving. "Better." Then Lily appeared, not in the ruined nursery, alive, a vision only, yes, but one built from whatever residues Palpatine had gathered, Harry's own reactions, recovered data, perhaps deeper things he should not have access to. She stood in the illusion light with red hair catching gold from a window, turning as if someone behind her had said something half funny, half annoying. Her expression was quick, intelligent, real enough to wound. Harry did not move. Palpatine watched everything. "Your mother," the Emperor said. "The axis of your anomaly. Her sacrifice stabilized you, crude provincial magic and yet strangely elegant." Harry's scar burned hot, not unbearable, worse, precise. Palpatine stepped closer to the image. "She did not save you," he said. "Not really. She preserved a possibility." Possibilities are only useful when seized by stronger hands. Harry's voice came out colder than the fire in his forehead. "You speak as if you were there." Palpatine's mouth thinned into a sly, ruined curve. "No, but I understand leverage when I see its aftermath." Lily turned in the illusion again. This time her face tilted toward Harry just enough that the green eyes aligned with his. Harry felt the second channel in him stir violently. Magic disliked false invocation of certain symbols. Memory, sacrifice, the dead used as rhetorical instruments. It rose, red gold and sharp, pushing against his skin in invisible pressure. The chamber lights flickered. Palpatine noticed. There it is, Harry thought. That was the goal, not sentiment alone, provocation through symbol to watch how the two systems reacted under grief. Harry took one breath. Then another. He did what the archivist of Null had forced him to learn years ago. Name the state before action. Not rage, not sorrow, violation. The illusion was a trespass. Naming it gave him control. He extended one hand slightly, not toward Palpatine, but toward the image. Magic moved first this time, silent and exact. A denial pattern laced with threshold logic crossed the space between them and struck the illusion at its symbolic anchor point. The image of Lily shivered. The village behind her fractured. The whole construct broke like thin ice under black water. The throne room returned. Palpatine's eyes sharpened with genuine interest. Harry lowered his hand. "You use memory crudely," he said. The Emperor smiled. "And you defend it personally," he replied. "How delightful!" "No, not delightful, dangerous." Harry knew he had revealed something, even in resisting. Palpatine resumed pacing. "Let us be honest with one another," the Emperor said. "Vader has trained you magnificently, better than he realizes in some ways, less honestly than he imagines in others." He stopped beside the throne and rested one hand on it. "Tell me, does he call you heir?" The question came so cleanly that for a second even Harry felt its blade edge. He did not answer. Palpatine's voice softened further. "No," he said. "Of course not. That would imply succession, trust." investment beyond utility. His eyes narrowed with serpentine sympathy. He calls you necessary, perhaps, useful, future-facing, but never equal, never son, never successor, because those words create obligations he cannot afford. Harry kept his face motionless by force. The problem was not that the Emperor was inventing things. The problem was that he was selecting truths already sharp enough to cut. Vader had indeed never named him heir, never promised succession, never offered the simple, stupid warmth other men might have called family. Palpatine was not discovering weakness. He was putting pressure exactly where the architecture already had seams. Harry said, "You assume too much from language." Palpatine laughed softly again. "On the contrary, I assume everything from language. That is why I am Emperor." He descended the dais fully this time until he stood only a few steps away. "In another life," he said, voice nearly conversational now, "you might have been raised by those on earth who worship restraint. They would have told you your darkness was shame, your anger a flaw, your ambition corruption. They would have trained you into internal civil war. Vader spared you that, at least." The Emperor's head tilted. "But sparing is not the same as choosing for your own sake." Harry heard it, that new distinction, not tool versus heir only, saved from smallness, but perhaps not for himself. Palpatine continued, "Ask yourself this, if you were killed tomorrow, what would Vader mourn? You, or the strategy lost with you?" The chamber went very, very still. Harry's first instinct was to reject the question because of its source. His second instinct was worse. It was to answer it. He forced that instinct down hard enough that the muscles in his jaw ached. "Why does it matter to you?" Harry asked. At last, something like honesty entered Palpatine's expression, honesty of a monster who enjoys speaking true things when they serve his appetite. "Because I dislike unknown succession pathways," he said. "And because your existence presents one, there, finally, not just curiosity. Threat assessment. Palpatine was fascinated, yes, but fascination in him was never separate from the need to dominate, control, or neutralize." Harry saw the shape clearly now. The Emperor wanted three things from this meeting: to map Harry's psychology, to test whether Harry could be detached from Vader or at least turned into a pressure point between them, to evaluate whether the dual-channel power in him could someday exceed containment and therefore require preemptive management. Good, Harry thought with cold clarity. Now the room is honest. He let several seconds pass before answering. "When you look at me," Harry said, "you do not see a threat yet." The Emperor's smile returned, thinner now. "No," Palpatine said. "I see several threats at different stages of ripening." Harry took one slow step forward. The distance between them narrowed into something that would have terrified most admirals more than open battle. "And when you look at Vader," Harry said, "do you see the same thing?" For the first time, Palpatine's eyes changed. Not much, just enough. Because Harry had refused the frame of passive evaluation and inserted another blade into the conversation. Current threat versus future threat, master versus apprentice, empire versus what it cultivates beneath itself. Palpatine answered carefully. "I see a servant who learned long ago that power without the throne is still preferable to weakness beneath it." Harry heard what was absent: no affection, no trust, not even the pretense of mutual destiny, only use. Which, Harry realized with a strange internal chill, was not actually different from how Palpatine likely saw everyone. The distinction was that Vader had survived long enough to become a servant the Emperor respected. Harry said, "Then perhaps you misjudge what kind of future he trains for." "Do I?" "Yes." Palpatine folded his hands into his sleeves. "Explain." Harry looked up at the windows, at Coruscant's endless vertical kingdom of lights and systems and obedience, then back to the Emperor. "He did not teach me to kneel," Harry said. The sentence landed. Palpatine did not react outwardly. But the room did, or perhaps Harry did, sensing the shift in the dark side pressure around the Emperor as interest sharpened into something colder and much more dangerous. At length, Palpatine said, "No, he would not." And there was the first note of something almost like satisfaction. Not because the answer reassured him, because it confirmed a deeper tension he already suspected. He resumed moving, slower now. "Very well," the Emperor said. "Let us see whether your self-concept survives something more direct." Force pressure hit the room without warning, not an attack. An environment. The air thickened, lights dimming as dark power spread from Palpatine like stormwater flooding a valley. Harry felt the old predatory vastness of the Emperor's mastery fill the chamber, testing structure rather than battering it. Lesser beings would have dropped to their knees. Many stronger ones would have mistaken endurance for victory. Harry did neither. He rooted himself, the Force first, cold, disciplined, resistant. Then the second channel, magic rising not as shove or shield, but as a lattice of meaning around his own identity. Name, scar, blood. Chosen thresholds crossed. The sacrificial architecture Lily had burned into fate around him. Vader's years of doctrine layered over it. His own choices added like forged rings around a growing core. Palpatine increased pressure. The windows rattled. Sparks ran through unseen systems. Harry's vision narrowed. He felt his bones, his heartbeat, the exact position of his feet on black floor. He named the state again, not fear, evaluation under duress, that kept the channels from tangling. The Emperor stepped closer into the pressure field he himself had made. "Who are you?" Palpatine asked softly, "when neither of your masters is speaking." The question entered the center of the pressure like a blade. Not who trained you, not what you serve. Who are you? Harry understood in the same instant that this was the real heart of the audience. Every illusion, every question about Lily, Earth, Vader, succession, usefulness, all of it had been preparation for this. The Emperor wanted the answer because names contained governance, define a being's internal narrative, and you shaped its future reactions. Harry's scar blazed. The Force in him strained. Magic rose hot and wild, wanting symbols, wanting truth. For one dangerous instant images flashed behind his eyes. The nursery in ruins, the executor bridge, the dead Kyber world, Doge in the chapel, Fig by the window, Hestia with the photograph, Vader saying necessary. Palpatine asking if he were tool or heir. Lily turning in a false room made from stolen residue. Who are you when neither of your masters is speaking? Harry almost hated the brilliance of the trap, because the only safe answers were empty ones. And empty answers, spoken here, would let Palpatine define him later by their absence. So Harry did the one thing neither teacher would have predicted exactly this way. He told the truth selectively. He stepped through the pressure, one step, then another, enough to prove movement. "I am," Harry said, voice low but carrying in the storm-charged chamber, "what survives contact between worlds." The pressure shifted. Palpatine's eyes sharpened. Harry continued before the silence could claim the line. "I am not your category," he said. "Not his correction. Not Earth's lost son returned to script. Not the Force alone, and not the older power in me alone. Another step. I am what happens when both fail to kill the same thing." The second channel surged with the words, not because they were poetic, but because they were named honestly enough to align symbol and self. The Force answered too, tightening around the statement like a blade recognizing its wielder's grip. The dark pressure in the room faltered, not broke. Faltered, Palpatine smiled then not pleasantly but with terrible genuine delight. "There," he whispered. "At last." The environmental pressure receded all at once, air rushed back, lights stabilized, Harry kept standing, he did not let relief show. The Emperor turned away, climbing the dais steps with the measured pace of a man who had just confirmed both his interest and his concern. "You may go," he said, no dismissal explanation, no formal blessing, no overt threat. That more than anything made the audience feel incomplete in the worst possible way. Harry did not move immediately. "There is one more question," he said. Palpatine paused beside the throne but did not turn. Harry's gaze stayed fixed on the hooded back. "When you showed me my mother," he said, "were you testing my weakness or measuring your own lack of access?" The silence that followed was the most dangerous thing that had yet happened in the room. Then Palpatine half turned and smiled with every ruinous, ancient, poisonous thing he was. "My dear boy," he said softly, "those are not opposites. Harry left before the answer could settle further inside him. The red guards at the outer doors straightened. Vader waited beyond them exactly where he had been left, motionless, black, impossible to read. For several seconds neither spoke as they walked away from the throne room through the palace corridors. Only when they reached a long gallery overlooking the city's night canyons did Vader stop. "What did he ask?" he said. "Not what happened, not are you intact. What did he ask?" Harry looked out over Coruscant instead of at him. "He asked who I am when neither of my masters is speaking." Vader said nothing. Traffic streamed far below like luminous blood through machine veins. Harry continued, because withholding here would merely create a weaker silence later. "He spoke of Earth, of my mother, of succession, of whether you train me as heir or asset." At that, Vader's respirator altered by less than a fraction, but Harry heard it anyway. "He would," Vader said. Harry turned toward him at last. The corridor lights cut clean edges across black armor and left the mask unreadable. "Was any of it false?" Harry asked. "There. Too soon, perhaps, too direct. But Palpatine had placed the blade. Harry refused to pretend he did not feel it. Vader stood absolutely still. Long enough that an officer passing the far end of the gallery saw them, sensed the atmosphere, and chose another route without hesitation. Finally, Vader said, "Falsehood is his preferred architecture." "That was not my question." "No." Harry waited. Vader's gaze remained on the city. "I trained you for power," he said, "because weakness in you would have invited ownership by others." True. Harry heard how true it was. "And for yourself?" Harry asked. Another long silence. Then the answer came in the only form Vader seemed capable of giving certain truths. "I did not waste years on what I intended to discard." It was not enough. It was also more than nothing. Harry studied the black profile of the man who had taken him from ruin, taught him to survive by structure, given him doctrine instead of comfort and purpose instead of childhood, and never once used the word heir. The seed Palpatine had planted did not vanish because Vader failed to water it. It remained, because the pause before the answer had existed, because I did not waste years on what I intended to discard was still an answer built like armor, true, useful, and incomplete. Harry looked back at Coruscant. The city's light did nothing to soften itself good. He did not want soft things tonight. Behind his ribs, under years of training and control, the question coiled tighter instead of looser. Did Vader raise him as successor, weapon, shield, or some combination too intimate and strategic to name cleanly? Palpatine had not answered. Vader had not answered. That meant the answer mattered. The shuttle took them back to the Executor before dawn cycle. Harry stood in the hold for most of the return, watching the city shrink beneath cloud and orbit, until Coruscant became just another planet wrapped in systems and ambition. But it did not feel like just another planet. Something had shifted there. The Emperor had looked at him and seen ripening threat. The Emperor had looked at Vader and seen leverage. And Harry, for the first time, had looked between the two greatest monsters in his life, and realized neither of them occupied his future as completely as they believed. That realization should have been freeing. Instead, it felt like a door opening into vacuum. Because if neither man could define him fully, then he would eventually have to decide what to become without the comfort of inherited language. No boy who lived. No Sith heir. No simple conqueror. Something made from survival between worlds and power systems and fathers chosen by catastrophe, rather than blood. As the Executor received their shuttle, and the hangar swallowed them back into steel and routine, and the endless hum of engines that had once been his first lullaby, Harry touched the hidden wand in his sleeve without consciously meaning to, not to use it, to confirm it remained there. A piece of himself no throne room had owned tonight. He lowered his hand, walked into the ship's cold anatomy, and carried the Emperor's question with him like a blade lodged too deep to remove, yet, "Who are you when neither of your masters is speaking?" It followed him through corridors, past saluting officers, under stars, into sleep, and it did not go away. Harry Potter turned 17 in orbit over a world he had never truly forgotten. He did not celebrate. The executor had no use for birthdays except as data points in growth curves, operational readiness profiles, and the occasional shift in how older officers looked at younger assets. On ordinary ships, a 17th year might have meant ritual, privilege, or at least acknowledgement. Aboard Vader's flagship, it meant only this: the training phase had ended, even if no one said so aloud. Harry felt that truth in everything, in the way doors now opened for him without double-checking authorization, in the way stormtrooper detachments adjusted formation when he entered a corridor, not from rank but from field reputation, in the way Inquisitors had stopped treating his techniques as anomalies to be supervised and started treating them as realities to be accounted for, in the way Commander Kess, who had once hit him harder than most enemies ever would, now spoke in the clipped language one used with another combatant rather than a student. Even the executor felt different around him, or perhaps he felt different within it. His quarters remained spare. His routines remained severe. His saber still hung where it always had. The wand still rested hidden in the inner sleeve compartment, less used than remembered, less remembered than carried. Nothing external had changed enough to mark ceremony. But inside him, something had locked into place since Coruscant. Palpatine's question had not left him. It had sharpened instead. "Who are you when neither of your masters is speaking?" Harry had not answered it fully, not even to himself. But the asking of it had forced a long internal rearrangement. He trained harder, spoke less, reviewed not only his missions but the reasons beneath them. He stopped measuring progress by Vader's approval alone, and that subtle shift changed everything. Because the moment one stopped needing a master's definition to confirm one's existence, one became far more dangerous to every master in the room. Vader noticed. Of course he noticed. He said nothing, which meant he was waiting. The summons came during the third cycle of artificial dawn aboard the ship. Harry was in a sealed observation range below the main bridge, practicing long-form spell-weaving sequences against mobile drone clusters, Dreadhold layered into severing arcs, Slipguard into rotational counters. Wraith stepped through crossfire lanes so narrow an ordinary duelist would have called them impossible. Sweat ran cold down his spine. A drone carcass smoked at his feet. Another hung crushed against the far wall under magical binding geometry, still flickering gold through red stress lines. The chamber doors opened. Vader entered alone. Harry deactivated his saber immediately. Crimson and gold vanished, leaving only the hiss of cooling emitters and the ship's omnipresent engine hum. "Your presence is required on the bridge," Vader said, not unusual wording, but the bridge, personally. Without explanation, Harry clipped the saber to his belt and followed. The executor's bridge never truly felt familiar, no matter how many years one spent under its ceiling. It was too large for familiarity, too intentionally built for awe. Crew pits dropped away in ordered levels of light and motion. Sensor screens glowed in disciplined rows. Officers moved with the sharpened restraint that came from knowing Lord Vader's moods were not abstractions but atmospheric conditions. Beyond the forward viewport, stars burned hard against the black. But today, something else waited there, a world blue, white, cloud-wrapped. Beautiful in the terrible way a thing could be beautiful when it carried no obligation to deserve the feeling. Earth. Harry stopped 2 paces behind Vader and said nothing. He had seen archived renderings before, sensor reconstructions, tactical overlays, magical topography maps built from stolen ministry records and imperial scans that did not understand what wards were, but knew they had hit something ancient and strange when they brushed the upper atmosphere. None of those had prepared him for this. From orbit, Earth looked defenseless. That illusion lasted only until Harry opened his awareness. Then the planet answered. The Force touched it oddly, less saturated than some Sith worlds, less clean than temple planets, less singular than the places where Jedi once knelt and called themselves wise. Earth did not feel like one system. It felt layered. Human belief, fear, worship, secrecy, history, and the hidden magical architecture of its wizarding enclaves created interference patterns unlike anything else in the galaxy. And within that lattice, buried beneath oceans and cities and clouds, old wards pulsed faintly. Recognition. Not of him exactly, of what had come back. Harry felt his scar begin to burn, not pain, pressure. The bridge remained quiet. Officers knew better than to watch him too directly, but they watched him anyway in reflections and sensor glass. Vader stood before the viewport with his hands clasped behind his back. "Do you know what day it is on the surface?" he asked. Harry kept his eyes on the world. "Late October." Yes, a single syllable, and the entire bridge somehow felt colder. Halloween, then? 16 years to the night since Godric's Hollow. Vader let the date breathe in the silence. Then he said, "This world was once taken from you through violence." Harry did not answer. The stars seemed farther away than the planet now. Vader continued. Its hidden rulers believed secrecy would protect them. Its visible nations believe scale protects them. Both are mistaken. Harry looked at him at last. "What is this?" he asked. Vader turned. The mask gave nothing, as always. But his posture, the total stillness of him beneath the bridge lights and the gaze of his crew, told Harry the answer mattered beyond strategy. "Inheritance," Vader said, one word. It struck harder than he expected, not because he had never heard conquest framed that way before. Vader had told him years ago he would return to Earth not as victim, but conqueror. Harry remembered every syllable. But saying the word inheritance here, now, with the world itself hanging beyond the glass, changed its weight. Inheritance implied claim, not theft, not even acquisition. Something lost, yes, but also something owed. Harry asked, "And if the world refuses me?" Vader stepped closer to the viewport again, bringing the Earth's reflection across his black armor in streaks of blue-white and cloud-gray. "Then it will learn," he said. "The difference between being protected by secrecy and being spared by distance." At that exact moment, the first of the Star Destroyers emerged from hyperspace around the planet. One after another, vast black wedges tore themselves into real space like blades sliding out of invisible sheaths. Sensor officers stiffened. Traffic control channels filled instantly with distress codes, collision warnings, military challenge calls in half a dozen surface languages, and several magical signal distortions that did not travel by any medium Imperial technology officially recognized. Harry watched the formation spread, not merely Imperial naval discipline, a statement, the flagship above Britain. Others positioned over continental Europe, North America, Asia-Pacific corridors. More than enough to shatter any illusion that this was a localized incident or a rogue incursion. This was a sky rewritten. Vader's voice cut through the bridge. "Transmit Phase 1. An officer obeyed. Across Earth, the void above major cities broke open. London, Aura, Callum Vane had been halfway through a second cup of bad ministry tea when the sky over London stopped making sense. He was a junior Aura only because the ministry insisted on the title. In practice, he was 26, sleep-deprived, underpromoted, and currently assigned to one of the least glamorous desks in magical Britain. Substatute Anomaly Review. Most of his work involved Muggle photographs with impossible shadows. Accidental dragon sightings explained away as weather balloons. And the occasional amateur curse signature from knockoff duelists in Croydon who thought dark robes made them dangerous. It was not the kind of desk from which one expected history to arrive. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement Annex had no windows, so the first sign came through wards. Every protective charm built into the ministry's upper foundations vibrated at once. Not breached, not exactly, but resonating with something so huge and so alien that every quill in the office rolled toward the same wall as if tugged by a tide. Callum straightened in his chair. Across the room, Senior Aura Wilkes looked up from a case file. What was the anti-apparition lattice flickered? Then all 6 emergency mirrors on the wall flashed scarlet, not ministry scarlet, something harsher. An intern screamed in the outer hall. Callum was on his feet with his wand in hand before the second alarm began. It wasn't even an alarm he recognized. More like the building itself had started trying to hum a warning through old stone and enchanted metal. "Surface breach," Wilkes barked. "No known entry." Callum ran for the nearest flue observation room because instinct said windows mattered more than corridors when the sky was the problem. He burst into the chamber with 3 others at his heels and looked through the enchanted upward pane that linked to a shielded view over central London. The city was there, the Thames, cloud cover, the late afternoon blur of traffic and ordinary human life carrying on with breathtaking ignorance, and above it he forgot how to breathe. A ship hung over London so large the mind refused it at first, black, triangular, endless, not a dragon, not a floating fortress, not anything in any magical archive Callum had ever studied. It blotted out part of the sun. Muggle helicopters swarmed below it like gnats around a mountain. Sirens rose through the city in waves. Broadcast towers flickered. Flight paths disintegrated into chaos. Another aura beside him whispered, "What in Merlin's name?" Callum didn't answer, because a worse realization had just arrived. The wards around Hogwarts were vibrating in sympathy. He knew that sensation from training manuals, old magic recognizing old-scale threat. Except the threat this time was not ancient wizardry or dark ritual. It was something else, something the Statute of Secrecy had never been written to imagine. Then, the Ministry's Muggle Prime liaison mirror exploded outward in a spray of glass and sparks. And all through magical Britain, the old assumption died, that the wizarding world chose when the sky mattered. Birmingham Rachel Morgan was in the middle of yelling at Sky News through her living room television when every device in her flat lost signal at once. She was 34, worked in payroll, and had no patience for broadcast panic under ordinary circumstances. But she'd been trying to call her brother, who had taken the train into London that morning, and every network on every channel had abruptly switched from financial updates and parliamentary shouting to helicopter footage of the capital. The footage didn't help, because it showed a shape over London that no one on television could describe without sounding insane. Her first assumption was movie promotion. Her second was terrorism. Her third, when the camera angle widened and the thing remained there, casting shadow across neighborhoods while military jets banked uselessly around it, was that assumptions had become a luxury. The power in her building flickered. A child somewhere in the stairwell began crying. Rachel went to the window. Half the street below had done the same. Cars stood angled wrong in the road, abandoned mid-stop by drivers staring upward. One man had his phone out and kept filming even though signal bars had vanished. Sirens moved in overlapping layers from the city center. Then her television came back, not the broadcast. A different signal, the screen filled with static. Then with a symbol she didn't recognize. Then with the image of a pale, severe-faced man in black armor, some kind of military uniform unlike anything on Earth, speaking in a language she didn't know. A subtitle system kicked in 1 second later. "This world is now under imperial review. Resistance will be met with force. Compliance ensures survival." Rachel stared. Outside, someone shouted that another one had appeared over Manchester. Her mouth went dry. "Imperial," she said aloud to no one. The television image changed again. Maps. World maps. Red markers above London, Paris, New York, Beijing, Moscow, Sao Paulo, Sydney. This wasn't an attack on Britain. This was something happening to the planet. Then the cameras cut back live. And for a fraction of a second, before the feed glitched, before a broadcaster screamed something off-screen, before the image dissolved again, Rachel saw a second figure standing on what looked like a command deck within the impossible ship over London. Young, dark-haired, still as a drawn blade. She would later tell the police she couldn't explain why that face bothered her more than the ship did. It was just a young man on a screen. But there had been something in the way he stood, hands behind his back, watching the city below as if he were not surprised by any of this. As if London had always been on the way to becoming his. Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore had been holding a lemon drop over his desk when the wards shivered. He did not drop it, not because the sensation failed to startle him, because surprise had long ago ceased to govern his hands. The headmaster of Hogwarts stood alone in his office beneath portraits too old to be shocked and instruments too eccentric to remain quiet under stress. One silver device on a side table began spinning fast enough to emit sparks. Fawkes lifted his head from the perch, feathers igniting at the edges with uneasy emberlight. Dumbledore looked up. The castle around him was old enough to dislike many things: bureaucrats, mediocrity, educational reform, and dark magic performed by amateurs among them. But this sensation did not resemble any of its usual complaints. The wards were not screaming, they were listening. Dumbledore crossed to the high window overlooking the grounds. Clouds moved low over the Scottish hills. The black lake reflected iron-grey sky. Students in distant cloaks were still crossing between greenhouses, unaware. For one impossible, ordinary second, the world looked unchanged. Then every stone in Hogwarts vibrated once, like a bell struck somewhere too large to localize. And far to the south, beyond the horizon, the sky bled wrong. Not color exactly, presence. Dumbledore felt it in the old magical structures of the castle first. Layer upon layer of foundational enchantment, battle wards, blood claims, educational oaths, and older things the founders themselves had half understood even as they set them into stone. The entire system trembled in response to an energy that was not magic, and yet could not be dismissed by magic either. Foreign, immense, disciplined in a manner unlike human spellcraft. He went still. "Ah," he said softly to the empty office, not fear, recognition arriving late. The impossible boy. The child taken on Halloween and never recovered, whose trail had vanished into absurdity so complete even Dumbledore's best logic had failed to follow it. Rumors had surfaced over the years. Strange disturbances in far sectors, magical artifacts disappearing off-world, survivors whispering of a young hunter with green eyes and an unearthly blade. Dumbledore had treated most such rumors with severe caution. Now the sky had rendered caution obsolete. The portraits behind him were waking, murmuring. Phineas Nigellus asked sharply, "What in blazes is that?" Dumbledore did not answer immediately. Because through the wards, beneath the alien pressure spreading over Britain and beyond, he had just felt another signature, Harry. Not as he might have been. Not as the castle remembered him from the sacrificial magic that once echoed through the world, as something sharpened elsewhere and returned carrying another system inside it. The sensation made the old wizard's heart sink with rare, genuine heaviness. Because Harry was not at the edge of the invasion, he was part of its center. Dumbledore set the untouched lemon drop down very carefully, then he drew his wand and said, "Minerva." The silver instruments screamed into brighter motion. Below the castle, students began pointing at the sky. The Ministry of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, hated it immediately because it had the discourtesy to be larger than politics. He had built a career on scale management. Not solving problems precisely, Fudge preferred the more civilized art of arranging them into paperwork until they stopped behaving like emergencies. Scandals became committees, threats became narratives, creatures became regulations. Even dark wizards, in his better years, had become something he believed could be postponed into irrelevance with the right sequence of denials and strongly worded internal memoranda. But the thing over London did not fit in a memorandum. It did not fit in the minister's office window either, though he kept checking as if reality might shrink to a more negotiable size. "What do you mean the Muggle Prime Minister is demanding?" Fudge stopped mid-shout as another vibration ran through the ministry. Inkpots rattled. Several memos burst into flame. "What do you mean the flue lines are unstable?" His undersecretary, white-faced, clutched a stack of reports that had already ceased being helpful. "Sir, the anti-Muggle concealment lattice is visible." Fudge stared. Visible to whom? The silence after that answer was unforgivable. To Muggles, Minister. A younger clerk near the door made a strangled sound and whispered, "The statute! Don't say it!" Fudge snapped, but of course everyone was already thinking it. The International Statute of Secrecy had endured dragon incidents, war, accidental mass memory alterations, werewolf leaks, camera technology, satellites, and one truly catastrophic incident with enchanted fireworks and a motorway. It had bent, strained, been patched by more competent people than Fudge whenever history developed inconvenient ideas. It had never faced the planet itself being forced to look up at the same enemy. A secretary burst into the office without permission, which told Fudge everything before she even spoke. "Minister, there's a transmission on every Muggle screen, on ours too." Fudge straightened his hat by reflex as though posture might restore state order. "Put it through." The wall mirror blackened, then cleared. A figure stood there. Not the armored giant their surface observers had already begun screaming about, but a younger man, pale and severe in black, with dark hair and eyes too old for his face. He did not speak. He only stood beside a viewport looking down over London as if it were a diagram. For one horrible second, Fudge felt the primitive certainty that some people were born to enter rooms and make lesser men understand what lesser meant. Then the image changed to military symbols and broadcast text in multiple languages. Fudge sat down very slowly. Because whatever followed this moment, it would not be handled by committee. The executor Harry Phase 1 lasted 11 minutes. By minute 3, Muggle world communications had entered global saturation panic. Civilian aviation grounded or diverted in total chaos. Defense networks lit up. Surface militaries scrambled responses that mattered only insofar as they revealed command structures. Social systems began doing what all systems did under impossible pressure, fragmenting into useful data. By minute 6, magical interference patterns bloomed over London, Paris, Eastern North America, and pockets of Central Asia. Concealment wards, Muggle-repelling fields, transportation lattices, and old secrecy architecture reacted independently, each according to local magical law, and all of them failed in the same fundamental way. They assumed the sky obeyed precedent. By minute 9, Imperial censor officers had enough magical telemetry to begin triangulating hidden population centers. By minute 11, the statute of secrecy was dead. Not legally, not ceremonially, functionally. It had been designed around concealment from ordinary human attention. It had no answer for ordinary human attention being forcibly synchronized by orbital invasion. Harry stood near the main viewport and watched continents shift beneath cloud cover while data streamed across the bridge. London magical density spiking. Paris urban anomaly cluster identified. North American eastern seaboard wards destabilizing. Unclassified energy concentrations detected over Scottish Highlands. The Scottish Highlands, Hogwarts. Harry did not turn, but something in his awareness tightened. Vader stood beside the central command dais, immovable amid the velocity of information. "Surface response?" he asked. An officer answered. "Muggle leadership networks fractured but active. Magical sub-governance systems slower, my lord. They appear to be mobilizing against local breach points instead of macro-scale threat." "Expected," Vader said. Of course it was. Wizarding governments had been built in secret too long. Their reflex, when reality widened, would be to retreat into narrower categories. Breach, contain, obliviate, deny, duel what you can see, ignore what you cannot name. Earth's magical defenders were preparing for the wrong war because they still thought wars arrived through doors. Harry felt it then, faint but unmistakable, the old magical lattice over Britain pulsing toward him, not welcoming, recognizing. The wards of his birth world knew him in the abstract sense old enchantments knew bloodlines, sacrifices, repeated names, and unfinished histories. But they recoiled too from what he had become, because something in him now moved with the cold architecture of another galaxy's darkness. He was home. And not. The contradiction steadied him more than belonging might have, a sensor officer turned from his station. "My Lord Vader, there is organized magical movement beneath London, government concentration pattern." Vader's helmet tilted fractionally. "The Ministry?" "Yes, my lord." Harry looked down through the viewport. The city below glittered in fractured evening light and panic. Somewhere under that urban skin, hidden behind layers of anti-Muggle deception, Britain's magical government was gathering itself with all the dignity of an old bureaucracy discovering apocalypse in real time. Vader said, "Do nothing." No one questioned him. The point was not to crush every magical node immediately. Not yet. Let them gather. Let them believe organization still meant control. Let them centralize personnel, artifacts, and leadership in one place. Inheritance, Harry thought, not chaos for its own sake. Structured acquisition. An officer near the comms pit swallowed visibly before speaking. "My lord, Hogwarts has activated full ancient warding." Now Harry did turn slightly. The bridge lights seemed sharper. Vader's attention remained on the viewport. "And orbital scans are scattering. The castle's protections are interfering with tactical readings." Harry could almost picture it. The old school on its hill above the lake, stone and memory and blood claim, and all the accumulated stubbornness of centuries pulling its wards inward around itself like a fist. Dumbledore would be there. The thought arrived whole, not as enemy iconography, as a living mind behind the resistance. Harry remembered Doge's voice, Figs, Hestia's, the photograph, the name James, then Palpatine's question, then Vader's answer about not wasting years on what he meant to discard. The world below seemed suddenly too full of unfinished conversations. Good, he told himself. A conquered inheritance worth having should resist possession. The bridge comms screen flashed with emergency language overlays from half the planet. Military channels, government channels, civilian panic, religious proclamations, internet fragments, broadcast collapse, magical signal interference. A billion people learning simultaneously that the sky belonged to someone else now. And beneath that, quieter but no less real, hidden magical communities everywhere realizing the Muggles could see the same impossible ships they could. The statute had not fallen in debate, it had fallen in synchronization. Harry watched London's cloud layer darken under the shadow of the flagship and felt none of the triumph he might once have expected. Not joy, not exultation, only a profound and terrible click of alignment. His life had been aimed at this moment so long that arrival felt less like victory than like stepping into a groove cut years ago by other hands. Vader came to stand beside him. For several seconds, they looked down at Earth together. Then Vader said quietly, low enough that only Harry could hear over bridge noise, "What do you feel?" It was not the kind of question he asked often. Harry answered with the same honesty Vader had trained him to use when lies would only weaken future decisions. "Recognition," he said, "and distance." Vader absorbed that. "Good," he said after a pause. "Both are necessary." Below them, London continued panicking. Britain's magical government mobilized under the city. Hogwarts sealed itself. Across the planet, Muggles screamed into phones, prayed to gods, filmed the sky, loaded weapons that would not matter enough, and tried to explain the impossible before the impossible began explaining them. Harry looked at the world of his birth and understood, at last, why Vader had called it inheritance instead of conquest alone. Because conquest took, inheritance claimed. And claims were always more dangerous when the object once should have belonged to you anyway. The bridge officer at Tactical spoke again. "Phase 1 complete, my lord. Planetary awareness total. Magical concealment collapse verified across all major population zones." Vader gave the next order without raising his voice. "Begin Phase 2 positioning." Acknowledgements rippled across the bridge. Star destroyers shifted. TIE wings deployed in disciplined black swarms. Carrier bays opened. Earth, which had spent all afternoon staring upward in disbelief, had not yet truly been invaded. That was only beginning now. And as the great ships of the Empire moved into their next formation, and the world below tried desperately to understand what rules still applied. Harry Potter, raised by Darth Vader, forged between force and magic, returned at 17 to the planet that had lost him, stood in the heart of the invasion fleet, and watched the first chapter of Earth's ending write itself across the sky. Not the ending of life, not yet, the ending of secrecy, the ending of scale as protection, the ending of every old comfortable assumption that wars were local, hidden, human, or understandable. Far below, Albus Dumbledore gathered Hogwarts. Far below, Cornelius Fudge tried to remain relevant inside a catastrophe too large for rhetoric. Far below, Aurors armed themselves for a breach that had not arrived through any wall they could seal. Far below, ordinary muggles stared at broadcasts and shadows and the collapse of the possible. And above them all, in the black between stars and world, Harry touched the hilt at his hip once, briefly, almost absently, and felt crimson and gold power sleeping there like a promise kept on a night 16 years old. The statute had fallen. Earth had looked up. And now inheritance would have to be earned in fire. The British Ministry of Magic went to war the way bureaucracies always did when forced into honesty, with paperwork first. By the time the first Imperial breaching craft slipped through London's low cloud cover, emergency decrees were already being copied by enchanted quills in half a dozen secure offices beneath Whitehall. Transport restrictions, ward authorizations, aura command extensions, civilian confinement protocols, artifact vault lockdowns, Muggle liaison silence orders that no longer meant anything and were being issued anyway, because old institutions often clung hardest to the habits that had just failed them. Cornelius Fudge had not slept. That fact was obvious to everyone and useful to no one. He stood in the ministerial war chamber under green-gold lamplight, collar slightly askew, hat missing for the first time in living memory, trying to sound like state authority rather than a man cornered by scale. "We still control internal movement," he said, jabbing a finger at the floating ministry schematics above the central table. "They know where we are in the broad sense, yes, but that is not the same as gaining access. The ministry is fortified. The visitor entrances are sealed, the flue lattice is locked to authorized signatures only. Anti-apparition wards are at full strength, and the Aura office has contained worse than." No one in the room was cruel enough to finish the sentence for him. Contained worse than what? Worse than impossible warships over London. Worse than the statute of secrecy collapsing in a single afternoon, because muggles all over the planet had looked up at the same horror at once. Worse than magical Britain discovering that every charm ever built to keep ordinary humans ignorant meant absolutely nothing when ordinary humans and wizards were both being invaded by the same enemy. Senior Aura Wilkes stood at the edge of the chamber with his wand out, and his expression sharpened into something leaner than panic. Near him, Callum Vane, who had not expected to become relevant this quickly in his career, watched the ministry map's pulse red around breach probabilities, and tried not to think about how few of their procedures had been written for hostile occupation by another galaxy. An unspeakable in midnight robes adjusted a crystal array and said, "Minister, with respect, the concealment matrices no longer matter." Fudge swung on him. "Then why are you still here instead of fixing them?" The unspeakable did not blink. "Because nothing is broken in the conventional sense. The world above simply knows we exist now." That silence landed heavier than any shouted argument. Everyone in the chamber knew it. The ministry's secret was not leaking. It was irrelevant. That changed the psychology of every room in the building, even before the first shot was fired. Men and women who had spent entire careers believing concealment was the foundation of magical governance now had to confront a more primitive truth. Their government was underground, literal and symbolic both, while the enemy owned the sky. Callum felt it in the wards. The ministry's protections still worked. They held, layered and old and very difficult to crack. Anti-apparition fields, anti-muggle distortions, curse dampers in key corridors, blast-resistant runes woven through support columns, emergency transfiguration seals capable of turning hallways into dead ends or stone walls into temporary shields. On paper and in magical theory, the place was a nightmare to invade. But its designers had imagined dark wizards, hostile giants, rogue dragons, foreign ministries, even catastrophic Muggle discovery. They had not imagined an adversary who could locate the building from orbit and send disciplined soldiers through breaching vectors with military precision. "Sir," Wilkes said, cutting through Fudge's next attempt at authority, "we need final engagement authorization." Fudge swallowed visibly. Not because he objected to fighting, because authorizing war inside his own building would make it real in a way speeches had not yet allowed. "Yes," he said at last. "Yes, of course. Aura Command has tactical discretion." Wilkes did not wait for elaboration. He turned to Callum. "Pattern blackglass," he said. "All entry corridors. Atrium first line, offices second. No one fights alone. They force magical movement. You answer with formations, not heroics." Callum nodded. Pattern blackglass. He had read it in contingency manuals and never expected to hear it spoken aloud. Coordinated defense against unknown hostile force within the ministry itself. Shield lattice first. Crossfire curses second. Rotating healer support. No grandstanding, no individual duels, no chasing breaches deeper than command authorized. It was, he thought grimly, a plan built by people who assumed they'd still understand the enemy by the time the enemy reached the atrium. Then the ceiling trembled, not the chamber ceiling specifically, the whole ministry, dust sifted from a carved molding. Lamps flickered once. Callum's stomach dropped. Someone in the outer hall shouted, "Impact above Whitehall!" Every face in the war chamber changed. Not panic, not yet. Commitment. The battle had moved from abstract maps to gravity. Wilkes was already moving. "Callum with me," Fudge called after them. "Protect the ministerial offices." Wilkes didn't look back. "Then stay out of the atrium." Harry Potter descended toward the Ministry of Magic through London rain and Imperial engine thrum. The breaching craft was compact, armored, and utterly unlike the dramatic assault shuttles the Empire preferred when theater itself was part of conquest. This one had been selected because Harry had refused theater as the primary instrument. The British ministry, he had explained during the assault briefing, would not crack if treated like a fortress alone. Fortresses expected violence. They were proud of surviving it. The ministry was something worse. A self-important subterranean bureaucracy disguised as a government. Its defenders would fight hard, harder than many Imperials assumed, because institutions built on secrecy became savage when the secret failed. But their pride was vertical. Above them, the hidden world. Above that, Britain. Above that, normalcy. He intended to break those levels in the defenders' minds before he broke them physically. Commander Varro of the 501st stood opposite him in the hold, blue-striped helmet under one arm. Face unreadable except for the old habit of soldiers who had lived long enough to dislike unknown variables without ever disrespecting them. "Breach teams in position," Varro said over the engine noise. "Drill lances will open the shaft to your marked coordinates. We still don't have full confidence in the magical floor plans." "You don't need full confidence," Harry said. Varro's gaze shifted slightly, indicating interest rather than disagreement. "The ministry's defenses will redraw corridors once we enter," Harry continued. "That's expected. What matters is the atrium. It's their psychological center, ceremonial, administrative, symbolic. If it falls in front of witnesses, the rest of the building becomes offices." Varro nodded once. "And if they anchor there harder than projected, they will." "Then," Harry touched the hilt at his side once, "then I teach them what the sky means." The commander did not ask for clarification. Good, a lesser officer might have mistaken Harry's calm for abstraction. Varro had fought enough campaigns to recognize the sharper truth. Some battle plans did not become clearer through more explanation. They became stronger when everyone involved understood that one mind at the center saw a shape others would only recognize once it had begun. The craft lurched. A tactical officer near the forward hatch called, "2 seconds!" Harry opened his awareness. London above them burned with panic, sirens, radio chatter, surface military scrambling, magical wards flaring under Imperial scans. Beneath all that, deeper, the Ministry thrummed in layered defensive activation. He felt shield matrices interlock, aura signatures converging, fear held into shape by training, a government deciding to believe in itself by organizing desks and dueling lanes. Good, Harry thought, gather. Centralize, become visible to one another, because once the first line broke, everyone behind it would know exactly what had happened. The craft slammed into breaching position, drill lances screamed. Below the hold, the world turned to vibration and metal shriek as Imperial penetrators tore through the surface street, through reinforced Muggle infrastructure, through old magical distortion zones now destabilized by orbital interference, and down toward the hidden ceiling of the Ministry atrium. Harry braced one gloved hand against the bulkhead. He could feel the magic below resisting, trying to confuse, redirect, seal. But Imperial engineering was not trying to understand the wards. It was trying to ignore their dignity. The first rupture came with a thunderous crack, then a second. Red warning lights went green. Varro lifted his helmet into place. The 501st around him, 2 full assault squads in white and blue armor, weapons ready, movement crisp, became silence wrapped in discipline. Harry ignited his saber. Crimson exploded into the hold, gold at its core. No one flinched. The hatch blew, and Britain's hidden government looked up just in time to watch the ceiling fall open. The atrium of the Ministry of Magic had been designed to impress. High-vaulted ceiling, polished dark wood and burnished gold. The great fountain of magical brethren rising at its center in sculpted allegory. Wizard noble, witch graceful, centaur subservient, goblin cunning but low, how self-adoring at human feet. Power made decorative. Hierarchy frozen in bronze and sold to itself as civilization. When the first breaching charge tore the ceiling open above it, fragments of London Street and enchanted stone rained down across the fountain basin in a storm of dust and burning debris. The entire atrium screamed, not only the witches and wizards in it. The place itself, wards slamming into strain, fireplaces flaring wrong, anti-Muggle distortions collapsing in patches like torn cloth, enchanted paper notices bursting from walls in panicked swarms. Then daylight hit the hidden hall. Not sunlight exactly, shadowed daylight. The black underside of an Imperial breaching craft hung visible through the new shaft above. And beyond it, for the first time in the history of the modern Ministry, the atrium could see the sky while under attack. Auras already in position reacted fast. Callum was among the first line wound up, boots skidding on polished floor as Wilkes roared. Lattice now! 6 shield charm specialists stepped forward in perfect drilled sequence. Protego Maxima. The spell wall came up not as individual domes, but as a linked plane of blue-white energy spanning the width of the central hall. A second row behind it layered reinforcement charms, then vector deflections calibrated to alter unknown projectile trajectories. Ministry combat doctrine was old, conservative, and terrifyingly effective in enclosed defensive spaces. The first stormtrooper rappelled down the breach shaft and hit the shield wall hard enough to bounce back in a shower of sparks. The second landed, fired, and saw red blaster bolts flatten into harmless steam against the charmed barrier. The third made it halfway to cover before a silent stunner caught him and spun him onto the marble. Callum's pulse surged. Good, he thought wildly. They bleed. They stop. Then Harry came down through the breach like the shape the battle had been waiting for. He did not rappel. He dropped. Force-controlled descent, slowing the fall into deliberate inevitability. Black coat flaring once in the shaft wind. Crossguard blade burning crimson gold in one hand as if daylight itself had decided to turn predatory. He landed atop the fountain rim. Bronze wizard, Witch, centaur, goblin, and elf stared forever outward around him. For one impossible second, the entire atrium held still. Callum knew him before memory had time to explain it. The scar, green eyes, the age made wrong by the stillness in them. Harry Potter. No photograph in training archives. No whispered rumor from off-world survivors. No catastrophic theory exchange between unspeakables and Aura Command had prepared magical Britain for seeing the lost child of prophecy standing above the fountain of magical brethren with a blade from another galaxy in his hand. Someone behind Callum whispered, "No." Harry looked across the shield wall at the assembled defenders and spoke in a voice magically unamplified, yet somehow audible in every corner of the hall. "You have organized yourselves well," he said. Then the 501st dropped in around him. White armor hit marble in disciplined sequence. Blasters raised. Formation spread instantly toward flanking pillars and reception alcoves. They did not rush the shields like amateurs. They took cover, read sightlines, and began disciplined suppressive fire against anchors rather than people. Red bolts hammered the aura lattice, not through it. At it. Callum realized what they were doing 1 second too late. The shields held against impact, but each impact lit the lattice brighter, forced every anchoring witch and wizard to reassert intent, burned focus, turned defense into labor. "Rotate," Wilkes shouted. "Third row forward." Auras shifted beautifully, better than any outsider would have expected. The first line fell back, second advanced, curse teams fired through lattice gaps in synchronized windows. Purple severing spells, red stunners, silver cutting arcs, transfigured iron shards launched from the floor itself. Battle magic, disciplined and ugly, and not at all the chaotic wand-flailing muggles imagined. 2 stormtroopers went down in the opening exchange. One was slammed backward by a bone-rattling curse that ignored armor joints. Another vanished under a conjured collapse of stone tiles. Harry sensed a fraction too late to intercept. Varro barked orders. Blaster teams split by angle. Grenadiers rolled suppression canisters that the auras countered by transfiguring the floor into grasping roots. The Ministry had expected invasion to come through doors. It had not, however, forgotten how to turn hallways into killing geometry. Harry moved. He leapt from the fountain rim, blade carving a red-gold diagonal line through incoming curses. Slipguard caught a severing spell and sent it skidding into a pillar. Wraith's step blurred him through a collapsing patch of marble just as a curse net tried to lock around his knees. He landed against the edge of the shield lattice and felt immediately why brute force would fail. This wasn't a wall. It was a conversation among 6 minds, reinforced by 12 more and fed by the building's own defensive runes. A Ministry design. Bureaucratic in origin, yes, but built by paranoid people who understood hostile spellfire in enclosed administrative spaces better than most armies understood artillery. If he tried to force through it directly, he'd bleed power faster than the defenders, so he changed the battle. "Varro," he said into comms, "pin the lattice, do not break it." Acknowledgement clicked back instantly. Harry stepped away from the shield, extended his free hand and targeted not the barrier, but the fountain behind him. Bronze groaned. The great statues of magical hierarchy shuddered as if awakening from a dream of obedience. 100 defenders looked at the fountain in reflexive confusion. That was all he needed. The wizard's bronze staff tore free first. Then the witch's raised hand. Then the centaur's bow snapped upward out of frozen allegory. Harry ripped the entire symbolic heart of the atrium apart in a scream of metal and marble, not flinging the pieces at the auras, but suspending them over the battlefield in a ring of captured momentum. Every Ministry defender saw it. The center of their government, its icon, its self-image, held in the air over them by the boy they had lost and the enemy they had invited by failing to save him. Psychology moved before tactics. Shield concentration wavered, one anchoring witch glanced up, then another. Harry struck. Dreadhold lanced through the first lapse and seized Senior Aura Wilkes by the throat from across the lattice. Not crushing, Holding, flooding his nervous system with the exact message Harry wanted the rest of the atrium to witness. Your formation can be reached. Wilkes went rigid, wand arms spasming. The shield line fluttered. Now, Harry said, the 501st shifted suppressive fire onto the exposed anchor points. Blaster bolts chewed through the weakened seam. One shield specialist fell. Another lost grip on the incantation. The lattice split down the middle with a sound like magical glass. The stormtroopers surged. Then the ministry showed its teeth. Callum did not wait for orders. He drove forward with the breach team and fired a stunner at point-blank range into the first stormtrooper through the split. Beside him, an older witch transfigured a row of welcome plinths into iron wolves that slammed into Imperial boots. A curse team behind them fired in layered timing. First blinding flare, then binding ribbon, then bone-deep stun meant to catch the enemy while their senses recovered. It worked. 3 stormtroopers dropped in under 5 seconds. A fourth got his rifle transfigured into a nest of furious ravens that exploded into the faceplate of the man beside him. The 501st did not break, but they slowed. Harry felt grudging respect sharpen in him. This, then, was magical Britain without secrecy as crutch. Not children hiding behind parchment. Defenders who knew every line of their own terrain and had built spells specifically for bureaucratic warfare. Fast, controlled, ugly. Civilized only in the way knives at dinner are civilized. Callum saw Harry now inside the split and decided, with the clean simplicity of combat, that history could wait until after survival. He aimed a disarming hex, shifted at the last second to a stunning curse when the blade suggested disarming might be optimistic, and fired. Harry caught it on the saber and turned the spell into a shower of blue sparks across the reception desks. Their eyes met for less than a second. Callum saw no madness there that bothered him more than rage would have. Harry moved through 2 auras in a blur of wraith step and hard economy, struck one wand aside with the crossguard emitter, Sever cast the second before she finished an incantation, and felt their next actions fragment just long enough for Imperial troopers to disarm rather than kill. He was not winning by power alone, he was dismantling rhythm. That, Callum realized with sudden dread, was worse. Fall back to the lifts, someone shouted. No! Wilkes, still gasping from the psychic choke, forced the word out by sheer professionalism. Atrium holds. But the atrium no longer felt like a room the ministry owned. The breach above remained open. Through it, everyone in the hall could see real sky and the black underside of the invasion craft, could hear distant sirens from London and the far-off thunder of surface panic. The symbolic insulation was gone. They were fighting underground while the world above already knew they existed. Harry felt the morale fracture before it became visible. He lifted one hand again. The suspended bronze wreckage of the fountain rotated. Then, with precise violence, he drove the statue pieces not into bodies but into the marble between defending lines, splitting the floor into jagged cover segments that separated aura teams from sightline support. Callum almost admired the cruelty of it. Harry was using the ministry's own ideology as terrain against them. The bronze wizard's shattered torso slammed into the tiles between Callum and the rear curse team. The kneeling house elf statue crashed near the flue bank and sent green flames spiraling wrong through half the fireplaces. The centaur's broken bow pinned an emergency directive board to a pillar where it read, absurdly, "Please remain calm during regulated movement." Several defenders laughed once, sharply, from pure battle shock. Then the 501st pushed through the broken center. Varro's troopers moved like a single machine broken into many bodies. 2 held left flank. 3 advanced low along the bronze wreckage. One squad fired suppression while another rushed the information desk and converted it into a firing nest. Stormtroopers fell, yes, but every meter they took they kept. Harry fought at the tip of the wedge, not always killing, disarming, breaking formations, turning curses offline, dreadhold to pin a team leader, slipguard to make a volley misalign. Sever cast through a shouted shield incantation, so the spell collapsed in the caster's throat as harmless sparks. Once he used the force to rip an entire directory board free and send it spinning through the air, not as a blade, but as a moving wall that let 4 troopers cross open ground alive. Callum found himself dueling within the collapse rather than across it. A stormtrooper came at him from the right. He stunned the man low, rolled behind a shattered reception plinth, and barely got a shield up before red blaster fire chewed the marble apart. He answered with a slicing curse that took the rifle from another trooper's hands. Then Harry was there. Not theatrically, suddenly. The young invader's saber hummed low as he stepped over a fallen bronze hand and looked at Callum as if he had always known exactly where in the room the junior aura would end up once the lines broke. Callum's mouth was dry. He fired anyway, 3 rapid curses. High, low, center. Harry turned the first, slipped the second, took the third on a burst of invisible pressure that shattered it against nothing. Then he said, almost conversationally over the battle noise, "You were at the observation pane." Callum froze half a beat. That was enough. Harry's wandless magic closed around Callum's wand hand, not crushing, not even binding fully, but locking the joints just long enough for the saber hilt to crack across his wrist and send the wand skidding into bronze rubble. Callum stumbled backward. Harry did not strike again. Instead, he stepped past him toward the lifts and command corridors beyond. Psychological dismantling, Callum thought dazedly. He had not just been beaten, he had been placed, identified, remembered, removed from the equation without wasting motion or making a corpse that might harden the others. He hated how effective it was. By the time the last organized aura lattice collapsed, the atrium no longer resembled a government hall. It looked like a myth that had lost an argument with military engineering. Broken bronze, scorched marble, emergency memos burning in spirals through smoky air. White armor dead and wounded beside black-robed auras and shattered desks. The open shaft above revealing strips of London cloud and the shadow of empire where secrecy used to be. Harry stood in the middle of it and felt no triumph, only pressure shifting deeper. The atrium had fallen. Now the building became organs instead of skin. "Secure the hall," he ordered. "No indiscriminate kill sweeps. Capture command staff where possible." Varro acknowledged. Harry turned toward the ministerial-level lifts. Cornelius Fudge, he knew with cold certainty, was already running. Fudge fled the way men of administrative temperament always fled. Not first, not last, but at the exact moment they convinced themselves retreat could still be described later as strategic redeployment. The minister's private office had devolved into shouting 30 minutes earlier. Undersecretaries arguing over evacuation wards. Advisors demanding artifact prioritization. One panicked assistant insisting that the Muggle Prime Minister's office was calling through every surviving liaison channel and asking what in God's name was happening above London. Fudge had answered none of it. The sounds from the atrium below had told him more than reports could. Stone ruptures, spellfire, metal impacts not made by any magical weapon he knew. Once, unmistakably, the echoing scream of the fountain coming apart. By the time a wounded aura stumbled into the office and gasped, "They've breached through. Minister, the boy. Potter is with them." Fudge had already decided on his emergency portkey. He kept it in the umbrella stand. A tasteful black walking cane with silver trim, charmed to activate on word and blood touch. Destination locked to a safe house outside York. The kind of precaution one hoped never to use and always expected someone else to need. Fudge seized it now with trembling fingers. Around him, the office unraveled. Papers floated. Portraits shouted contradictory advice. A secretary sobbed quietly behind a toppled chair. Somewhere beyond the door, curses were hitting corridor wards. The Minister of Magic licked dry lips and pressed his thumb to the silver handle. Homebound. He whispered. The portkey activated. Blue-white transport magic burst around him in a twisting cylinder. The office walls blurred. Then the blur stopped. Not failed. Stopped. Fudge hung in mid-transition like a grotesque exhibit. One foot still on the carpet, one already half vanished into spinning blue transport light, robes caught between here and elsewhere. The portkey strained. Sparks crawled across the room. The magical vector howled, trying to complete. It could not, because something stronger had taken hold of the threshold. The office door opened. Harry Potter stepped through smoke and corridor ruin, one hand extended, green eyes cold and impossibly old in a face Fudge still remembered from old newspapers and prophecy discussions he had once dismissed as someone else's administrative problem. The portkey cylinder screamed around Fudge's trapped body. Harry tilted his head slightly, studying the phenomenon almost like a scholar. "Interesting," he said. Fudge's heart slammed against his ribs. "You can't! This is ministry protected." Harry's fingers closed a fraction. The spatial magic around Fudge constricted into stillness, not broken. Pinned. Fudge understood then, at a depth language did not help, why the auras below had failed. This was not merely a powerful enemy. It was someone who understood how to seize a process halfway through its certainty and refuse it completion. "I recommend," Harry said, "remaining entirely in one place while I decide whether to let you finish." Fudge's knees nearly gave out, though the portkey field held him upright by force. "You're Harry," he blurted. "Harry Potter, listen to me, there are procedures, there are treaties, there are international—" Harry's expression did not change. "There are signatures." Fudge stared. Harry stepped farther into the office, the saber at his hip unlit now, which somehow made him more frightening than if it had burned red. Behind him, the corridor flickered with movement as stormtroopers secured the floor. An Imperial officer entered carrying a black case, not military equipment. Documentation. The officer opened it on Fudge's desk with almost insulting calm and withdrew a parchment-like sheet clipped into a rigid frame beside an ink stylus and a translation seal. "Instrument of annexation," the officer said. Fudge made a strangled sound. "What?" Harry looked around the ruined office once, then back to the suspended minister. "You represent magical Britain," he said. "You will acknowledge imperial governance over your administrative territory, surrender armed resistance authority, transfer legal continuity to Occupation Command, and order all departments to stand down." Fudge went white. "You can't possibly imagine I have authority to—" "Incorrect," Harry said. No anger, just correction. "Your authority is exactly why you matter now. Once the document is signed, your relevance decreases sharply." Fudge's mouth opened and closed. From the corridor came the sounds of the building losing pieces of itself, boots, shouted orders, distant spells, the thud of sealed doors being opened by force. "You'll never hold Britain," Fudge said, grasping at outrage because courage was unavailable. "Not the Ministry, not Hogwarts, not—" Harry cut him off. "Hogwarts is not your authority, Dumbledore is not your equal, and Britain is already visible to the world you hid beneath." His gaze sharpened. "Sign." Fudge tried one final, frantic calculation, delay, moral speech. Bargain for time until Dumbledore acted, or the Auror office regrouped, or any other adult from the old world returned reality to negotiable scale. Then Harry relaxed his fingers, just slightly. The portkey field spasmed. Fudge screamed as his body felt the tearing beginning again. Not enough to complete transit, just enough to understand exactly what incomplete movement through magical space could become. Harry tightened the hold, and the agony stopped at once. No one in the room mistook the demonstration. Psychological before physical, even here. Especially here. The office secretary behind the chair made a small, involuntary noise of horror. Fudge's face had lost all color. He looked at Harry then not as boy, prophecy, symbol, or even conqueror, as function. The young man in black was not asking for consent. He was asking whether Fudge preferred survival after humiliation or irrelevance after failure. Harry drew the document closer across the desk. The translation seal flared, rendering the annexation text in British magical legal script alongside Imperial Basic. Clever, Fudge thought crazily. Of course they would make the surrender legible in his own language. Of course the occupation would understand bureaucracy as theater. Sign. Harry repeated. Fudge's hand shook so badly he could barely reach the stylus. Harry released the portkey entirely. The failed cane dropped from Fudge's fingers and clattered across the carpet, dead magic smoking from its handle. The minister himself collapsed to one knee, gasping, then crawled the last half-step to the desk with every eye in the room on him. He looked once toward the door. No savior appeared, no last-minute duel, no golden phoenix, no righteous ministry countercharge. Only white-armored imperial soldiers in the corridor, and Harry Potter standing between old government and its replacement like a sentence the century had not wanted to write. Fudge signed. The moment the stylus finished the final stroke, the document flashed with binding light. The ministry office shuddered. Far below, deep in the old magical infrastructure of the building, something answered. Not consent. Recognition of transfer ritual. Bureaucratic magic, ancient as charters and contracts, acknowledging that authority had been publicly coerced and legally named. Harry felt it settle through the place like a bolt-finding thread. The building had not surrendered, but it had been made administratively legible to conquest. The imperial officer resealed the document. Fudge stared at his own signature as if it belonged to someone else. Harry looked at him for one long second. Then he said, "Issue the stand down." The minister's lips trembled. "You have no idea what you've done." Harry's reply came without heat. On the contrary. He turned and walked out of the office before Fudge could recover enough dignity to try another sentence. In the corridor, Varro awaited him beside two kneeling captives and a shattered ward door. "Atrium secure," the commander said. "Secondary departments are folding. Some resistance near magical lore and accidents. Or are holdouts in records, casualties within projected range." Harry nodded once. Below them, through stone and distance, he could feel the ministry changing state, not peaceful, not obedient, but no longer centralized under the illusion of intact sovereignty. He should have felt victory. Instead, he felt something smaller and more severe, a click, the kind a lock made when a mechanism completed. This, then, was what conquest on his birth world tasted like. Not joy, not belonging. Not revenge either, because revenge required more personal heat than he was willing to grant the building and the frightened man signing away its autonomy. Only completion. The atrium had fallen. The minister had signed. The Ministry of Magic, hidden government of the island that had once lost him to the stars, now knelt beneath imperial administration because Harry Potter had led the 501st through its heart and taught it the sky was real. He stood in the corridor outside the office, dust and spellburn and London rain still drifting faintly down through the breached shaft somewhere above, and understood with sudden clarity why Vader had never described conquest as satisfaction. Satisfaction ended. This did not. It simply moved the next piece into place. Far away, Hogwarts still held, Dumbledore still breathed. And somewhere in London, ordinary muggles who had spent their whole lives being told the impossible was impossible were now learning that their government had not merely failed to protect them from the stars. It had been sharing the island with another government beneath their feet. Harry looked once back toward Fudge's office. The Minister of Magic sat collapsed beside his own desk, the dead portkey cane near his hand, the annexation document gone, the room still full of witnesses. Good, Harry thought. Let the surrender have memory. Then he turned away and went deeper into the occupied ministry, feeling no triumph at all, only the cold, satisfying click of a thing completing exactly as intended. Occupation changed a city's sound before it changed its shape. Harry Potter noticed that first, not the banners, not the patrol formations, not the damage, sound. The ministry had fallen 2 days earlier, and magical London was already learning the grammar of subjugation. Voices grew shorter in occupied spaces. Doors closed more carefully. Footsteps either hurried or slowed, depending on whether the walker wanted to appear afraid or unimportant. Shopkeepers who had once shouted prices into crowded streets now spoke from behind half-open shutters and kept one eye on the sky even underground, as though orbital warships might somehow become visible through stone if fear sharpened hard enough. Diagon Alley had always existed in contradiction. A hidden marketplace built in old brick and crooked confidence, tucked inside London yet psychologically outside it, where children bought school robes beside cursed antiques, and where the wizarding world sold itself, the idea that old magic could still feel quaint. Now it felt haunted before anyone died there. Harry arrived alone. That had not been Vader's instruction, it had been Harry's decision. The official reason, if one were needed, was simple. Post-annexation atmosphere assessment. The Ministry had signed. Occupation protocols were stabilizing. Magical Britain's public heart was no longer the bureaucratic chambers beneath Whitehall, but the visible commercial nerve center where rumor, fear, scarcity, and memory mixed fastest. Walk it, and one learned what conquest had really done. All true, none sufficient. The real reason was harder to name. Since the Ministry fell, Harry had felt a pressure in himself that no battlefield answered cleanly. Not remorse. That word was too small, too soft, and too moralized by people who liked feeling simple. Not doubt either, at least not in the practical sense. Earth had been invaded successfully. The Ministry's resistance had been broken intelligently. The planet's magical secrecy was dead in function, if not fully yet in law. Strategically, events made sense. Internally, something else had begun. The annexation had not granted satisfaction. It had granted access to rooms he had never stood in, streets that had once formed part of a life stolen before memory, symbols that were no longer archives, rumors, or survivor stories told by hunted remnants across other worlds, but present tense and under his boots, so he came without escort. No stormtroopers, no visible command detachment, only black coat, saber hidden beneath it, wand in sleeve, and the sort of self-contained presence that made crowds open around him even before anyone consciously recognized why. He entered through the leaky cauldron. The old pub had not been destroyed. That would have been wasteful and theatrically stupid, but occupation had changed it in subtler ways. The front room was too quiet. The innkeeper, a nervous man Harry did not know by name and did not ask, served drinks with the expression of someone handling unstable ingredients in an alchemy lab. Several tables sat empty despite the hour. A pair of witches in traveling cloaks stopped speaking when Harry crossed the threshold, then looked away too quickly. The brick-wall passage to Diagon Alley opened at a touch to the correct pattern. For one absurd second, as the bricks folded back and the hidden street revealed itself, Harry felt the old magical architecture react to him, not warmly, but personally. Threshold magic, his second channel recognized at once. This entrance had been crossed by generations of magical Britons, children, families, merchants, thieves, professors, aurors, cowards, visionaries, idiots. It had memory in the old symbolic sense. And Harry, stepping through now as conqueror where he had never stepped as child, struck the place like a wrong note played by someone using the right bloodline. The alley opened before him, and it was dim, not because the lanterns were out. Because spirit had gone missing from the place faster than structure had, most shops remained standing. Some were boarded. Some had enchanted shutters drawn. Others were open only by narrow margins, as if commerce itself were testing whether survival still required pretending normality. The crooked architecture still leaned in on itself with that half-absurd, half-beloved geometry magical Britain thought charming. Cobbled street, stacked windows, signboards that moved just a little, distant owl screech from somewhere deeper along the lane, but occupation lived here already. A burnt patch on the stones where someone had resisted a patrol badly or bravely. A shattered upper window still crusted with failed repair magic. Fresh imperial surveillance nodes anchored discreetly into lampposts where ordinary customers would not notice immediately, and every serious observer would. Harry began walking. No hurry, no visible purpose beyond observation. People noticed him in stages. First the coat and stillness, then the scar, then the age, Then the way he moved through the street without being stopped by anyone, including the 2 Imperial troopers posted at the Gringotts' outer corner, who saw him, straightened, and lowered their gaze. That was when recognition spread, not by shouting, by silence moving. A mother drew her child closer outside Madame Malkin's. A bookseller froze with a crate half lifted. A hunched wizard near the apothecary turned fully away and stared into a window like studying his reflection had become urgent work. Harry kept going. He passed Flourish and Blots first. The great bookstore's windows were cracked, one pane entirely boarded over. The front display, normally overfull with animated school texts, self-rearranging bestseller stacks, and dramatic dark arts exposés pretending not to be dark arts exposés, had been stripped almost bare. 2 schoolbook sets remained. A history volume. One battered copy of Defensive Magical Theory turned sideways as if dropped into place because no one had the energy to curate fear elegantly. The bell above the door did not ring. It had been charmed silent. Harry did not enter. Inside, through the dusty glass, he saw movement in the back stacks. Someone watching. Not brave enough to confront him, not foolish enough to flee dramatically either. Good, he thought. The place still had instincts. He moved on. At the apothecary, the smell of dried herbs, crushed mineral dust, potion alcohol, and old cauldron residue hit him hard enough to slow his step. Smell could do what memory sometimes refused to, rebuild atmospheres without permission. Something about it, wormwood perhaps, or burnt nettle, or the clean bitter trace of powdered moonstone. Knocked once against a place in him too early-formed for narrative, he saw, for half a second, nothing clear, only a child-height perspective, shelves too tall, labels unreadable. A hand, small, maybe his, reaching for a bottle and being stopped by an adult laugh from somewhere overhead. Then the impression vanished. Harry stood very still outside the shop. The apothecary's sign creaked. No one else seemed to notice what had just happened inside him. Good, he continued. Quality Quidditch Supplies was shuttered entirely. The posters in its window had been slashed, not by Imperial troops, too petty and random for them, but by locals, perhaps in panic, perhaps during the first occupation confusion when the sight of happy brooms and polished sport goods had felt obscene under a sky full of destroyers. A nimbus ad peeled slowly from cracked glass. Harry did not care about Quidditch. He knew that as fact, and yet the storefront bothered him in a way other damage had not because of the game itself. Because the neglect suggested some part of magical Britain had ceased rehearsing its own innocence. Even leisure had been occupied. 2 children stood across the lane near Aesop's Owl Emporium, both old enough to know fear but young enough not to have mastered discretion. They stared openly. One whispered, not quietly enough, "Is that him?" The other answered, "Mum said don't look." Neither looked away. Harry met their gaze for 1 second. The bolder one, freckles, missing front tooth, cheap school cloak too short at the wrists, did not flinch. The other did. Both were pulled indoors by an unseen parent a heartbeat later. He walked on. At Ollivander's, he stopped. The sign still hung at its familiar angle over the narrow door, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. Dust clouded the front glass. The shop was closed. Not theatrically looted, not burned, not stripped by soldiers. Shuttered. That word somehow made it sadder. Harry looked at the dark display where wand boxes should have stood in stacked shadows. The old wandmaker's name had surfaced in Doge stories, in resistance whispers, in ministry artifact registries. A builder of instruments so intertwined with magical Britain's identity that children probably remembered their first visit to this shop the way soldiers remembered first blood. Harry had no such memory, or perhaps he did, and it lived too deep to answer cleanly. His sleeve felt heavier with the hidden wand inside it. He did not take it out, not here. Not under the deadened sign and the dark window and the pressure in his scar that had begun again. Faint and steady. The way it did near places old magic considered significant. He wondered, only for a moment and angrily enough to resent the wondering. What sort of wand he might have chosen if life had unfolded according to all the provincial narratives Palpatine had mocked and the survivors had half mourned. Holly, phoenix feather, something heroic and insufferably neat. The thought almost made him smile. It also made him feel absurdly tired. He left the shop behind. The farther he walked, the quieter the alley became. Crowds had thinned at this end. Here stood the places that traded more in memory than necessity. The old joke shop darkened under mourning cloth, an antique cauldron dealer with only one lantern burning, a sweets display gone stale because children were no longer roaming freely enough to maintain turnover. Then came the leaky cauldron's rear service lane and the turn toward the small open square where Diagon Alley bent into Nut Alley's less respectable cousin, and farther on, Nocturne's shadow if one wanted it badly enough. Harry paused there because the wind changed. Not literal wind. Magical current, thin, uneasy. The way places felt after mass fear had brushed through them repeatedly for days. Thresholds listening, windows holding witness. Stone recording what passed. A patrol had come through recently, imperial boots, disciplined spacing, no unnecessary discharge. Before that, local civilians had run. Before that, an argument. Before that, someone crying hard enough to make a shopfront charm misfire. Harry was reading the lane almost unconsciously now, his second channel doing what it had always done best, interpreting meaning residue where others saw only surfaces. That was when he saw the cart. It lay half overturned near the corner, two wheels still on the cobbles, one cracked, a scatter of torn parcel paper around it. A small domestic scene broken by abrupt motion. Probably nothing important in military terms. And behind it, crouched low in the angle where wall met stone barrel and shadow, was a boy. 7, perhaps 8 years old, thin. Too still for his age in the way frightened children went still when noise became the enemy. Brown coat too large, dark hair untidy. One hand gripping the edge of the overturned cart so tightly the knuckles had gone white. And when the child looked up, Harry saw green eyes, the same green, not identical in shade, nothing ever truly was, but close enough to hit him with physical force. The world narrowed, not metaphorically. Actually, the lane, the cobbles, the boarded shop fronts, the distant occupation noise, all of it pulled away from the center point of that child's face and the stare they held between them. The boy's expression was not accusation, not even pure fear, recognition without context. The sort children had before adults taught them what symbols meant. He knew only that the man in black standing in the lane was the same person his mother had likely whispered about in warning, and also somehow looked enough like something familiar to make looking away difficult. Harry did not move. Neither did the child. His scar burned harder now, behind his ribs, under training and doctrine and careful internal architecture, something old and unfinished knocked once. Hard, against all the locked doors, for one impossible half-second he saw himself. Not literally. Possibility reflected backwards. A child in another version of life. Same eyes, same dark hair, same awkward angle of trying to make oneself small while still wanting to understand the threat, if he had remained here. If he had grown under stairs and school letters and old stories, instead of in steel corridors and war rooms and temples under dead storms. The thought was offensive. The thought was unbearable. The thought remained. Harry became aware, dimly, that an Imperial surveillance node at the end of the lane had line of sight here. Not full audio, enough visual capture for routine review. A stormtrooper patrol would pass the intersection in approximately 40 seconds if on standard loop. He knew exactly what protocol required. Unidentified civilian minor in contact zone. Potential resistance courier or witness. Register and clear, family tracing. If resemblance triggered security concern, and it might if any officer felt poetic enough to mention the eyes. Then internal intelligence review. He could do it with one calm signal. The child swallowed visibly. Harry saw now that the boy held something else in his other hand, half hidden by the cart. A wrapped parcel of bread or groceries. Not a weapon, not a message tube. Just a child caught outdoors too late in occupied streets. Still Harry did not move. He realized, with sudden cold accuracy, that what held him in place was not softness, it was fracture. The self Vader had built in him was efficient, disciplined, lethal when necessary, strategic before emotional. It could read battlefields, dismantle governments, interpret threats with ruthless clarity. It had no clean procedure for being confronted by a child who looked like a road not taken. The patrol turn came into view at the far end, white armor, 3 troopers, standard pace. Harry had perhaps 5 seconds before they looked into the lane and followed his gaze. He made a decision, not grand, not noble, not even fully conscious in the storybook sense. He stepped left, just enough, shifted his body so the child fell completely into his shadow line from the patrol's angle. When the troopers rounded the intersection, they saw only him standing in the lane near an overturned cart and abandoned packaging. They halted at once, saluting. "Sir," said the lead trooper. Harry did not turn. "Continue," he said. The trooper hesitated. There was civilian movement registered in this sector. Harry's voice lost 2 degrees of warmth it had never possessed much of. "I am aware." A beat. Then, "Yes, sir." The patrol moved on. Harry listened until their boots receded. Only then did he look down again. The child had not moved. Not because he trusted Harry, because children sometimes understood at animal speed when movement would break the spell holding danger at bay. Harry considered speaking. He imagined, briefly and with a kind of inward disgust, what he might say. "Go home. Stay out of patrol routes. Do not look at men like me as if we owe you answers. Run, all of them true in different ways, none bearable," so he said nothing. The child's mouth parted slightly as if he might ask something. "Perhaps are you him? Perhaps why did you help? Perhaps only Mr." Harry spared them both the question. He stepped back, turned, and walked out of the lane without looking again. He did not report the child. He did not tag the surveillance blind spot he had just created by standing where he had. He did not log the encounter in occupation notes. By the time he reached the central stretch of Diagon Alley again, his pulse had steadied outwardly. Inwardly, steadiness had become fiction. The shops returned around him as if nothing had happened. Weasley's wizard wheezes, dark behind enchanted blackout curtains. Madame Pimpernel's with 1 broken display bottle still bleeding perfume into the street. Florian Fortescue's, closed long before the invasion, now somehow sadder because occupation had turned all absences political. Harry kept walking. People kept getting out of his way. The alley still feared him. That had not changed. But now, layered under the usual tension of witness and command, he felt another thing moving through the place whenever eyes found him. Assessment. Not of what he could destroy, of what he might still understand. He hated that more than fear. Because fear was efficient. Understanding made demands. At the center, crossing near Gringotts, a new occupation notice had been nailed over a ministry proclamation board. Imperial Basic, beside hastily translated magical English script. All artifact transfers require occupation review. Curfew enforcement begins at nightfall. Unregistered portkeys are subject to seizure. Civil order ensures continuity. Someone had spat on it. The spit still glistened. Harry stared at the notice for 3 seconds, then looked away. He found himself at last in front of Gringotts. The white stone facade remained severe and untouchable as ever, though occupation had added its own complications. Imperial sensor rigs stood near the steps. 2 stormtroopers guarded the outer doors with visible discomfort, because goblins did not respond to military occupation the way human bureaucrats did. They responded like financial aristocrats, insulted at dinner, and planning revenge through ledgers no one else knew existed. The carved warning over the entrance still read, "Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed." Harry had read the rest in files. He stood on the steps and looked back down the alley, shuttered windows, half-open doors, fear carrying on as commerce. Ghosts layered under present tense. He realized then why he had come alone, not merely to observe aftermath, to measure whether the world beneath his feet could make him feel claimed by it. The answer, he found, was complicated enough to offend everyone involved. Diagon Alley did not feel like home. It felt like an accusation made of brick, a place full of objects and thresholds and commercial rituals that should have belonged to some version of his childhood, but now instead stood around him like witnesses at a trial no one had formally opened. Every storefront asked the same silent question in a different dialect. What would you have been here? Student, customer, son, rival, child with pocket money and school lists and trivial worries, or exactly what he had become elsewhere, only dressed in different symbols? No battlefield had ever demanded that sort of answer. He turned away from Gringotts and began the walk back toward the leaky cauldron. Night was coming. Magical lanterns brightened one by one in the alley, giving the street that old gold and shadow glow which might once have felt cozy. Now it felt like an old photograph developing under bad news. Halfway to the exit, an old witch stepped into his path, not recklessly. Deliberately, she wore mourning black and held a cane she did not fully need. Her hair was silver, braided tightly, and her face had the thin severity of someone who had outlived enough governments to stop granting them automatic metaphysical importance. Harry slowed. Around them, passers-by froze. One shop curtain twitched. Somewhere a bottle fell inside a back room and shattered from nervous hands. The witch looked up at him, not at the scar, at him. "You let the boy go," she said. Harry's expression did not change, but inside him the air seemed to vanish. So, someone had seen. Of course someone had seen. Old cities always watched through more windows than maps acknowledged. He could deny it, threaten her, ask which boy. Instead he said, "Move." She studied his face another moment. "There is still a witness living in you," she said quietly. "That is either very dangerous or our last useful miracle." Harry felt the lane go razor-still around them, then the colder architecture in him reassembled fast enough to function. "You presume familiarity," he said. "I presume pattern," the witch replied, "and I have lived long enough to know the difference." For one ridiculous instant, he considered having her arrested simply because the conversation had become intolerable. Then he saw that she knew he was considering it, and did not care. The old woman stepped aside of her own accord. As he passed, she added without turning, "Darkness is easiest to maintain when it never has to look at its own reflection." Harry did not answer. He walked on. This time no one stopped him. The brick passage out of Diagon Alley closed behind him with its old folding logic, sealing the hidden street from the pub. Inside the leaky cauldron, conversation faltered once at his reappearance, then resumed in careful fragments. Rain tapped at the windows now. Outside, London remained under occupation, its streets full of sirens, military cordons, breaking news, and a public learning that magic had existed under its feet for centuries. Harry crossed the pub and stepped into the wet evening. The imperial sky above the city remained full of threat geometry. Searchlights moved. Civilian aircraft were gone. Somewhere beyond the cloud ceiling, star destroyers held position like verdicts. He should have returned directly to the Ministry Occupation Command or the Executor. Instead he walked 3 blocks without visible destination, coat gathering rain, boots darkening on pavement. Muggle London moved around him in wounded rhythms. Police lines, emergency broadcasts from open shop doors, faces lifted to the sky as if looking long enough might force meaning into it. A little girl on a bus pressed her hand to the window as he passed. He kept walking. By the time he finally stopped beneath an overhang near a dark government building, he understood that something real had changed inside him in the alley. Not redemption. That word was sentimental garbage, and he knew it. Not conversion either. No single child's eyes or old woman's remark could unwind years of training, purpose, conquest, or the severe clarity with which he still viewed power. But a crack had opened. A clean, undeniable fracture in the self that treated Earth purely as inheritance to be claimed and reshaped. Diagon Alley had done what Palpatine's psychological probing and the Ministry's resistance, and even the survivors' testimonies had not fully managed. It had forced Harry to stand inside the ordinary life of the world he had lost and feel, not abstractly but physically, that some part of him was a ghost haunting his own missing childhood. The realization made him angrier than grief would have, because anger he understood, grief implied value he had never consented to carry. He turned his wrist and opened a secure comm channel. For 3 seconds, he considered reporting only the market conditions, shop status, occupation temperament, artifact movement risk, and surveillance blind spots. All useful. All true. Then he closed the channel without sending anything. Not because he intended deception in some grand future-altering sense. Because he did not yet know how to describe what had happened without handing someone else language sharp enough to use against him. Palpatine would call it weakness. Vader would call it data if he were being generous, vulnerability if he were not. Harry called it unfinished. And that, tonight, would have to be enough. He stood in the rain a moment longer, then disappeared into occupied London carrying no report of the child with the green eyes, no record of the lane, and no name for the crack now running through the architecture of the self Darth Vader had built. But it was there. And it would not close simply because he wanted it to. Hogwarts survived the first occupation phase by refusing to become a battlefield on anyone else's terms. 3 months after the fall of the Ministry, the castle still stood unconquered above the Black Lake. That fact alone had become a problem large enough to irritate empires. Magical Britain had been annexed administratively, its government bent, its commercial arteries occupied, its artifact traffic monitored, its resistance cells pressured into narrower and narrower forms. Diagon Alley continued under curfew and surveillance. Ministry departments functioned under imperial oversight. Several prominent bloodline houses had already begun the quiet, shameful work of adapting themselves to the new regime and calling it prudence. Muggle Britain, meanwhile, remained trapped in the wider planetary panic of occupation, military negotiations, orbital intimidation, information blackouts that failed hourly, and the long, humiliating process of learning that one's own world had contained a second hidden civilization beneath the first. And still Hogwarts stood. No Star Destroyer could simply vaporize it. That had been tested. Not with full orbital bombardment. Vader considered wanton destruction beneath strategy. But with calibrated strike pressure, sensor penetration, and 3 separate attempts to collapse the outer wards through technological overload. Each effort had failed in a different way. One bombardment beam had bent itself sideways into the lake and turned half the water briefly to steam. Another had vanished into an ancient deflection lattice that did not reflect energy so much as reinterpret hostile intent as misdirection. Long-range scans produced contradictory architecture, hallways that changed between readings, towers present on one pass and absent on the next. The castle was not merely defended. It was old enough to dislike explanation. Harry stood in the forward bombardment gallery of the Executor and watched the latest tactical render fail cleanly over the Scottish Highlands. Red targeting geometry dissolved against a pale silver dome that was not visible to the naked eye over Earth, but blazed across Imperial projection as a web of self-reinforcing enchantment anchored through stone, blood, memory, and pedagogy. Hogwarts did not separate its defensive magic from its identity. The school itself was the ward. Every class taught there for centuries. Every oath spoken by headmasters. Every battle survived. Every child sorted, punished, protected, or buried in its grounds had fed the structure until the castle had become less a building than a long-running magical argument about endurance. Vader entered behind him. Harry did not turn. "The latest scan?" he asked. "Inconclusive," Vader said. That was almost amusing now. Harry looked down at the silver lattice overlaying the castle model, then at the true image beyond the viewport where Scotland lay dark under winter cloud. "It's not the bombardment," he said. "It's intent." Vader stopped beside him. "Explain." "Hogwarts doesn't treat attacks as energy problems, it treats them as narrative problems." Harry gestured once toward the failing projection. Anything too large, too direct, too impersonal gets rewritten by the Ward logic into misdirection or atmospheric waste. The castle was built by founders who expected siege in magical terms, but old magic doesn't stop learning once built. It's been absorbing threats for centuries. Vader's silence signaled attention rather than doubt. Harry continued, "Orbital pressure only strengthens the symbolism, the ancient school defending children against a skyborne empire. Every strike teaches the wards who they are resisting. And a smaller assault can enter the story before the castle closes around it." Vader turned his mask slightly. "You!" Not a question. Harry met the reflection of Scotland in the black lenses. Yes, the answer had been inevitable for weeks. Since Diagon Alley, since the child in the lane, since the old witch who had seen too much, since the crack in him had become impossible to deny, Harry had been moving through occupation work with outward precision and inward distance. He had not become softer. If anything, the opposite. Softer men dissolved when the internal world stopped obeying. Harry had become colder, more exact, because exactness was what remained when one refused to name fracture as weakness. But Hogwarts was different. It was not just a holdout. It was the concentrated symbol of the life Earth might once have given him. School, house, mentors, rivalries, trivial humiliations, Quidditch matches he did not care about and exams he probably would have loathed, and 1,000 ordinary structures of belonging that now existed only as accusations in stone. To lead the siege personally was strategically correct. To refuse, it would have been noticed. By Vader. By Palpatine if reports reached him. By Harry himself, so he said yes. Vader deactivated the failed bombardment model, darkness reclaimed the chamber except for the viewport, and the control lights reflected along his armor. "Hogwarts has had time," Vader said. "Dumbledore will have prepared the castle for you specifically. I know. He understands your origin world's magic better than any living defender. Yes, he does not understand the shape of what raised you after." Harry's mouth tightened by a fraction. "No," Vader stepped closer to the viewport. The highlands below seemed almost serene from orbit. Snow-shadowed, river-cut, old, no visible sign of the world-ending arguments hanging above them. "The strike team will be small," Vader said. "Too many bodies turn the assault into siege again. You will enter through the breach we create and finish what bombardment cannot begin." Harry knew the doctrine. Small force, sharp penetration, collapse the symbolic core, make the defenders feel inevitability inside their own halls. "Who comes with me?" he asked. 2 Inquisitors. 1 501st Breach Squad. No more, Harry turned finally. "Which Inquisitors?" Vader's answer came without hesitation. "Maris Vell." "Good, severe, precise, no illusions about heroism." "And Cale Dray." Harry paused. Cale Dray was younger than most Inquisitors and more dangerous than his file implied. Human, thin-faced, charismatic in the irritating way some predators were, always half-performing himself even in private training rooms. His skill with rotational saber forms was real. So was his tendency to mistake survival for charm, Harry said. "He'll overcommit. Then you will decide whether that remains your problem after first contact." Which meant Vader was indifferent to Dray living through the assault as long as the castle fell. Fair enough. Harry inclined his head once. "When?" "Tonight. Of course, no speeches, no countdown into significance. Just the work arriving." Vader turned to leave, then stopped. "Hogwarts will try to remind you of what was denied," he said without looking back. Harry felt the line like a blade sliding carefully into old damage. "I know. Do not confuse absence with ownership." The doors shut behind Vader before Harry could answer. He stood alone in the bombardment gallery for several seconds more, looking down at the dark line of the Scottish Highlands, at the invisible castle beneath Old Cloud, at the place he had never lived and somehow still had to conquer. Then he left to prepare for war inside a school. Inside Hogwarts, winter had sharpened everything, not only the air, the students. Neville Longbottom stood in the 7th-floor corridor with frost from an open arrow slit breathing cold against the side of his face, and watched younger students hurry under supervision towards safer sections of the castle. Their footsteps echoed strangely tonight. The old stones were listening again. They had been listening for months, ever since the sky broke over Britain, ever since Professor McGonagall had gone from strict and stern to strict and armed, ever since classes stopped pretending to be normal and started incorporating shield formations, evacuation drills, emergency ward maintenance, and battle coordination into ordinary educational life, because there was no longer any ethical distance between childhood and war. Neville was 17 now, broad-shouldered where once he had been rounder, still not built like a duelist hero from old stories, but harder than any professor save perhaps Moody would once have predicted. The war had remade everyone at Hogwarts, some into frightened, brittle things, some into reckless performers. Neville had gone another direction. He had become dependable. That mattered more below the corridor. The castle's internal wards moved like low thunder through the stone. Ancient layers interlocked, portrait passages sealed. Staircases were pre-programmed into defensive confusion patterns. House elves had been evacuated from vulnerable service routes. Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall had spent half the day resetting corridor geometry in case of successful breach. Sprout had transformed sections of the greenhouses into living kill zones should anyone try to enter through the grounds. Snape, still here in this altered timeline, still unreadable and deeply unpleasant, had warded the dungeons with enough poisons and potion traps to make several professors visibly uncomfortable. Hogwarts was not a school waiting to be protected. It was a fortress pretending to remain educational for the sake of the children still inside it. Neville preferred the honesty of the fortress. A group of Ravenclaw sixth years passed carrying shield anchors and spare potion vials. One nodded to him. He nodded back. Seamus came up the corridor a moment later, breathing fast. West Tower reports interference again, like pressure on the upper wards. Neville looked toward the high windows where only cloud and night were visible. How much? Enough, that Flitwick swore in 3 languages. Neville almost smiled. That was bad then. He tightened his grip on his wand. The students called him one of the leaders now, though no one had formally said it. Dumbledore had never appointed a student commander because he was not deranged. But when you were one of the oldest remaining and brave enough not to collapse publicly, and had already helped reorganize lower-year evacuation routes twice, leadership happened to you whether you liked it or not. "What's the headmaster saying?" Neville asked. Seamus's face shifted. "He's in the Great Hall. Professors, too, wants all 7th years and any 6th years who can cast a stable shield in position." That meant tonight was real. Neville felt the fear arrive and settle into him like something expected. Not dramatic, not heroic. Just weight accepted because there was no useful version of refusing it. "Go," he said. "I'll take 7th floor line." Seamus hesitated. "If they get in—" Neville looked down the corridor toward the dark stretch leading to the room of requirement and the portrait routes beyond. "They will," he said. Seamus swallowed and nodded, then ran. Neville remained where he was for one more heartbeat, listening to the castle. Beneath the wards and the distant movement of defenders, beneath the old stone and the winter air and his own pulse, something else moved at the edge of perception. A return, not in the warm sense, in the catastrophic one. Harry Potter was coming home as the spearpoint of the siege. Neville had never met him, not truly. He knew him only through stories fractured by this changed timeline. The boy who vanished, the prophecy twisted half-insane by absence, the whisper that the invader with the red blade and green eyes was not merely some imperial enforcer, but the lost center around which Britain's war had once expected to build itself. Neville hated him already. Not simply because he led the occupation, because he had become the wound through which every adult in the castle now had to speak about lost futures. Neville pushed off the wall and headed for the 7th floor line. The siege had begun even before the first breach. The breach came at 2113, not by bombardment, by subtraction. High over the castle, 3 Imperial insertion craft plunged through the cloud ceiling in a narrow spread designed not to batter the wards head-on, but to force their predictive structure to divide attention. The first 2 flared bright on every magical sensor, false loud, obvious targets. The castle answered magnificently. Ancient ward fire rose from the battlements and grounds in silver-violet arcs, curving into the sky with terrifying beauty. One craft veered instantly, systems failing under rewritten trajectory logic. The other took a ward impact across its belly and spiraled away, trailing blue flame into the forest perimeter. The third craft came in dark, no broad engine flare, no dramatic silhouette. It dropped beneath the ward line in the dead angle created by the first 2 feints and fired a focused breach spike straight into the weakened symbolic seam above the old astronomy tower junction. An area Hogwarts had reforged 3 times over the centuries and never fully integrated into its deeper. Defensive grammar, the sky split, not the way it had over London, the way old magic split when forced to acknowledge a cunning enemy. A narrow black wound opened in the ward lattice above the tower. Small, temporary, enough. Harry came through first. He hit the tower roof in a crouch. Saber already ignited, red-gold light cutting through sleet and night. Behind him dropped Maris Vell, double-bladed weapon spinning live before her boots even found stone. Cale Dray in a 2-handed low stance with his hooked saber hilt, and 6 troopers of the 501st in sealed, winter-adjusted armor. The breech spike died the instant they landed. The ward seam began knitting almost immediately behind them. No retreat line. Good, Harry thought. He preferred it that way. The astronomy tower roof was already defended. Professor Sinistra stood at the far stair arch with 2 older students, and a ring of floating brass astrolabe fragments turned razor-sharp by combat transfiguration. The astronomy professor looked nothing like the harmless academic imperial profiles had suggested. Her wand was already moving when she saw them. "Down!" Harry snapped. The first curse volley crossed the roof in silver lines. Troopers hit stone. Maris deflected left. Dray dodged right with needless flourish. Harry met the center line and drove Slipguard through the opening barrage. The curses warped aside just enough for him to close distance in 3 fast steps. Sinistra was skilled, better than most frontline teachers would have been on other worlds. She sent the astrolabe fragments at his eyes, while the students behind her layered a binding charm underfoot, designed to lock boots to stone. Harry leapt over the floor binding, cut the astrolabe storm in half, and hit her wand arm with a force-assisted strike precise enough to numb the hand without severing it. Maris was already on the students. Her saber staff whirled in terrifying geometry, driving both back into the stair arch. "Alive if possible," Harry said. Maris snarled something unkind but adjusted. Dray ignored them entirely and took 2 troopers down the north parapet to secure the adjacent roofline, which was either tactical initiative or vanity dressed as it. Harry didn't yet care. Within 30 seconds, the tower roof was theirs. Harry extinguished his saber and listened. Below them, the castle was reacting like a wounded beast, staircases shifting, portrait alarms spreading, professors redirecting force lines. Local wards thickening around children's dormitories and the Great Hall. He could also feel Dumbledore, distant, centered, not moving to the breach, interesting. "He's letting the castle spend us," Maris said, reading the atmosphere well enough. "Yes," Harry replied. "He wants us inside and committed before he centralizes response." Dray came back from the parapet with sleet melting off his shoulders. "North line is clear for now. Want me ahead?" "No," Harry said. Dray's mouth twitched. "Thought this was a school, not a tomb." "Hogwarts is both," Harry said. "Stay on my left." They entered the tower. Inside, the castle attacked them intelligently, not with ghosts or cartoon tricks or moving staircases for theatrical effect, with pedagogy weaponized. The first corridor below the astronomy tower appeared clear until the lead trooper stepped through a threshold and the floor beneath him turned to frictionless glass. He went down hard, sliding toward a wall that opened into spinning stone teeth. Harry caught him with the force and dragged him back, just as Maris blasted the teeth into inert rubble. 2 landings lower, a portrait screamed a warning in medieval Welsh, and every suit of armor in the hall tried to kill them at once. The 501st handled that better than most magical defenders expected. Blaster fire knocked helms loose. Maris carved the animated weapons apart. Harry used a sharp magical denial to strip the enchantment anchors from the nearest 3 suits, leaving them clattering empty across the steps. Then the real defenders hit. Hufflepuff and Gryffindor, upper years out of uniform, faces pale and determined, led by Professor Flitwick in a corridor barely wide enough for 2 abreast combat. Flitwick's size had always made fools underestimate him. Harry never had. The Charms Professor fought like a duelist who had spent decades studying how larger opponents made assumptions with their shoulders before their wands finished them. The corridor filled with shield light. Flitwick's opening volley hit like precision surgery, tiny curse vectors aimed at joints, optics, grip lines, not big dramatic beams. One trooper lost his rifle. Another went blind behind his visor. Maris took a slicing charm across the side emitter of her saber staff and swore violently as the spin destabilized. Harry stepped forward. The students behind Flitwick held better than children should have had to. One girl with a split lip maintained a shield seam while another boy fed reinforcement charms through her line. They were tired, frightened, and disciplined by months of siege preparation. Harry felt the crack in himself from Diagon Alley flare in protest. He ignored it. This was not the lane. Not an accidental child with bread behind a cart. These were defenders holding a war corridor in a live siege. To sentimentalize that distinction would insult them. He drove Dreadhold not at Flitwick, but at the shield line's emotional center, the injured girl whose fear was being worked into discipline through raw courage. The invisible pressure hit. Her shield stuttered. Flitwick saw it instantly and tried to take the burden himself. That was enough. Harry wraith-stepped through the split and landed inside the defensive rhythm where the children had expected only ranged pressure. He disarmed the first student with a saber-hilt strike, severcast the second before a banishing hex completed, and redirected Flitwick's own cutting charm into the corridor ceiling, bringing dust and stone down between professor and students. "Fall back," Flitwick shouted. Harry almost admired him again. No false speeches. No suicidal hold at the wrong line. The professor knew exactly when a corridor had stopped being defense and started becoming a slaughter channel. The defenders withdrew deeper. Harry let them. He had no desire to pile bodies in the tower route. Not yet. By the time they reached the moving staircase nexus, Hogwarts had fully committed to internal war. Portraits had been evacuated from some walls and left in others as observers. Hidden doors sealed and reopened. The castle's geometry kept trying to pull them offline into dead ends, but Harry's second channel interpreted the threshold logic faster than technology ever could. He could feel when a corridor meant to become elsewhere if approached with the wrong emotional pressure. He could tell which stair flights were merely moving and which were choosing. This is why Dumbledore feared me here, he thought with a terrible flicker of understanding. Not because I am stronger than the castle, because I speak enough of its language to force it to answer. Dre, breathing harder now, said, "Great hall." "Yes, straight route," Harry almost laughed. "There is no straight route in Hogwarts. Then improvised route, always." A scream echoed somewhere below, then another. Then the bass thud of a giant door sealing. The siege was no longer confined to their strike path. The castle had become many small wars. Harry kept them moving, because if they stopped, Hogwarts would learn them too well. Neville Longbottom made his stand on the 7th floor, because there had ceased to be any sensible place left to make one. The original plan had been layered defense inward to the Great Hall, where Dumbledore and the senior staff would hold the castle's symbolic heart while students were either evacuated to protected sectors or assigned support roles away from the main breach line. It was a good plan. Then Hogwarts started bleeding through too many places at once. Flitwick's line folded back from the tower approaches. Two Inquisitor signatures appeared where only one had been expected. Something in the west stairwell triggered a false collapse that separated Ravenclaw support teams. Snape sealed 3 lower passages with poison vapor and nearly trapped his own people in the process. McGonagall redirected a battlement defense into the 4th-floor corridor because the roof wards began rewriting vertical movement unpredictably. In the middle of all this, the 7th floor became crucial for one stupid, infuriatingly Hogwarts reason. The castle itself seemed to want the invaders slowed there. Neville knew better than to question gifts from old magic when they aligned with survival, so he gathered who he had. 6 7th years. 4 6th years stable enough to hold combat shields. 2 younger students too stubborn to evacuate and therefore assigned runner duty rather than sent away to die proving points. A half-ruined corridor beneath the portrait gallery. Broken suits of armor piled into improvised cover. 3 potted devils snare-cutting Sprout had shoved into their arms with the instruction, "Throw at uniforms, not friends." He had never felt more like a fake leader in his life, which he'd learned often meant he was doing the job correctly. The first trooper hit the far end of the corridor in white and blue armor and took a body bind before he'd raised his rifle. Good. Neville's line held the opening. Then Maris Vell came through the smoke. The Inquisitor moved like the blade in her hands had opinions, and all of them were cruel. Her spinning saber took the corridor from defensible to rapidly theoretical in 2 seconds. Shield sparks exploded. One of Neville's 6th years screamed and dropped as the rotating edge clipped her outer barrier and scorched the wall beside her face. "Left flank," Neville shouted. He drove a blasting curse at Maris's footing while Seamus hurled the first devil's snare pot. The plant exploded across the corridor in a frenzy of black-green choking vines. For one beautiful half-second it worked. The vines hit Maris mid-stride and wrapped sabers, wrists, throat, wall, everything. Then Harry stepped through behind her. He did not cut the vines. He looked at them once, and the force ripped their root cluster backward into the ceiling, where Neville's own support charm detonated from strain and showered the line in dirt and broken stone. Their eyes met across the corridor. No rumor, no story, no photograph in the papers of the old world had prepared Neville for the reality of Harry Potter in motion. He was not some cackling dark prince. Not a corrupted hero from children's morality tales. He looked horribly sane. Focused, cold, tired in a way 17-year-olds had no right to be. The red-gold saber at his side burned without theatrical flourish. Neville hated him on sight more completely than before. Harry saw the hatred and recognized it. Neville felt that too and hated it more. He raised his wand. "You don't belong here," Harry answered instantly. "Neither do you, not anymore." Then they hit each other. Neville had improved far beyond his younger self's reputation. War did that. Dumbledore's army or no Dumbledore's army. Constant emergency training under real professors during occupation. Pressure had made him dangerous in the specific, practical way ordinary brave people became dangerous when enough was enough. He did not duel elegantly. He fought like a man trying to keep a line from breaking because children were behind it. His first hex Harry parried. The second Harry slipped. The third Neville layered under the second as a floor-burst transfiguration that turned loose stone into grasping spikes at Harry's ankles. That one almost landed. Harry leapt, twisted, and came down inside Neville's ideal range before the other boy could enjoy the success. Neville shielded hard. Red-gold saber met blue-white ward in a burst of sparks. Harry expected Neville to buckle. He didn't. Good, Harry thought involuntarily. Neville shoved forward with all the ugly strength of desperate defense. Seamus and the others fed spells around him. Corridor dust became hazards. Armor fragments lifted into midair. Maris fought the left flank. Drey's saber flashed somewhere farther back against another student team. Harry realized within seconds that killing Neville would be easy. Defeating him without killing him would be much harder. That fact irritated him more than it should have. Because whatever else the crack in him had become, It had not granted him some noble aversion to battlefield death. He had killed before. He would kill again. But Neville Longbottom, 7th year, frightened, furious, standing in a school corridor with children behind him and hate in his eyes, was too legible, too human. Too much exactly what conquest claimed to transcend and always eventually had to kneel on. Harry refused the easy route. He shifted to dismantling. Slipguard broke Neville's next 2 curses wide. Dreadhold froze Seamus just long enough for Maris to disarm rather than gut him. Harry used a force pull to drag Neville's shield angle off-center, then sever-cast through the younger wizard's follow-up spell so the incantation died half-born on his lips. Neville came again anyway. Of course he did. He drove straight into Harry's guard with a blasting curse and a shield ram layered together. Messy, strong, effective, because it rejected elegance completely. Harry took the blast on crossed force and magic, stepped to the side, and cracked the saber hilt into Neville's wrist. The wand spun free. Before Neville could recover, Harry hit him with a precise pulse of wandless pressure that locked muscle groups without breaking bone and threw him backward into the wall. Neville slid down hard, breathing ragged, limbs refusing orders. The corridor line wavered. Harry stood over him, saber raised slightly, red-gold light turning both their faces harsher. Neville glared up through pain and said with astonishing clarity, "Do it!" The children behind him went still. Harry looked down at the boy he should perhaps once have called classmate in another universe. Saw the courage, the terror, the refusal, and felt that stupid widening crack open 1 degree further. "No," Harry said. He turned away before Neville could understand what had been denied him. "Push through," Harry ordered. The line broke, not because Neville failed. Because Harry had chosen the exact point where courage turned from anchor into trapped symbol, and then moved the battle past it. The corridor belonged to the invaders. But Neville Longbottom still breathed against the wall, furious and alive, which would matter later in ways Harry did not yet want to examine. The great hall waited at the end of the siege like judgment. By the time Harry reached its doors, the castle behind him had become aftermath and pockets of resistance. Not total defeat. Hogwarts was too old for quick endings, but the strike team had done what orbital force could not. Entered the story and changed its grammar. The great oak doors stood sealed under layers of light, Dumbledore's work. McGonagall's transfiguration anchors, Flitwick's lattice precision. Sprout's living rootwork under the threshold. Snape's poison sigils in the door seams. A headmaster and staff who had turned a dining hall into a final doctrine. Maris came to Harry's right, breathing hard, robes scorched. One side emitter of her saber staff flickered from damage. Dre to his left looked worse, blood at the hairline, expression bright with battle sickness and too much self-regard surviving contact. "Whole castle for one room," Dre said. "No," Harry replied. "One world in one room." He put his hand on the door, the hall answered. Ancient place magic surged up through oak and iron, and all the years of sorting, feasting, mourning, triumph, punishment, and adolescent misery the room had contained. It knew him in the same wrong personal way the Diagon threshold had. Child of this world, stranger to its rituals. Blood touched by sacrifice. Soul annealed elsewhere. He pushed. Magic and force braided. The seals split. The great hall opened. Winterdark lay beyond the enchanted ceiling, storm clouds moving where stars should have been. The 4 house tables had been cleared and turned into barricade lines. Professors stood among injured students and older defenders. McGonagall at the front, face carved from fury and duty. Flitwick pale but upright, Sprout with dirt and blood on her sleeves. Snape all in black stillness, wand low and lethal. Behind them, scattered through the hall's defensive geometry, students too old or stubborn or necessary to hide. And at the center, before the staff dais, stood Albus Dumbledore, blue robes, silver beard, half-moon spectacles, wand in hand. Not frail, not theatrical. Simply the oldest dangerous man in the room, and the only one there whose composure made the war feel briefly like a conversation that had been waiting years to happen. Harry stepped inside. The great hall doors slammed shut behind him, cutting the rest of the castle away. Maris and Dre entered after, but stopped at the threshold under Harry's lifted hand. He knew immediately what the hall wanted. Not them. Not yet. The duel here was symbolic before tactical. Too many combatants would cheapen the room's meaning and strengthen the defenders by clarifying enemy shape. Dumbledore understood that too. "Let them wait," the headmaster said softly. McGonagall hissed, "Albus, it must be him." The words crossed the hall and landed between Harry and Dumbledore like old lore awakening. Harry unclipped his saber. The red-gold blade ignited. Dumbledore raised the Elder Wand. Around them, the hall's defenders fell back a step, not in cowardice but in recognition. History was about to stop pretending it had not been arranging itself around this. Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's over the distance. "You have come very far to stand in a room meant for boys," he said. Harry's reply came cold and exact. "And you have hidden too long in rooms meant for children." Then they began. Dumbledore moved first. Not with light, not with noise, but with mastery so complete, it looked almost gentle until the effects arrived. The floor between them transformed into a rushing line of white fire that became silver chains mid-motion. Harry cut them apart, only to realize the fragments were not fragments, but transfigured birds now knifing toward his eyes. He force-shoved them into sparks and hit back with a severcast buried inside a saber arc. Dumbledore vanished sideways. Not apparition. The hall would never allow it cleanly under current ward state, but something close enough in old combat terms to make the difference academic. He reappeared near the Ravenclaw table and sent the house banners downward like living constrictors. Harry wraith-stepped through the first, slashed the second, and felt Dumbledore use the space of the hall itself as wand extension. Every bench, flagstone, torch bracket, and carved beam seemed willing to answer him. Of course they were. This was his castle too. They escalated fast. Harry's spell-weaving carved red-gold sigils through the air. Dreadhold turned one of Dumbledore's silver shield plates inward on itself before the old wizard shattered the coercion field with a word that sounded older than ministry law. Dumbledore answered with transfiguration so refined it felt like weather deciding new properties. The Slytherin table became a wall of green-black serpents. Harry cut through them, only to find they were vectors for curse light hidden in scales. The hall shook. Students stumbled backward. McGonagall shielded the younger ones without taking her eyes off the duel. Harry realized two terrible things simultaneously. First, Dumbledore was not weaker than him, not in knowledge, not in raw magical sophistication, not in control. Second, Dumbledore did not understand the degree to which Harry no longer feared internal darkness. That was the opening. The old wizard expected ambition. Rage, corruption, power lust, all the classic terminologies of magical moral failure. He had fought dark wizards his entire life. He knew how darkness usually entered a young man through appetite, ego, wound, loneliness. He understood temptation. He did not understand comfort. Harry had been raised inside darkness severe enough that he no longer required it to flatter him. He did not reach for power as vice. He used it as grammar. That difference changed the duel. Dumbledore launched a spiral of blue-white fire meant to pressure Harry into overcommitting emotionally against the hall's symbolic heart. Harry did not overcommit. He stepped into it. Used the Force to split its vectors, magic to deny its designation as purifying force, and came through the other side untouched except for scorched coat edges. For the first time, Dumbledore's expression shifted, not fear, recognition. There, Harry thought. You still think darkness must feel like falling. He drove forward. The saber met the Elder Wand's shield in a blossom of gold and red and white. Dumbledore transfigured the nearest flagstones into grasping hands. Harry let them take his boots, then used the anchoring to channel a full-body force strike through the floor itself. The shockwave cracked the hall's centerline and blew the stone hands apart. Dumbledore retaliated with a storm of glass memory lights, echoes, perhaps, from the hall's own layered history. Laughter, feast candles, old banners, fragments of school years turned into blinding, weaponized nostalgia. Harry cut through them, not because he was immune to the symbols, because he refused them ownership. He spoke then, not loudly, but the hall heard. "You built this place to shape children into loyalty and called it wisdom." Dumbledore's response came as he redirected a falling chandelier into a swarm of silver-edged shards. "I built it," he said, "to give them structure before the world taught them cruelty." Harry sent the shards spinning harmlessly into the Hufflepuff table with a twist of spell-weaving. And when the world taught it anyway, Dumbledore's gaze sharpened behind the spectacles. Then at least they had something in themselves worth defending. The sentence hit, not because Harry agreed, because part of him could suddenly see with painful clarity the shape of what Hogwarts had meant to those who fought for it. Not propaganda, not merely institution. A place that attempted, however imperfectly, to give children internal rooms larger than the wars outside. That understanding might have weakened another fighter. For Harry, it did something worse. It gave the enemy dignity, which meant defeating him required total honesty. He opened both channels fully. Force darkness rose, disciplined and cold. Magic answered, red gold and ancient and wounded and alive. The hall's candles blew sideways. House banners whipped. Several defenders cried out as pressure slammed through the room. Dumbledore lifted the Elder Wand in both hands and anchored himself with every old art he possessed. Harry struck, not with saber first, with a woven field. Dreadhold expanded beyond single-target coercion into a room-scale psychological pressure wave. But refined, shaped, cut narrowly enough not to hit the watching students in lethal measure. It hit Dumbledore as accumulated darkness without hunger, cruelty without theatrics, command without self-hatred. A lifetime of fighting dark men had taught the headmaster to answer monsters who wanted, desired, craved, feared. Harry brought him something else. A young man perfectly at ease inside the shadow he carried. That was what Dumbledore could not counter, for 1 second, not more. The old wizard's emotional reading of the duel misaligned. He looked not beaten, not frightened, but profoundly sad. Harry closed the distance in that second and tore the Elder Wand from Dumbledore's grip with a force wrench layered under symbolic denial. The wand flew. Dumbledore staggered. Harry struck him with the hilt, precise and brutal, across the temple. The headmaster went down. Silence detonated through the hall. The Elder Wand spun once in the air and Harry caught it. The whole light seemed to change around the contact, not obedience. Recognition deeper than obedience. The wand knew him. Not as master, yet in all the old fairy tale simplicity magical Britain liked to tell itself, but as convergence. Force-tempered will, sacrificial magic residue, conquest, contradiction, old blood, and newer darkness all locking around the artifact's impossible history. Harry stood over Dumbledore's unconscious body with the Elder Wand in one hand and his red-gold saber in the other. No one moved. McGonagall's face had gone white with fury. Flitwick looked suddenly ancient. Snape's expression did not change, which was perhaps the most frightening reaction in the room. The students, bloody, terrified, shaking, stubborn, stared at Harry like the world had just chosen a shape they were not prepared to live under. Maybe it had. Harry looked down at Dumbledore. Not dead. Defeated. The distinction mattered. He lifted the Elder Wand, studied it once in the stormlight of the enchanted ceiling, and understood with terrible clarity that destroying it here would be obedience to a simpler story. Victory, moral gesture, symbolic renunciation. Very British. Very tidy. He was beyond tidy. So instead he made a different decision, one that would cost the world more later. He snapped the wand's wood in both hands. Gasps tore through the hole. But before the core could sever, Harry caught the raw magical thread within, silver-white, old as intent itself, and drew it out in a line of light visible only to those close enough to sense true power. He held the impossible filament between his fingers for 1 heartbeat, then sealed it into a black crystal memory casing at his belt. A half-formed holocron shell prepared for exactly this sort of artifact convergence. The broken wood fell to the stones. The hall flinched. Dumbledore still lived. The Elder Wand as symbol had died. Its secret had not. Harry looked once more at the defenders. "Stand down," he said. No one answered. Of course not. McGonagall took one step forward, wand shaking with fury. "Out of this castle!" Harry's expression did not change. "No." Maris and Dre stepped fully into the hall then, troopers behind them at last, and the moment shattered into occupied reality. The siege was over. Hogwarts had not been destroyed. It had been taken. And Harry Potter, standing in the great hall with one of the oldest magical secrets in Britain now locked in dark crystal at his side, felt no triumph at all. Only the deep, cold loneliness of a thing completing that could never again be undone. Outside, on the hill beyond the shattered battlements, parts of the castle still burned. Snow and emberlight crossed each other in the air like two worlds refusing to mix. Inside, the defenders of Hogwarts stared at the conqueror who should once have been one of theirs and knew, with the kind of certainty war left no room to soften, that the castle had not fallen to greater power alone. It had fallen to someone who understood exactly how much of himself did not belong here and came anyway. Hogwarts burned without collapsing. That, Harry thought, suited it. From the outer battlements, the castle looked less like a conquered fortress than a myth refusing to die correctly. Fire clung to some towers while others stood untouched under snow and stormlight. Ancient stone trapped heat strangely. Enchanted beams smoldered without giving way. Portions of the ward lattice, broken during the assault, still flashed in faint silver veins across the air before fading into sleet. Below the cliffs, the black lake reflected all of it in fractured red and white. Imperial occupation crews moved through the grounds with disciplined efficiency. Perimeter beacons, breach stabilizers, prisoner routes, medical triage for both their own wounded and Hogwarts defenders valuable enough not to discard. Snow hissed against still-hot masonry. Somewhere in the lower courtyards, an owl screamed and kept screaming until a trooper finally drove it off with a burst of light. Harry stood on the astronomy tower 3 hours after Dumbledore's fall and watched the castle survive being taken. He was alone, not because there was no one else who might have climbed to him. Maris Vell had tried once, shortly after the hall was secured, to deliver a clean casualty summary and ask whether the older professors should be transferred immediately to Ministry holding. Harry had dismissed her without looking away from the battlements. Dre had not tried at all. He knew enough now to recognize atmospheres in which performance became self-harm. Vader had not yet come down from orbit. That mattered, because tonight's conquest belonged to Harry in a way the Ministry had not. The Ministry had been administrative, tactical, symbolic in a governmental sense. Hogwarts was worse, more intimate, more accusatory. It had forced him to walk inside the architecture of a life he had never had and defeat its oldest defender in the room meant to shape boys into men. And now, at his belt, where the broken wood of the Elder Wand no longer hung because he had left it behind in the hall like a corpse after surgery, the black crystal casing of the half-formed holocron pulsed faintly with stolen inheritance. Not just the wand's core. More, he could feel it. The silver-white magical thread he had drawn from the Elder Wand should have been enough to make the casing hum with unstable power. But beneath that clean old magic, something else moved. Familiar, unbearable, and patient in exactly the wrong way. Lily, not her spirit. Harry did not believe in comfort offered through bad metaphysics. Not a ghost, not even memory in the ordinary sense. Residue, the old sacrificial architecture in him had recognized something when he seized the Elder Wand's core. The wand had passed through too many lives, too many duels, too many threshold moments to remain merely an instrument. It was saturated with magical intent, historical violence, survival logic. When Harry pulled its living thread into the crystal shell, it had answered by drawing in adjacent resonances, still clinging to the same symbolic web that bound Harry's own scar, his mother's death, and the failed murder that made him possible. He had known that instantly. Which was why he had not opened the holocron yet, because once opened, it would not go back to being abstract. The wind turned on the tower. Harry touched the black crystal casing at his belt. It was cold, then warm, then almost like a pulse. Behind him, bootsteps approached, measured, singular, impossible to mistake. Vader stopped at the tower arch. "The castle is secure," he said. Harry did not turn. "For now. McGonagall remains uncooperative. Expected. Snape is useful." Harry almost smiled at that, though the expression never reached the surface. "Is he wishes to survive, also expected?" Vader came to stand beside him at the battlements. Below them, Imperial lights cut clean blue-white lanes through the dark courtyards where students had once crossed in ordinary years, carrying books, gossip, and trivial grievances. The contrast annoyed Harry more than open ruin would have. Vader's gaze moved once over the distant burning West Tower and then settled on the holocron casing at Harry's belt. "You have not opened it," he said. "No." "Why?" Harry answered after a pause. "Because I know what's inside." "Do you?" "No," Harry said. "I know enough." That silence between them had changed since Coruscant, not broken. Less obedient. Questions existed inside it now and did not disappear merely because neither man named them every time they surfaced. Harry felt them in the air whenever Vader stood close enough for instruction to be possible. Palpatine had done that much, at least. Inserted a blade into every future conversation and forced both of them to notice it. Vader said, "Then open it." Not encouragement, command, perhaps, but thinner than it once would have been. Harry turned at last. The tower lantern light cut Vader's armor into severe planes of black and dim blue reflection. The mask was unreadable, always unreadable, but Harry had long since learned that unreadable did not mean empty. It meant one needed to listen to structure instead of face. "You want to know what survived," Harry said. "Yes, truth, then, and whether it changes me." Another pause, then Vader said, "Everything changes you." Harry took the holocron casing into his hand. It fit his palm like a wrong answer carved beautifully enough to tempt belief. Black crystal shell. Sith geometric lines. A seam of silver-white light beneath the surface where the Elder Wand's extracted core thread now lived. The structure was incomplete by ordinary holocron standards. A proper Sith knowledge prism required ritual alignment, coded gate logic, and keyed access design. Harry had not built this one as archive alone. He had built it as prison, fusion chamber, and weapon platform waiting to decide what it wanted to become. That uncertainty was exactly why it frightened him. Vader said nothing else. Good. Harry did not want narration for this. He set the casing on the battlement stone between them and placed both hands around it, one channeling force discipline, the other opening the symbolic grammar of magic. The holocron recognized him instantly. Silver-white light rose through its seams, then deepened into red-gold shadow, then settled into a color that seemed to refuse naming altogether. The wind died, not naturally. The tower around them thickened into a tension. Harry felt the casing's locks unfold one by one. Not mechanical, conceptual. Claim, survival, blood, mastery. Witness. Then the holocron opened, black crystal panels separated like unfolding blades. A core of light rose from inside, not projected outward like a simple memory charm, but drawn upward in layered strands of image and sound interwoven with magical residue. This was not mere recording. It was event presence distilled through violent survival and artifact resonance. The tower vanished, not physically, but Harry was no longer standing in it. He was back in Godric's Hollow. Rain. Night, the cottage broken open. The sound hit first, because memory always did more damage through ordinary detail than spectacle. Rain on shattered stone, a house settling into ruin, fire hissing where it met wet timber, and beneath all of it, a child crying himself hoarse. Harry went still in a way even Vader could likely feel. The image moved, not from his point of view, not exactly. More like the holocron had reconstructed the event from sacrificial residue, Elder Wand threshold memory, and whatever of Lily's final act had remained encoded in the metaphysical violence of that room. He saw her. Not the idealized, almost sunlit figure Palpatine had conjured to test him. Not a photograph laughed into motion by someone else's hand. Lily Potter as she had truly been in the last minute of her life, barefoot, terrified, more furious than terrified. Hair partly fallen from whatever hasty knot she'd put it in before the world ended. A young woman, not a symbol. A mother, yes, but also a person breathing too fast and trying desperately to make herself larger than death by choosing where to stand. Harry realized he had never before allowed himself to imagine her fully alive. That omission hurt more than the image itself. The holocron memory shifted through the nursery, baby Harry crying, the broken crib, her hand shaking once as she lifted him. Then James's voice from downstairs, brief, defiant, already dying around the edges. Harry closed his eyes for a second. The memory did not care, it continued. Lily turned toward the door, not toward Harry, because this was not built for his comfort. But her face came into profile long enough that he saw it all. The fear, yes, but also decision arriving with such totality that once it entered her, there was no room left for negotiation. Then Voldemort entered the nursery, younger than Harry's later reconstructions had made him. More human-looking in some half-finished way, more terrible for it. A man convinced prophecy had granted him jurisdiction over survival. He spoke. The holocron did not preserve every word clearly. Some were blurred by the magical violence around them, but enough came through. Stand aside. You need not die. Move. And Lily laughed once, not because anything was funny. Because terror had nowhere left to go except into contempt. Harry had not expected that. It hit him like a hand around the throat. This woman, who knew she was about to die, had still managed enough scorn to laugh at the man who meant to kill her son. "Not Harry," she said. The words were clear. "Not Harry. Please, not Harry." She stepped between curse and child, no wand raised, no clever duel, no final hidden strategy. Only refusal so absolute it changed metaphysics. Then came the curse, green light, impact, but the holocron did not flinch away from the impossible part. That was its cruelty and its gift. Harry saw the exact instant Lily's death became something other than death. The sacrificial magic surged not out of abstract virtue, but from concentration, love sharpened to singular intention, blood claim, self-erasure weaponized through refusal. The room answered. The old world answered. The curse rebounded into Voldemort with catastrophic force. For one impossible heartbeat, as the Dark Lord's body disintegrated and the nursery exploded into magical collapse, the memory caught Lily's face again. Not alive, not dead either, not yet in the human sense, present in the act of becoming protection. And through all the rupture, all the violence, all the green fire and collapsing wood and breaking reality, one emotional truth came through the holocron with unbearable precision. She had not died afraid of losing. She had died certain of what she was doing. The image shattered. Harry's hands clenched hard enough on the battlement stone that his knuckles went white. The holocron shifted again before he could recover. Now he was hearing instead of seeing, not the nursery this time, a quieter reconstruction. Voice residue drawn from the same sacrificial anchor, stabilized by the Elder Wand's threshold logic. Lily's voice, not to Voldemort, not to James, to Harry, perhaps never spoken aloud in exactly these words. Perhaps formed by magical intent rather than air and mouth. The holocron did not care about the distinction. It cared about truth carried through sacrificial structure. You are loved. You are not what hunts you. If you live fully. Harry stopped breathing. There were no tears. He would have despised them if they came. This was not that kind of moment. This was structural failure. Because no amount of Vader's training, Palpatine's psychological games, conquest, doctrine, or self-authorship had prepared him for hearing the final architecture beneath his own life rendered into a mother's unambiguous intent. Not heroism, not prophecy, not national destiny, love. The word disgusted Sith systems because it refused leverage cleanly. That did not make it less real, it made it worse. The holocron dimmed. The tower returned around them, wind, snow, burning castle, Vader beside him. Harry realized several seconds had passed in absolute silence. The holocron remained open, light lowered now to a low silver-red pulse like a heart uncertain whether to keep beating. Vader said very quietly, "There is more." Harry turned his head. The words came out flatter than he intended. "You knew." Not a question. Vader looked at the holocron, not at Harry. "I knew enough to infer the structure," he said. Not the voice. Harry's jaw tightened. That was almost honest, which meant it was dangerous. "You told me she protected me," Harry said. "You told me the event stabilized the interface. You did not tell me that the protection persisted like this." Vader's respirator filled the tower. "Because it was useful." There, no softening, no attempt to outmaneuver the accusation. Harry felt something cold and clean slide into place inside him. Useful, not sacred, not tragic, not untouchable useful. He almost admired the nakedness of the answer, almost. "In what way?" he asked. Vader still did not look at him. "The Emperor cannot consume, overwrite, or wholly annihilate what remains metaphysically anchored by that sacrifice," he said. "As long as the bond persisted in you, or in a structure bound to you, you represented a strategic anomaly beyond his full possession." Harry stared. He already knew what was coming next and hated that he knew. "You preserved it," he said. "Yes, as insurance, a beat." "Yes." The tower lantern hissed in the wind. Below them, Hogwarts continued burning in stubborn pockets, oblivious to the far more personal war that had just begun over its highest stones. Harry looked back at the holocron. The black crystal shell, the silver-white core thread, the impossible voice residue now sleeping again beneath the casing surface. His mother's last act, her words, her certainty. The final concentration of love that had once saved him from murder and now, according to Vader, had been preserved because it made him useful in a larger strategic game against Palpatine. He laughed once. The sound surprised both of them, not because it was amused, because contempt had finally found a shape large enough to fit. "Was any of it real?" Harry asked. This time it was a question, not about the holocron, about years. Vader turned at last. There it was again. The black mask, the unyielding armor, the machine breath, the total outward inhumanity he had built around himself until even truth had to come through structural weaknesses rather than face. Harry held the gaze of the lenses and knew, before the answer came, that what mattered most would be the space before it. Power was real, Vader said. The pause had already happened. Training was real, survival was real, discipline was real, purpose was real. But the answer he gave was power. That was its own confession. Harry looked away first, not from submission, but because continuing to look would have made the room too small for the force of the thing moving through him. The old wound Palpatine had pressed, the question of heir versus asset, the years aboard the Executor, the black glove in the crib, the bridge, the Kyber rite, the missions, the lessons, the small permissions that had once almost looked like care if one stood at the right angle and wanted the lie badly enough, useful, necessary. Power was real. And underneath all of it, his mother's sacrifice had been catalogued as strategic leverage. Harry picked up the holocron. It was warm now, fully awake to him, the silver-white thread inside it pulsing with unbearable integrity. This was the proof. The one thing in his life, not interpretable through doctrine or ambition or military logic without violence being done to it, which meant it could not remain available, not to Vader, not to Palpatine, not even, perhaps, to himself in the form it currently took. Vader saw the decision forming and said, "Do not act from reaction." Harry's answer came without turning, "I am acting from ownership." He held the holocron in both hands. For one brief instant, the easiest path appeared clearly. Keep it, guard it. Let it remain shield, anchor, secret advantage. Use his mother's sacrifice the way both empires around him would use every other truth, strategically. That was the darkly efficient choice. It was also a desecration so complete Lily's voice inside the crystal seemed to recoil from the shape of it. Harry closed his eyes. If you live, live fully. Not hide behind me forever, not remain untouchable, not make my death your shield. Live. When he opened his eyes again, the decision had become simple enough to hurt. He tightened both channels at once. Force pressure locked the holocron shell from escaping the act through defensive reconfiguration. Magic surged red gold around the silver thread inside, not to shatter carelessly. To sever claim, Vader stepped forward. Harry, too late! Harry crushed the holocron. Black crystal split between his hands in a burst of red, gold, and silver light so bright the tower vanished in it. The Elder Wand thread screamed once, a high, old sound like intent itself being untethered. Lily's voice came not in words, but in warmth so concentrated it became almost physically painful. The sacrificial anchor flared through Harry's scar, his bones, his magic, his force presence, every system in him recognizing the release. Then it was gone, not erased. Spent, freed, the crystal casing burst to powder and falling sparks. Silver-white filament burned upward into the storm above Hogwarts, disappeared into night, and did not return. The red-gold resonance collapsed inward through Harry's scar one final time and then quieted into something less shield than memory. He staggered, not from regret, from vulnerability. A whole category of metaphysical protection had just ceased to exist. He felt it immediately. The universe around him became sharper, harsher, less buffered. The Emperor's future hunger, should it ever fully turn on him, would now find fewer barriers between ambition and consumption. Good, Harry thought with savage, exhausted clarity. Let the future come cleanly. The wind came back hard. Vader stood motionless, looking at the dust and fading sparks in Harry's open hands. "You have made yourself killable," he said. Harry let the crystal remains fall from his fingers into the night. "I always was." "No." Harry turned on him then, really turned with all the fracture of Diagon Alley, all the cold of Coruscant, all the siege fire of Hogwarts, all the years aboard the Executor, and the fresh absence where his mother's shield had just ceased being a strategic object. "No," he repeated. "You made me useful. She made me loved. I will not confuse them again." The words hung between them like a new law being tested for strength. Vader did not answer immediately. Because perhaps there was no answer available that would not either concede too much or lie too badly. At length he said, "You believe this changes what you are." Harry's laugh, this time, held no humor at all. "It changes what owns me." That landed, hard enough that even Vader's stillness, adjusted by degrees only someone who had grown up studying it could read. Below them, in the conquered castle, a bell began ringing somewhere broken and off time. Perhaps triggered by fire, perhaps by ghost logic, perhaps by some old magical process that had decided midnight mattered even in occupation. Harry looked out over Hogwarts grounds and the dark lake and the distant shape of Scotland beyond them. He had won the whole, taken the wand's secret, broken the holocron, released the shield his mother had made into the world rather than keep it as leverage. None of it made him feel lighter. But it made him feel his own weight, and that, perhaps, was the first honest thing conquest had given him in months. Vader said, "The Emperor will sense the difference." "Yes, he will act sooner." "Yes, and still you did this." Harry met the black mask without flinching. "Yes," silence again. Then Vader gave the closest thing to truth he perhaps could. "Good." Harry stared at him, not because the words softened anything, because it did not. Vader was not approving the morality of the act. He did not traffic in that currency. He was recognizing the strategic ferocity required to discard one's own hidden invulnerability rather than remain governed by it. To choose exposure over dependency, risk over leverage, agency over inherited shield. It was, in his language, almost respect. Harry found that he no longer needed it. That realization settled into him like a blade finding its sheath. The tower doors opened behind them. Maris Vell stepped into the arch, saw the atmosphere instantly, and nearly backed out again before discipline stopped her. "My lord," she said to Harry, not Vader, a subtle shift. "Castle transfer is complete. Occupation banners can be raised at first light. The staff prisoners are secured. Students are contained." Harry did not look away from Vader for a second more. Then he turned, McGonagall, still refusing food. Flitwick, infirmary guarded. Snape. Maris's expression soured slightly. Useful. Harry almost smiled at the echo. And Dumbledore? He asked. Conscious again, Maris said. Says he wishes to speak only to you. Of course he did, because apparently the knight had not finished making demands. Harry looked once more at the storm over the lake where the last silver sparks of the destroyed holocron had vanished. Nothing remained there now, no visible sign of Lily, no shield, no artifact, no secret insurance policy. Only weather and darkness and a world he had conquered badly enough to begin understanding. He walked past Maris into the tower stair. At the threshold he stopped and said without turning, "Raise no banners." Maris blinked. "My lord, Hogwarts is occupied," Harry said. "Not converted." She hesitated. Then, "Yes, my lord." He descended into the castle carrying no holocron, no elder wand, no inherited immunity, only the weight of what had been true, what had been used, and what he had just chosen to release. Behind him, Darth Vader remained alone on the tower with the wind and the burning school and whatever answerless things even a dark lord could not fully reduce to strategy. And somewhere below, in a chamber prepared for prisoners and kings and failed mentors alike, Albus Dumbledore waited for a young conqueror who had just destroyed the one secret that made him safest. The Elder Wand's last secret had not been how to win. It had been this. That love, once weaponized by the living, became one more chain. Harry had broken it. Now he would have to find out who he was without it. 6 months after Hogwarts fell, the Empire stopped calling it occupation. Official documents preferred cleaner language, integration, administrative harmonization, provincial stabilization, continuity enforcement, and Britain's magical world. Once a hidden nation nested inside another nation, once arrogant enough to believe secrecy itself was sovereignty, became, in imperial files, a governed province with a name as sterile as conquest always wanted its trophies to sound, the magical sector. Harry Potter's title arrived the same way, not in ceremony, not in applause, not before kneeling crowds or Sith ritual or any of the old dramatic forms that lesser regimes mistook for legitimacy. A sealed order came down through Vader's command chain, copied in black-on-red imperial script and translated into magically binding legal language for all ministry departments to obey. By order of the Emperor, administrative authority over the magical sector and all associated off-world magical extractions, artifacts, refugee routes, registry enforcement, and compliance operations is hereby vested in Grand Inquisitor Harry Potter. That was it. A title, a burden, a public definition sharp enough to wound anyone who still remembered the boy from prophecy stories. Harry read the order once in the former ministerial office, now stripped of Cornelius Fudge's decorative insecurity and remade into an occupation command chamber, and felt almost nothing. That was the most alarming part. Months ago, titles had still landed somewhere, against pride, against doubt, against the old questions Palpatine had sharpened and Vader had never fully answered. Now they slid over him and took their place like armor pieces fitted to a shape already grown cold enough to wear them. Grand Inquisitor. The ministry clerks said it with fear. Imperial officers said it with careful respect. Captured resistance cells said it with hatred or mockery until Harry entered the room, after which they said very little at all. He answered to it. And every time he did, some deeper, quieter part of him took note of the distance between the name spoken aloud and the one the dead still knew. The magical sector learned quickly. It had to. Imperial checkpoints layered themselves onto flu regulation. Wand registries, once half-theoretical bureaucratic vanity, became actual instruments of compliance. Portkeys required encoded review. Hogwarts remained under occupation, but not under conversion, exactly as Harry had ordered. No banners on the towers, no attempt to make the castle love its conquerors. The ministry functioned under armed supervision. Diagon Alley endured curfew, artifact seizures, and a new silence built from equal parts fear and adaptation. Pure-blood families began making the usual calculations that old aristocracies always made when empire arrived. Who to flatter, what to surrender publicly, how to survive while calling survival a principle. Muggle Britain, of course, complicated everything. That would have amused Harry once. Now it only made his days longer. The hidden magical world had not simply been conquered. It had been exposed into a second occupation it had no cultural language for. Muggle military command wanted answers from people who had hidden from them for centuries. Magical authorities wanted distance from Muggle outrage and could no longer claim the right to it. Imperial intelligence wanted the friction measured, modeled, and weaponized into stability. So Harry worked. He worked because activity had always been the cleanest answer to internal fracture. He worked because the magical sector, once seized, needed to be made legible to the Empire before some lesser butcher tried solving the problem with bigger weapons and fewer thoughts. He worked because sleep had become less useful since Hogwarts, and because when he did sleep, the absence left by the destroyed holocron did not feel like peace. It felt like exposure. He reviewed registry maps by dawn cycle and artifact transfers by midshift. He signed orders for the recovery of bloodline grimoires hidden off-world by fleeing magical families years earlier. He rewrote standard imperial search doctrine to account for symbolic magic, threshold logic, and ritual residue. He broke 3 different administrative models designed by Coruscanti analysts who still thought wizarding resistance could be predicted through conventional insurgency mathematics. It could not, because magical people did not only hide by geography, they hid by meaning. Harry knew that better than anyone now, which was why Hestia Jones became his problem. She did not call herself the face of the resistance. Other people did that for her. Imperial reports began with scattered nuisance entries. Artifact convoy intercepted in transit near Brindisi. Wand registry node wiped on Corellia. Flew anchor sabotage in York. Identity records of Muggle-born students vanished from secure archive. 3 magical children slated for relocation missing from transport. Ollivander inventory fragments stolen en route to forensic cataloging. Separate incidents at first, then not separate. Patterns emerged, not in timing the Empire preferred, but in the deeper logic Harry had learned to read through his second channel. Hestia's operations were not random sabotage. They were acts of symbolic preservation. She attacked registries, naming ledgers, school records, family vault manifests, wand matches, artifacts that tied people to histories larger than occupation forms. She hit convoys on thresholds, midnights, equinoxes, anniversaries, old crossing points where magical worlds and ordinary space touched a little more thinly than maps admitted. She used guerrilla tactics that confounded surveillance because she understood the same truth Harry did. Magic did not always travel best through distance. Sometimes it traveled best through significance. The Empire's predictive engines hated that. They wanted supply lines and probability cones, not funerary calendars and place memory and attacks timed to names. They wanted insurgency that behaved like mathematics instead of ritualized refusal. Hestia gave them neither, which made her effective, which made her dangerous, which made her, inevitably, Harry's. He stood over the latest incident report in the old ministerial war room while sleet tapped the high windows above London and read through the aftermath of a strike on an artifact train bound for an off-world archive moon. 23 confiscated objects had vanished. No confirmed fatalities on either side. 2 Imperial analysts killed not in battle, but by a corridor misdirection charm that sent them through a portkey threshold meant for empty freight. A shipment of student registry quills and acceptance books confiscated from former Hogwarts auxiliary offices gone. Harry's eyes narrowed. Not the objects with obvious power. The objects of identity. Again. Commander Varro stood across the table, armored gloves resting on the edge of the projection surface. He had become one of the few officers in the magical sector willing to report failure cleanly in Harry's presence. That made him useful. 3 attacks in 38 days, Varro said. Different worlds, different transit routes, same signature gaps. Not same, Harry said. Varro waited. Harry touched one glowing incident marker, then another. Then the third. Invisible lines appeared between them, not short-strout logic, not ordinary military patterning, but older alignments keyed to dates and magical relevance. She's not protecting artifacts, Harry said. She's protecting naming rights. Varro's brow tightened slightly. Meaning? If the Empire owns the records, Harry said. The Empire decides who existed, what they were called, how they are categorized, whether bloodline, wand, school, and magical identity remain administratively true. His fingers shifted the markers into symbolic alignment. Hestia isn't stealing valuables, she's preserving continuity. Varro looked at the model. Can that be predicted? Harry almost answered no, then he saw it. The next move, not as a location first, as a value, Hestia would escalate. Not because resistance leaders sought drama, but because systems tightened after repeated losses. She had already saved names from ledgers, wands from catalogs, students from reassignment files. The next target would need to matter enough that everyone in the magical sector felt the strike as reassurance, something iconic, something impossible to ignore, Harry said. Yes, Varro straightened. She'll go for the Foundation Archive, Harry said. That landed. The Foundation Archive was an imperial project halfway between arrogance and intelligence, a central repository being built under London to absorb seized magical identity materials into one controllable system. Admission lists, wand pairings, old ministry bloodline adjudications, confiscated school records, even fragments from private family vaults and St. Mungo registries. Palpatine's people wanted it because whoever owned the names owned history's future paperwork. Vader had allowed it because he understood administration as a quieter form of conquest. And Hestia, Harry realized, would see it as a funeral pyre built before the bodies were cold. When? Varro asked. Harry watched the projected dates rotate. New moon, he said. 2 nights, midnight threshold. Varro exhaled slowly. We can reinforce. No, the commander looked up sharply. Harry met his gaze. We bait her. The plan offended nearly everyone. That was how Harry knew it was correct. The Foundation Archive's transfer schedule was altered under deep seal. Rumors of accelerated consolidation were allowed to leak through channels magical resistance had already half-compromised. One shipment, visibly important and symbolically irresistible, would move not to the secure underground annex as expected, but through an older freight artery beneath the South London ruins of St. Pancras, an abandoned preoccupation transport complex where Muggle tunnels and hidden magical passageways crossed like badly stitched scars. Varro objected to using live registry material as lure. Harry overruled him. Maris Vell suggested saturating the tunnels with stormtrooper platoons and collapsing the entire sector the moment the resistance appeared. Harry overruled her too. You want her alive? Maris asked, flatly suspicious. Harry considered the question. I want her cornered. Maris, who knew the difference between live capture and something more dangerous, gave no sign of further disagreement. Cale Dre volunteered before being asked. Harry refused him. Dre smiled as though insult amused him. Still don't trust me in close quarters? I don't trust you in symbolic terrain, Harry said. That shut him up. Good. The final deployment was small. Hidden 501st units in secondary tunnels, sensor dampers recalibrated to magical thresholds instead of blaster signatures. Maris on the North Branch with kill-angle authority. Harry at the central spine where the freight line narrowed into a disused platform ringed by Victorian ironwork and old magical brick. The perfect place, he thought bleakly, for Britain to remind itself that even underground it preferred drama. At 2341, he took position alone. The tunnel air smelled of rust water, old stone, dust, and faint ozone from imperial field lamps masked behind illusion panels. Above them lay modern London, occupied, sleepless, full of military routes and braking systems. Down here was older city. Threshold City, Hidden City, the kind of place where Hestia Jones had learned to make empire trip over its own weight. Harry leaned against a soot-dark pillar and listened. No holocron warmth at his belt, no protected certainty beneath his skin. Only himself, two systems of power, and the knowledge that when she came, the conversation would not remain cleanly strategic. He disliked that. He waited anyway. At 0003, the lamps flickered, not from power failure, from intent arriving. Harry opened his awareness. The tunnels answered at once. 3 resistance signatures ghosted along the south line. 2 false presences moving too loudly through magical residue to be real. 1 threshold mine embedded in old track metal. A runner team farther back. Hestia at the center, exactly where the symbolic weight of the route was greatest. Of course, he did not spring the trap immediately. Let her see the convoy. Let her believe in the possibility of success. The first freight sled rolled into the platform zone under Imperial lockglow, carrying sealed black archive cases chained to anti-tamper runes. No visible escort. Just bait made confident enough to insult. The attack came beautifully. Old London gas lamps ignited blue fire along the walls. Track iron transfigured into grasping rails. A Portkey mine ripped 1 hidden stormtrooper team sideways out of ambush position and dumped them into a dead maintenance shaft. 2 resistance casters struck the archive sled with silent cutting patterns aimed not at the cases, but at the chain's legal binding glyphs. Hestia knew exactly which symbols to kill first. Then she stepped out of the dark. Older now, leaner, scar deeper along her jaw, no less steady. She raised her wand, tore the central lock sigil apart, and the archive cases dropped free with a crash across the freight sled. "Move!" she snapped. Resistance runners surged in. Harry let them get halfway. Then he moved. The nearest runner hit the floor under a force shove that broke stride and breath, but not spine. Maris ignited her saber from the north tunnel and turned the platform into a red-lit kill geometry that sent half the resistance scattering instantly. Hidden stormtroopers rose from behind false masonry, blasters pinning the outer escape lines. The trap closed. Hestia reacted faster than Imperial doctrine deserved. She abandoned the archive cases immediately and redirected her people. Not outward but upward through a maintenance stair Harry had not realized still carried enough threshold memory to function as magical escape route. Interesting, he thought. And then he shut the route with a single hard denial pattern before the first runner reached it. The stairwell sealed in cascading sparks. Hestia saw him across the platform, truly saw him, and for one electric beat, everything else in the tunnel became secondary. No titles yet, no speeches. Only the knowledge between them that this had never been a mere insurgency chase. Not since Mandalore, not since she gave his name back to him like a blade. She lifted her wand. Harry ignited his saber. The platform erupted. Resistance casters fired staggered cover curses. Stormtroopers answered with disciplined red blaster lines. Maris cut through 2 runners trying to break north and drove a third to ground. A freight lamp exploded overhead, showering the platform in molten glass. 1 archive case split open and parchment-like registry sheets burst into the tunnel air like panicked white birds. Names. Thousands of them. Children, bloodlines, wand matches, school entries. Centuries of magical Britain trying to record itself into permanence. Hestia lunged not for survival, but for the papers. Harry understood the move instantly. Of course she would. He wraith-stepped across the platform, crossed a blaster lane, deflected a slicing curse, and landed between Hestia and the opened archive burst. Their wands and saber light met the same air at once, her spell a silver severing line, his blade a red-gold refusal. The impact screamed, neither stepped back. "Still baiting with names," Hestia said over the battle noise. "Still worshipping them," Harry replied. She laughed once, breathless and bitter. better than cataloging them for thieves. Then they were in motion. Hestia fought like someone who knew she could not overpower him and had long since stopped considering that relevant. She used the tunnel, lamp glare, track metal, residue of old city magic layered under Imperial tech. 3 times in the first exchange, she attacked not him, but the platform's symbolic anchors, trying to collapse his predictive advantage by changing what the place meant under their feet. It nearly worked. Harry caught the first with a denial weave. The second detonated a freight sign into flying iron instead of a full threshold collapse. The third cut the platform lamps completely and plunged the tunnel into alternating red emergency light and saber glow. Around them, the battle contracted into fragments, isolated screams, Maris barking kill orders, blaster fire ricocheting through stone. Resistance runners trying and failing to gather scattered registry sheets while stormtroopers pinned them down. Harry lost track of everyone except Hestia. She used that well. A curse caught his shoulder, not deep but hot enough to throw his next line half wide. He answered with dreadhold. She broke it by slamming her own fear cleanly through the coercion field rather than denying it. Smart. He sever-cast her follow-up. She rolled under the fragmented spell and came up near the open archive case. "No more children in their books," she said, and with a vicious sideways gesture sent half the papers toward a blue transport fire. Harry saw exactly what she intended, not theft now. Erasure before capture. He force-pulled the papers back mid-flight. They spiraled overhead in a storm of names and signatures and school marks. Hestia used the distraction and cut left for the south tunnel. Harry intercepted. Their collision drove both of them into an old brick column hard enough to crack mortar loose. For one instant, they were close enough for details to become unbearable. The scar at her jaw, the exhaustion in her eyes, the smell of tunnel smoke and wet cloth and old resistance routes on her. The fact that she was no longer seeing him as a salvageable boy beneath Imperial armor. She was seeing exactly what he had become and fighting him anyway. "You could still stop this," she said. Harry almost smiled at the absurdity. "No," he said. "That was months ago." "Was it?" He hit her wand arm with a force jerk. She countered with a blasting curse that ruptured the platform wall and sent both of them stumbling into the secondary service tunnel beyond. The sounds of the larger fight died behind the stone bend. Now it was only them. A narrow tunnel, dripping brick, old iron pipes. Emergency red light pulsing every few seconds, the perfect architecture for final mistakes. Hestia's wand hand shook slightly now. Harry's shoulder bled through the cut in his coat. Both knew the others would arrive soon, neither wanted witnesses. "You destroyed the shield she gave you?" Hestia said suddenly. Harry went utterly still. She saw it. Good, some brutal part of him thought. Let her see exactly what words still reach. "How?" he asked. Hestia's mouth tightened. "I know what happens when old protective magic disappears from the sectors it once touched. The Resistance has watchers. They felt the change after Hogwarts. You went colder after that." Harry said nothing. She took one step back, not retreating, rebalancing. "She died for you," Hestia said, "and you would still rather be his weapon than her son." Anger came then, real anger. Not clean, not tactical, useful anyway. "You don't know what she would have wanted." Hestia's eyes flashed. "I know she didn't die to make you efficient." That hit too close. Harry moved. She was ready. Their next exchange happened almost at touch range. Curse, saber, force, magic, brick bursting under redirected impact. Hestia fought beautifully now that death had entered honestly. No wasted motion, no speeches between strikes. Just brutal competence and the terrible lightness of someone who had already accepted price. Harry disarmed her on the 4th pass. Her wand slammed against the tunnel wall and skidded into darkness. He could have ended it then. Instead, he held her in dreadhold, not full force, just enough to pin breath and movement while keeping her conscious. He wanted answers. Why? He hated the question as soon as it formed. Because somewhere behind him, under the platform, under the storm of names and archive sheets and occupation logic, a part of him still wanted this to become speech before it became death. Hestia knelt against the tunnel wall under invisible pressure, breathing hard through the constriction. "It's over," Harry said. "For me," she rasped. "Not for you." He tightened the hold slightly. "Where are the off-world caches?" Her laugh came rough and painful, still asking like a registrar. "Where? Go to hell!" Harry stepped closer. "You've lost your people," a flicker in her gaze, not fear. "Grief arriving on schedule. Then I'll join them soon enough." "Tell me where the caches are." She looked up at him, and something in her face changed. The resistance leader vanished for one naked second. So did the strategist, the survivor, the woman who had spent months turning empire against itself through symbolic warfare. What remained was someone who had known his mother's world, his father's name, and the shape of the boy before the stars shifted. When she spoke, she did not say Grand Inquisitor, she did not say Potter, she did not say asset or apprentice or conqueror or lord. She said very softly, "Harry." That was all one word, but it hit harder than the holocron voice had in its own way because it came from the living. From someone looking directly at what he had become and still choosing the name as if it belonged to him more truthfully than the rest. The dreadhold faltered. Harry's composure broke, not theatrically, not visibly enough for anyone else to call it collapse. But inside, the architecture shifted violently. Diagon Alley, the child, the old witch, Hogwarts, Lily's voice, the destroyed shield, Palpatine asking who he was without masters speaking. All of it surged at once under the single unbearable fact that Hestia Jones, kneeling in a service tunnel after months of guerrilla war, had spoken his name as though he were still reachable through it. He could not allow that. He knew that with instant, savage clarity. If she kept speaking, the fracture would widen past usefulness, past control, past whatever thin internal governance still kept him operational. So he killed her, not with torture, not with theatrical rage, with speed. The saber came up and through in one clean red-gold arc. Hestia died before the sound fully reached the tunnel walls. The body fell sideways against old brick and went still. Silence followed. Harry stood over her with the blade humming low and realized his heart was hammering like it had after no duel in years. He deactivated the saber. Darkness redoubled. Emergency light pulsed over Hestia's face. Older now, emptied of strategy, emptied of witness. Only a dead woman in a tunnel under occupied London who had forced the Grand Inquisitor of the magical sector to kill her because she used the wrong name and made it true again for 1 second. Maris reached the tunnel mouth moments later. She stopped, took in the body, the blood-dark stone, Harry's posture. "Resistance cell-neutralized," she said, because she was wise enough not to ask first. Harry did not look at her. "Secure the archive." "Yes, my lord," she hesitated. Then, "One runner escaped South Line. 2 others dead. The names are mostly intact." Mostly. Harry stared at Hestia. Her hand lay open near the brick wall, empty, unarmed, fingers curled as if reaching for nothing. "Burn none of the papers," he said. Maris blinked once. "My lord, recover them all." Harry said, "None are to be destroyed during processing." A beat. "Yes, my lord." She withdrew, taking the silence with her. Harry remained in the tunnel alone with the body for several more seconds, not because he honored the dead in any sentimental way. Because his own name had not stopped echoing. Harry, not title, not rank, not function. Harry. He crouched once, not quite kneeling, and took from her jacket the one thing that had made the fight make sense in hindsight. A folded list, half-burned at the edge, containing names of magical children reassigned under new registry categories. Some had been marked for movement, some for recovery, some already crossed out by rescue or loss. Identity work. Always identity work, of course. He folded the list and pocketed it. Then he stood and walked back toward the platform where the Empire was still collecting names. The official report was efficient. Resistance leader Hestia Jones located and terminated during attempted seizure of Foundation archive materials beneath Sector London. Cell neutralized. Registry losses minimal. Remaining networks under analysis. Harry signed it under his title and did not revise a word. No report mentioned the tunnel conversation. No report mentioned his lapse. No report mentioned that he had killed her because she said Harry, and not because the tactical situation strictly required death over capture. Varro accepted the report without comment. Maris accepted it with one sharp glance that meant she had seen enough to know where curiosity stopped being survivable. Vader read it in silence from the command, "Deus aboard the Executor" the next cycle. Harry stood opposite him and waited. At length Vader said, "Jones is dead. Yes, the archive survived. Yes, the remaining cells will fracture without her. Some." Vader looked up from the report. "Not all." Harry met the black lenses. "No, that at least remained true." Resistance built around names and memory never fully died with one leader. It dispersed, adapted, changed hands. Harry knew that better than Imperial doctrine did. Vader set the report down. "You killed her cleanly," he said. A test, that sentence, not of accuracy, of motive. Harry answered with the nearest truth that could survive being spoken aloud. She had no more strategic value. Vader's silence afterward lasted one beat too long. He knew, of course he knew. Whether from the report's absences, from the subtle instability still moving beneath Harry's surface, or simply because he had once himself been the sort of man who could hear when someone had used practicality to bandage a wound instead of explain it. But he did not press. That was worse. Because pressure would have given the moment edges. Pressure could be resisted, answered, broken. Mercy from Vader, if this was mercy, left the problem alive. "Very well," he said. "The title will hold." Harry inclined his head once and left. Out in the corridor, officers and troopers moved aside as he passed. "Grand Inquisitor, my lord. Grand Inquisitor Potter." The words came from every side with practiced fear and respect. He answered when required. He kept walking. And under every title, beneath every salute, behind every efficient command and every cleanly signed order, Hestia's voice remained, not loud, worse, precise. Harry, by the time he reached his quarters, the name had become unbearable through repetition. Not because it accused, because it remembered. Because it insisted there was still a person beneath the role, and the role had just killed the woman who proved it. He sealed the door behind him. The room was spare as ever, dark metal, tactical screens. The old black glove preserved in a drawer he never opened in daylight. No banners, no trophies, no decorative proof of rank. A chamber built for function and discipline, not self. Harry stood in the middle of it and did nothing for a long while. Then, slowly, he took the folded list of children's names from Hestia's jacket and laid it on the desk. The paper looked absurdly fragile under military light, no power in it, no artifact resonance, no cursed geometry, just names, handwriting, crossed lines. Rescue marks, lives reduced to retrieval priorities. He understood, finally, what Hestia had been fighting for with such ugly, impractical brilliance, not victory. Continuity. The right to have the future remember you in your own language rather than the Empire's. He hated the understanding, because it did not change what he had done. It only ensured he would never again be able to pretend he had misunderstood it. Harry sat down. For the first time in years, he had no immediate order to sign, no artifact to hunt, no defensive model to rewrite, no living opponent to outthink, only a dead woman's voice refusing to leave his head. Harry, the title on his desk terminal still glowed from the last command login. Grand Inquisitor of the magical sector, he looked at it until the words became shapes. Then he looked at the list of names beside it. Identity on one side, administration on the other, continuity and control. Mother and empire, boy and weapon. He said his own name aloud once in the empty room, just to hear whether it still belonged to him when no one else was there to decide. Harry. The room did not answer, but the silence after it felt less obedient than before. Outside, the Executor moved through the dark above a conquered world still bleeding resistance into its seams. Below, the magical sector endured under registry, surveillance, and fear. Somewhere in the city he had occupied, children still carried names Hestia Jones had tried to save from becoming inventory. And Harry Potter, Grand Inquisitor, conqueror, unfinished thing between worlds, sat alone with the echo of the only word that could still break his composure, and understood that the crisis inside him was no longer approaching. It had arrived. The truth reached Harry Potter by accident, which was how the worst truths often arrived. Not as revelation granted from above, not as enemy confession in the proper dramatic chamber, but as residue refusing to stay dead after you had already tried to bury it. 2 weeks after Hestia Jones died beneath London, Harry found himself in the Department of Mysteries, not the British one, the Imperial one built beneath the occupied ministry. The original British Department of Mysteries still existed in pieces, some chambers intact, some looted, some sealed under occupation review, some now wired into Imperial research structures with all the elegance of a knife pushed through a book. Harry had ordered the old death chamber left untouched, not from superstition, because old threshold sites deserved respect if one wished to survive studying them. Other areas, though, had been converted ruthlessly. Deep below Whitehall, behind ward cages and sensor locks and 3 layers of Imperial security that distrusted magic almost as much as it desired it. A joint relic analysis cell now processed seized artifacts too unstable for off-world transport. Harry went there rarely, mostly because the analysts irritated him, partly because the place smelled of overeducated fear. Also because everyone below ground still looked at him the way people looked at unexploded things. Tonight, however, the summons had come personally from Magister Rel, the Porn relic interpreter imported from Coruscant after Hogwarts, one of the very few men in the Empire who could make the archivist of Null seem almost warm by comparison. Harry entered the analysis vault at 0214 local and found the chamber lit in constrained silver. Containment circles glowed across the floor. Black crystal dust lay scattered across a central work table within layered stasis fields, the remnants of the holocron he had crushed at Hogwarts. He stopped. Rel looked up from a ring of hovering instruments. The Porn's deep-set eyes reflected the containment light in a way that made him seem already embalmed. "My lord," he said, "I apologize for the hour." "You do not," Harry replied. Rel inclined his head. "No, good." There were only 3 other researchers in the room, each human, each pale enough to suggest they had already spent too many hours in the company of things that whispered back when touched. None looked directly at Harry for longer than required. He stepped to the containment table. The black crystal powder floated in stabilized suspension above runic anchors and Imperial sensor grids. Most fragments were inert, but at the center, not quite visible until one looked for it from the correct angle, a thread of silver-white residue still pulsed, not full Elder Wand core. Not living holocron architecture, an afterimage. Harry felt his scar answer immediately painfully. "What is this?" he asked. Rel folded his hands behind his back. "The material should have collapsed into dead particulate after destruction. Most of it did, this did not. Why, we believe," Rel said carefully, "that the fusion event at Hogwarts encoded 3 things more deeply than either system recognized in the moment. First, Elder Wand intent residue. Second, the sacrificial protection architecture already native to your metaphysical structure. Third," he paused. "Continue." Rel's gaze did not leave the silver thread. "A hidden access key." Harry went still. The researchers around the room became even quieter than before, sensing the shift without understanding its shape. "A key to what?" Harry asked. Rel touched a control surface. The silver residue brightened. Above the table, a line of symbols appeared. Not magical English, not Imperial Basic, not Sith script alone. Hybridized notation. Half wand lore, half dark side artifact logic. Harry recognized enough of it to understand why Magister Rel had called him personally instead of forwarding a report. The sequence was keyed not merely to the Elder Wand, it was keyed to his scar. And below that, hidden under 3 layers of cipher, Executor Private Archive seal, Vader access, only Harry's entire body went cold and precise. Rel, wisely, said nothing else. Because the implication was already on the table. Somewhere in the years between Godric's Hollow and now, Vader had taken the truth of Lily Potter's sacrifice, not only as mystical anomaly, not only as abstract protection, but as archive-worthy strategic knowledge, and hidden it behind a seal accessible only through a fused chain of wand residue. Sacrificial magic and Harry himself, insurance, not merely inferred, stored, catalogued, owned, the crack that had opened in Diagon Alley, widened at Hogwarts, and deepened under Hestia's dying voice became something harder now. Not fracture, alignment toward violence. "Can you open it?" Harry asked. Rel answered with professional honesty. "No." "Why not?" "Because the key is relational." The pawn gestured to the hybrid script. "It requires your presence and your signature in both channels." The archive seal was built to ensure no one, not even Lord Vader, could review the stored event without you as activating threshold. Harry looked at the silver thread, then at the hidden seal markers, then back to the thread. Of course, Vader had built the trap well, too well. The archive could not be stolen by Palpatine, could not be read by careless researchers, could not be accessed even by Vader at any convenient hour. It required Harry, whether Harry knew it or not. Required the boy the sacrifice had protected to become the key that proved the archive real. And if Harry never found it, then the insurance remained safe until needed, useful, always useful. Rel said, "I can leave you the chamber." Harry considered that. "No," he said, "you stay." A slight pause, then the pawn bowed his head. "As you wish." Because if the chamber was left empty, whatever came out of the archive would exist only between Harry and the dead man who stored it. Witness mattered now. Not for validation, for geometry. Some truths behaved differently when another mind had to stand in the room and admit they were real. Harry stepped into the containment ring. The silver thread rose toward him instantly. He opened both channels. Force first, cold, disciplined, exact. Then magic, red gold beneath it, older, wounded, precise in a different grammar. The archive seal unlocked, not loudly, not theatrically. Like a lock inside a wall, realizing the proper house still stood around it. The silver thread widened into a flat plane of light, then into a room. Not the nursery, not Lily, not memory. A recording, private, clinical, Vader's meditation chamber aboard the Executor years earlier. Harry no older than perhaps 12, if the timing of ship design details and room configuration meant what he thought they meant. Vader stood before a suspended projection field. Opposite him hovered records Harry recognized with sudden nausea. Recovered Earth documents, Ministry prophecy fragments, wand lore analyses, old order testimonies, medical scans from Harry's infancy. Symbolic models of sacrificial magic architecture, and another figure, the archivist of Null. Older even than Harry remembered him in training, though perhaps that was only the angle of watching the dead speak from stored light. The recording began mid-conversation. "The protection does not merely reside in the boy," the archivist was saying. "It defines the threshold around his destruction." Vader stood motionless, helmet in place. "Clarify." The archivist adjusted a floating model. A child's silhouette appeared surrounded by branching red-gold lines anchored to a second brighter node marked maternal sacrifice event. "If ordinary force annihilation is attempted," the archivist said, "or if Sith overwrite through possession architecture is pressed too deeply, the bond retaliates unpredictably. Not by strength of spell, but by contradiction. The intended destruction is denied legitimacy at the level of sacrificial claim." Harry's breathing slowed into something dangerous. The recording continued. Vader said, "Can the Emperor circumvent it?" "Possibly," replied the archivist. "Eventually, if given time, contact, and repeated probing. But not cleanly, not without risk to himself." Silence in the recording, then Vader asked the question that changed everything. "Can it be preserved if externalized?" Rel, standing outside the containment ring in the present, went utterly still. Harry did not move. In the recording, the archivist hesitated. "Yes," he said at last, "but only by binding it to a compatible magical conduit tied to the original event, something from his world, something sufficiently old in intent-bearing function." He frowned at the models. A wand of exceptional symbolic density, perhaps, an artifact that records allegiance and mastery deeply enough to take the pattern. The Elder Wand, years before Hogwarts, years before Harry ever touched it, Vader already knew, already planned, already understood the broad shape of how Lily's sacrifice might be preserved externally and used as anchor against the Emperor. Harry felt his mouth go dry with a hatred so clean it almost steadied him. The recording shifted, different date. Same chamber, this time no archivist. Only Vader, alone, speaking into a private seal log. Subject, Potter contingency. Subject, not son, not apprentice, not Harry. Subject, Vader continued, voice filtered through the mask. The Emperor's interest increases. The dual-channel convergence remains unstable in unknown future scenarios. Maternal sacrificial bond continues to inhibit full predatory access. Recommend ongoing preservation of all Earth origin resonance data and continued search for compatible external anchors. If the boy survives to maturity, the bond may render him useful as shield variable against succession risk. Shield variable. The words entered Harry more violently than any shouted betrayal might have, because betrayal implied a moment where trust had once stood untouched. This was older, structural. A language of evaluation embedded under years of training and command, and the black glove in the crib and the bridge viewports, and all the severe little permissions Harry had once almost mistaken for something else. The recording went on. If the Emperor moves directly before contingency maturation, extraction and relocation remain preferable. If maturation succeeds, controlled deployment may force strategic recalculation at the highest level. The boy need not know. Rel made a small involuntary sound and then swallowed it at once. Harry barely heard him. The chamber shifted again, a final recording later than the others. Post-Coruscant if the command glyphs were accurate, after Palpatine had met Harry, after the question about Masters speaking. After the seed had already been planted, Vader stood not alone this time, but before a tactical model of Earth and Imperial succession trees. Subject displays increased self-authorship, he said into the seal log. Potential drift from controlled utility parameters. However, confrontation with the Emperor confirms long-term value of retaining protective anomaly. If necessary, preservation of emotional distance remains strategically advisable. Attachment language risks misinterpretation of function. Harry stared. Attachment language risks misinterpretation of function. The sentence might as well have been a blade forged from every year aboard the Executor. Do not call him heir, do not call him son. Do not speak in ways that generate obligations strategy cannot tolerate. Keep the distance. Keep the ambiguity. Keep the usefulness clean. The recording ended. The silver plane collapsed inward. The containment vault returned, black crystal dust, silver residue dimming. Magister Rel silent outside the ring. Harry stood absolutely still. No one in the room breathed loudly enough to be heard. At last, Rel said, with the terrible caution of a man touching the edge of a starship reactor with one finger, "My lord." Harry lifted one hand slightly. Rel stopped. Good. Because there was nothing the pawn could say that would not either insult the evidence or pretend consolation belonged in the chamber. Harry looked down at the silver thread. Still there. Still pulsing, the final proof. Not that Vader had never cared at all. Human beings were rarely kind enough to betray each other with perfect simplicity. The archive made that impossible too. The very need to preserve emotional distance as strategy admitted the danger of closeness having existed in the first place. No. The truth was worse. Some of it had been real. And Vader had chosen to subordinate the real to utility every time the two came into conflict. That was the betrayal, not total falsehood, selective reduction. Turning whatever human thing might have existed into architecture serving a larger game against Palpatine. Harry laughed once under his breath, not with humor, with precision. Because now the question that had followed him since Coruscant no longer needed asking in ignorance. It needed asking only as sentence. He stepped out of the containment ring. Rel took half a pace backward without meaning to. "Purge the copies," Harry said, "my lord. All derivative analysis, all record echoes, all chamber logs since I entered. Leave only the source residue and my access priority." Rel bowed immediately. "Yes, my lord." Harry turned toward the vault doors. Behind him, Rel said carefully, "Are you certain you wish the residue retained?" Harry stopped, looked once over his shoulder. "Yes," he said. "I may wish to show it to its owner." Then he left. The executor greeted him the way it always had, with steel, engine hum, and 1,000 systems pretending structure could substitute for meaning. Harry walked its corridors without haste. Troopers moved aside. Officers saluted. Doors opened on priority recognition before he reached them. Once, long ago, that automatic deference had almost felt like belonging. Now it felt like proof that machines at least were honest when they recognized function. He did not go to his quarters, did not stop at the bridge, did not pass through the command antechamber, where aides could intercept him with schedules and operational summaries, and all the little paper shields empires built against personal catastrophe. He went directly to Vader's private meditation chamber. The guards outside the sealed doors stiffened when they saw him. Both were veterans old enough to know atmospheres when they formed. Neither tried to stop him. "My lord," one began. Harry said, "Open." The guard hesitated one fraction too long. Harry looked at him, not force, not threat, just gaze sharpened by the fact that his tolerance had ended somewhere below Whitehall. The doors opened. The chamber beyond was dark, circular, sealed. The helmet rested on its stand beside the meditation sphere. Vader stood within the central ring in partial life support interface alignment, back to the door, aware of Harry's approach long before sound made it formal. Harry stepped inside. The doors shut behind him. For several seconds neither spoke. Then Vader disengaged from the chamber mounts and turned. No helmet. That mattered. The ruined human face beneath the myth always mattered when truth became too sharp for masks to carry elegantly. Scarred skin, sunken eyes, mouth permanently altered by old pain and mechanical survival. He looked less monstrous unhelmeted and more terrible for it. A man preserved beyond his natural ending by will, hatred, and systems that had forgotten mercy. Harry stood across from him in the dim. The black archive crystal dust no longer on him, but the knowledge alive and burning regardless. "You hit it well," Harry said. Vader did not pretend not to understand. "The residue chamber," he said. "Yes," a single pause, then, "I wondered when you would find it." Harry almost admired that too, not apology, not denial, not even surprise, only timing. "Did you?" Harry asked. "Or did you calculate it?" Vader's ruined face remained unreadable in a more human way than the mask ever was. "Both." Harry took a slow breath. He had imagined this confrontation in several forms since leaving the vault. Fury, coldness, accusation sharpened into formal language. Silence weaponized until Vader was forced to fill it. The reality was worse and cleaner. He simply wanted the answers arranged in the room. "You knew from near the beginning," Harry said. "About her, about the sacrifice, about what it meant, about what it could become if externalized." "Yes." No embellishment, no excuse. Harry nodded once as if confirming a line item. "You searched for compatible anchors before I ever touched the Elder Wand." "Yes. You built the archive so that I would be the key to my own use." A slight tightening around Vader's eyes. "Nothing else." "Yes." Harry's hands remained at his sides. That was important. If he moved them, the room might interpret too much. "You logged me as subject, as shield variable, as succession risk mitigation." Vader said. "Those terms were accurate." "There." The final reduction spoken aloud in the present tense of someone who still believed accuracy could excuse desecration. Harry looked around the chamber once. The meditation ring, the sealed black walls, the life support interfaces, the chamber where Vader stripped away illusion and called it strength. Then back at the man who had taken him from the ruins of Godric's Hollow and taught him everything except how to believe care could survive strategy. "I destroyed the holocron," Harry said. "I know." Because I refused to let her remain leverage. Yes. Harry stepped closer. Not enough for violence, enough for truth to lose the comfort of distance. And you preserved it anyway, he said, because it made me valuable against him. Vader held his gaze. Yes. Silence, the answer was too complete now to be misheard. Harry asked the question at last. Not because he needed the archive to tell him any more, because sentence mattered. Was any of it real? The chamber went utterly still. There it was again. The question that had once hovered in earlier form, half-asked after Coruscant, half-answered with power was real, then widened beneath new proof into its full, unbearable scale. Was any of the training real beyond use, any of the protection, any of the severe little permissions? The black glove left in the crib, the bridge, the lessons, the years. Was there anything in it not ultimately subordinated to function? Vader did not answer at once. That was the answer Harry had expected, that pause, that human, involuntary, damning pause before strategy could select language. In it Harry heard everything. Yes, some of it, but never enough to be allowed full name. Yes, and I refused it when it threatened utility. Yes, and I still do not know how to speak of it without betraying the architecture that kept me alive. When Vader finally spoke, his voice was lower than usual, unhelmeted, rough with the old damage. I trained you to survive. Harry's expression did not change. That was not my question. No, the pause tried to open again. Harry cut through it. Did you ever see me as anything other than a future use? Vader's ruined mouth tightened. Uses change, he said. Harry actually smiled then. It was not a warm expression. No, he said softly. People do. The sentence landed harder than anger might have. Vader took one step forward. And what are you now? He asked. Without the shield, without the preserved bond, without the artifact, more vulnerable, yes, more exposed to him, more alone. Does that feel like freedom? Harry answered without hesitation. It feels like mine. The words seemed to strike the chamber walls. Because that was what all of this had become in the end. Not morality, not light and dark in the childish schoolroom sense. Ownership. Who defined the terms of Harry's existence? Palpatine had tried to. Vader had tried to do so more intelligently. Lily, in dying, had refused to own him even through love, had told him to live fully, not remain shielded forever. And Harry, by destroying the holocron, had chosen risk over being strategically preserved by the dead and manipulated by the living. Vader studied him in the dim. You think I reduced you, he said. I know you did. I made you powerful. Yes. I kept you beyond his immediate reach. Yes. I gave you structure where your world would have offered sentiment and weakness. Harry's laugh came short and vicious. You gave me discipline, he said, and then named every human thing that grew beside it a threat to function. Vader's eyes hardened. Because human things fail. Harry stepped closer still. So do systems, he said. That's why you needed me. The chamber tightened around them. That was the deepest cut available, and both knew it. Not because it was false, because it was exact. Vader had needed Harry not only as shield against Palpatine, not only as apprentice or weapon, but as future variable in a game where his own power remained fatally incomplete beneath another master. He had built Harry severe enough to survive the Emperor because Vader himself had never fully escaped being used by one. Vader said, "Need is not lesser than care." Harry went still. There at last, not apology, not confession in the tender sense, but the nearest thing Vader perhaps possessed. A sentence admitting that his language for attachment had always been built through utility, because utility was the only form in which he trusted need to survive. Harry heard it, understood it, hated it, because the statement was true enough to wound and insufficient enough to damn. You should have said that years ago, Harry said. Vader's reply came like iron dragged over old stone. Years ago you would have mistaken it. Perhaps, probably, that did not save him now. Harry looked at the ruined man before him and understood, finally, that the deepest horror of Vader had never been that he felt nothing. It was that he felt selectively, then translated feeling into function so it could exist without threatening the empire of armor and purpose built over his former self. It made him more tragic than monster stories allowed. It also made him unusable as father, whatever else he had been. Harry's anger cooled, not because it lessened, because it clarified. He said, "I went to the vault prepared to find total falsehood. That would have been easier." Vader did not answer. "Instead, I found traces of something real," Harry continued. "Enough that you had to build distance around it. Enough that you hid it from yourself inside strategy. Enough that even now you cannot say it cleanly." Vader's face changed by less than a fraction, but changed. Harry saw it. "Good. That," Harry said, "is the part I cannot forgive." The words hung in the chamber. No duel followed, no saber ignited. No force storm rose because some confrontations, once truth arrived fully enough, became too precise for violence to improve. Vader said at last, "And what now?" Harry looked toward the sealed chamber wall where no stars were visible, only black. "The Emperor will move sooner," he said. "You already know that." "Yes, you wanted me as shield variable." Harry met his gaze again. "You do not have one anymore." "No, good." Another silence. Then Harry said the sentence that changed their future from a lined tension into something colder and more honest. "I will not be used between you." Vader inclined his head slightly. "Not submission, recognition." "Then choose your own war." "I already have." Harry turned toward the door. Behind him, Vader said, "Harry!" He stopped, did not turn. That mattered, because he wanted to hear what would come next without giving it the relief of his face. After a long pause, Vader said, "What was real was not smaller because I named it badly." Harry closed his eyes once. There it was, too late, too broken, too insufficient. Also, perhaps, the most truthful sentence Vader had ever managed in that chamber. Harry answered without looking back. "No," he said. "It was smaller because you chose power first every time it mattered." Then he left. The doors shut behind him on the ruined man, the meditation ring, the old architecture of survival that had built an empire around a wound and called it discipline. Out in the corridor, the guards went rigid. Harry walked past them, not faster, not slower, simply away. And for the first time since Godric's Hollow, since the Executor, since Coruscant and Hogwarts and Diagon Alley and Hestia, and the Ministry, and the long years of being shaped into a thing useful to larger monsters, Harry Potter understood with complete clarity that whatever came next would belong to no father, no emperor, no prophecy, and no dead shield, only him. That should have felt like freedom. Instead, it felt like standing at the edge of a vast, unlit road with every map burned behind him. But the road was his, and for now that was enough to keep walking. Palpatine moved 13 days after Harry confronted Vader in the meditation chamber. Not immediately, that would have been beneath him. The Emperor did not lunge at uncertainty the way lesser predators did. He tested it first. Tightened lines. Measured absences. Let other systems reveal the shape of what had changed through the pressure they suddenly began feeling. Harry saw the movement everywhere once he knew to look. Imperial command updates began routing around Vader more often than before. Sector governors who had once deferred automatically to the Executor's shadow began receiving parallel instructions from Coruscant. The magical sector's artifact extractions were audited twice in 1 week by Imperial intelligence teams who had no business understanding magical classification, but every interest in pretending otherwise. A private inquiry arrived regarding Harry's destruction of the Hogwarts holocron residue, a carefully phrased nothing question masking an already known answer. Palpatine had felt the difference. Of course he had. The shield his mother made was gone. The preserved strategic anomaly Vader had catalogued and protected as leverage no longer existed in the form the Emperor most feared. Harry was more vulnerable now, which meant, in Palpatine's logic, he was either ready for acquisition or overdue for erasure. Harry kept working anyway. That would have baffled anyone who believed personal crisis automatically simplified a man into visible rebellion. He reviewed prisoner movements, signed denials on bloodline confiscation, requests from ambitious imperial bureaucrats, reassigned 3 officers who had begun mistaking magical children for material assets in ways even occupation law did not yet permit. walked the ministry halls, the converted unspeakable vaults, the registry chambers, the war rooms. Spoke to no one more than necessary, slept little, dreamed less. Inside, a silence had formed after the confrontation with Vader, not peace. A cleared battlefield. Certain questions were dead now. Not answered in ways that healed, but answered enough that they no longer needed to keep pretending hope might soften them later. Vader had felt something real and chosen power first every time it mattered. Palpatine wanted ownership without ambiguity. Lily had died refusing both monsters the right to define what her son became. Hestia had preserved names. Dumbledore had tried to preserve rooms within children larger than the wars outside. The rest was on Harry. That knowledge made every corridor feel colder and more his. The summons came at 03:11 station time, not by courier, not by secure channel, through the Force. A pressure like old poison moving through the seams of reality and tightening around the center of Harry's awareness until every instinct sharpened at once. Palpatine was calling him, not in language but in authority so practiced it expected answer and arrival to be the same event. Harry stood in his quarters, one hand resting on the desk where Hestia's list of rescued children's names still lay folded beneath dark glass. He did not answer the pressure. He let it intensify. Then the terminal on the wall activated by itself. Black screen. Imperial seal, one line of text in red. Report to the second Death Star. Alone, he looked at the words for 3 seconds, then he smiled once, small, humorless, exact. Of course. Not Coruscant this time. Not the throne room where politics still pretended to civilize appetite, the battle station. A weapon made into a palace, made into a message. Palpatine was choosing theater now because theater was what remained when subtle extraction had failed. The Emperor wanted the confrontation placed where scale itself worked in his favor. Above a galaxy learning to fear his next instrument of annihilation, inside a station built to erase planets. In chambers where the future could be framed as succession or death, with no need to hide the options under courtly speech. Harry touched the folded list under the glass, not out of superstition, out of sequence. A final reminder that names mattered before he stepped into the chamber where power would try once more to erase them into function. Then he left. The second Death Star was unfinished and already obscene. From the shuttle viewport, it looked like a wound in engineering. Immense skeletal superstructure wrapped around a sphere of future terror, its incomplete plates exposing the machine's internal anatomy to space like bone visible through unhealed flesh. Construction lights crawled over its latticework. Docking bays glowed. Thousands of workers, troopers, officers, droids, and command systems moved through it at all hours because Empire could never wait to be complete before calling itself inevitable. Harry stood in the shuttle hold alone, no escort from the Executor, no Maris, no Varro, no symbol of the magical sector beyond the title keyed into his arrival codes. Vader had not tried to stop him. That mattered too. Whether because he understood intervention would only drive Harry toward exactly the kind of use Palpatine wanted, or because he trusted something in Harry to choose a war not handed to him cleanly, Harry did not know. Perhaps did not care to know tonight. The shuttle docked. A receiving officer met him at the airlock, bowed too deeply, and said, "The Emperor awaits." Harry said nothing. He walked. The battle station's corridors felt unlike the Executor's, less lived in, less coherent, more obsessed with centralization. Every line directed inward toward command, weapon, throne. The station had no patience for ordinary atmosphere. It was a machine built for culmination. Even unfinished, it radiated the ugly confidence of something designed by men who believed spectacle and terror could permanently replace legitimacy. Red Guards took over at the final lift. They escorted him in silence through a curving corridor of black metal and imperial glass, until the doors opened on a throne chamber even colder than the one on Coruscant. Palpatine stood before the great viewport overlooking the battle station's exposed superstructure, and the stars beyond. Not seated, not pretending repose. Waiting. Vader was there too, off to one side, black armor turned partly toward the stars, partly toward the room, the exact position of a man who belonged fully to neither role available to him, servant or rival. He did not look at Harry when the doors opened. Good. Harry did not need his face for this. The Red Guards withdrew. The doors shut. 3 centers of gravity remained in the chamber: Emperor, Dark Lord, and the thing both had tried in different ways to shape into future. Palpatine smiled. "My young lord of the magical sector," he said. "How punctual." Harry came to a stop at the proper distance and answered with deliberate flatness. "I prefer not to keep tyrants waiting." The Emperor laughed softly. "Good, you have grown less decorous." His eyes moved over Harry with ruinous delight. "And less protected?" There was no point denying it. Palpatine's gaze had already tasted the difference. "Yes," Harry said, "then we may finally speak honestly." Harry's mouth twitched by less than a fraction. "You've wanted honesty from me the way conquerors want surrender documents." Palpatine spread one hand as though granting the wit a place at dinner. "And yet here you are." Harry turned his head slightly, not to Palpatine, to Vader. "Only one sentence, enough to decide geometry." "Did you know he would call me here?" Vader answered without hesitation. "Yes, of course." Palpatine's smile widened. "How efficient we have all become." Harry looked back to the Emperor. "Then say it." Palpatine's expression thinned into pleasure sharpened by age. "Very well." He descended one step from the throne dais. "The protection that made you strategically inconvenient is gone. The emotional architecture tying you to the provincial woman's sacrifice has been released. You are no longer an insurance policy. You are now only power, skill, anomaly, and will." He tilted his head. "That is a far more manageable equation." There it was. No seduction first. No subtle wedge between master and apprentice. Open claim. Harry felt something in him go very still. "And what do you want?" he asked. Palpatine's answer was immediate: completion. The word hung there like a blade suspended over ceremony. "You were always miscast as son, savior, subject of prophecy, or strategic shield," the Emperor said. "Vader made useful things of your confusion. Your hidden world tried to make moral things of your blood. Both failed. What remains is obvious. Power such as yours belongs either at the center of empire or under its heel." He raised one ruined hand toward the stars beyond the viewport. "Kneel, and I will give you command beyond his reach. Refuse, and we settle the equation." Harry absorbed that. Not because he needed time, because naming mattered, and Palpatine had just named the confrontation correctly for once. No pretense of redemption, no invitation back to goodness, no childish simplifications about light, only hierarchy or war. The strange thing was how little temptation Harry felt. Not because the offer was weak, because he had finally learned the difference between command and ownership. If he knelt, Palpatine would call it coronation, while cutting him down into utility more absolute than Vader ever had. If he took the throne by the Emperor's permission, he would take nothing, only inherit a collar disguised as centrality. Harry looked at the stars, then at the weapon station around them, then at the 2 men whose shadows had defined too much of his life for too long. "No," he said. Palpatine's smile did not immediately fade. "No, no throne from you," Harry replied. "No place in your design, no kneeling, no succession shaped by fear of being replaced." He took one slow step forward. "You and he spent years treating me as future architecture. Tonight I choose demolition." The Emperor's expression sharpened into something almost beautiful in its monstrosity. Vader moved then. Not toward Harry, not toward Palpatine, but into readiness. A black shift of stance that said the old war between master and servant had finally found the angle from which it might become honest. Palpatine sensed it too. "How disappointing," he said softly. "Neither son nor apprentice, only another ambitious wound pretending self-definition is freedom." Harry ignited his saber. Crimson and gold filled the chamber. Vader's red blade answered a breath later. Palpatine did not yet move. Lightning gathered around his fingers. The room became war. The first exchange nearly killed Harry. Palpatine's Force lightning was not energy in the simple sense. It was hatred refined into imperial doctrine, old and intelligent, and so practiced in domination that ordinary defenses became almost insulting. It hit the room before it hit Harry, darkening the air, warping magnetic lines, making the viewport behind the throne shudder in its frame. When it reached him, he crossed saber and wandless magic instinctively, force anchoring under both. It still drove him to one knee. Pain tore through nerve and scar and every line where the two channels in him met, not the cleansing pain of exertion. Corruptive pain. Invasive. The kind that wanted not merely to hurt, but to author what the hurting meant. He felt at once how exposed he truly was without Lily's shield preserved. Good, some hard core of him thought through the agony. Now the war is honest. Vader struck at Palpatine from the left as the Emperor's lightning pinned Harry. A red blade cut through black gold sparks in a brutal two-handed arc aimed not at spectacle, but at the kill. Palpatine flowed sideways with impossible speed for so ruined a body, letting the blow carve only robe and air, and redirected half the lightning stream at his apprentice without losing pressure on Harry. The chamber exploded into shadows and white fire. Vader took the blast on armor and raw force resistance, staggered one step, and came back in. Now it was three centers at once. Palpatine at the dais, lightning and dark side pressure turning the room into a storm chamber. Vader a black wedge of lethal certainty, blade work designed to collapse the Emperor's options into close-range survival. Harry between and beyond them, not allied in the old sense, not neutral either, absorbing the first wave of pain and standing through it with sheer refusal. He moved. Wraith's step carried him out of the worst of the lightning cone. Palpatine adjusted instantly. Of course, the Emperor no longer expected him to behave like a normal Force adept, which meant every technique Harry used would buy only a moment of surprise, never ignorance. One moment was enough if one built the right grammar inside it. Harry snapped his wand from his sleeve, not because he needed the wood, but because symbolic focus and directional precision mattered against a mind like Palpatine's. He had not used a wand in open battle in years. The motion itself altered the room's logic. Palpatine's eyes narrowed. Vader, too, turned fractionally. Good, let them both feel the old world enter honestly. Confringo, Harry said, not shouted, not dramatized, just spoken like a line returning home to purpose. The curse struck the floor beneath Palpatine's right flank and detonated into a wave of transfigured shrapnel, not because Harry expected it to kill, but because Force lightning had to choose whether to dominate matter or enemy. For half a second, the Emperor's attention split. Vader took that half-second and hit him. Red blade screamed against a dark side barrier so dense the clash sounded like metal dragged through a cathedral organ. Palpatine's free hand caught Vader's wrist at the joint, lightning blasting point-blank across black armor. Vader answered with a force choke not for throat alone, but for structure, trying to crush the old man's internal balance, the hidden scaffolding by which his ruined body remained weapon-capable. Palpatine laughed, actually laughed. And the laugh told Harry everything he needed to know about why Vader had never truly won this war before tonight. Palpatine had always understood himself as the center of their struggle. Vader as challenger, apprentice, betrayed son, eventual threat, all still defined in relation to the Emperor's narrative of mastery. Even rebellion had been part of the throne room geometry he preferred. Harry was different. Harry did not want the throne. That made him illegible. He drove forward with spell-weaving wide open. Dreadhold did not work on Palpatine in the ordinary sense. Fear and coercive pressure were old currencies there, devalued by overfamiliarity. But Harry did not target fear. He targeted designation. Palpatine's body, and Will had become so bound up in the Emperor symbol that few opponents ever attacked the seam between person and office. Magic could. Old, symbolic, blood-fed magic could still insist that titles were thresholds, not identities. Harry lashed the Emperor with a denial weave keyed to exactly that. Not you are weak, not you will fall. Simply, you are not inevitable. The effect was invisible. The result was not. Palpatine's next lightning stream stuttered, only once. But Vader felt it, and Harry felt Vader feel it. There, Harry thought savagely, that is your opening. Not power against power. Meaning against myth. He came harder, saber in one hand, wand in the other, force driving movement, magic shaping the architecture of each strike. Slipguard turned a redirected lightning lash into floor fire rather than body failure. Severcast cut through one of Palpatine's whispered Sith syllables before it completed, leaving a burst of choking black smoke where a deeper curse had meant to bloom. Harry hit the Emperor's shield line again and again, not as duelist, not as apprentice, but as foreign system contamination. Every move reminding the room that Palpatine's mastery was total only over categories he understood. And Harry was still not one of them. Vader saw it too. At last their rhythm aligned, not partners in trust, predators coinciding on the same wound. Vader drove close enough to force saber defense. Harry stayed just outside that radius, lacing the Emperor's movements with magical contradiction. Palpatine was magnificent even then. Terrible. Every retreat also positioned offense. Every block became hidden strike. Lightning, force crush, Sith word curses, environmental violence. He used the chamber itself, the viewport, the throne dais, the very battle station's ambient dark side pressure as extensions of his will. Harry bled first. A lightning arc caught his left side and tore through coat and flesh in one line of white-hot agony. He felt burning, smelled it, kept moving. Vader took a glancing blade of his own when Palpatine twisted through a trap and carved across black armor at the shoulder seam. Sparks and more sparks. The room began failing around them, control panels bursting, floor plates tearing upward, the great viewport straining under feedback pressure from 3 clashing power systems. Then Palpatine changed tactics. He stepped backward, let the throne dais rise behind him like a judge's scaffold, and focused entirely on Harry. Not because Vader ceased to matter, because the Emperor had identified the true fault line. "You chose vulnerability," Palpatine hissed, ruined voice suddenly vast. "Now drown in it." The Force hit Harry then not as lightning, but as invasion, no external blast, no visible storm. A plunge directly toward the center of self where names and wounds and formative structures lived. Possession architecture, old Sith predation at its purest, not seeking to read him, to overwrite him. For a single horrifying instant, Harry understood exactly what his mother's sacrifice had once helped prevent. And exactly what destroying the holocron had cost. There was no shield now, only him. Good, he thought again, even as the Emperor's will came down like black water. Only me. The invasion found resistance immediately, not Lily's love, not stored protection, but the thing Harry had been building since Diagon Alley and Coruscant and Hogwarts, and the death of Hestia Jones and the confrontation in Vader's chamber. Self-authorship, not moral purity. Not inner light, not even wholeness, ownership. He named himself before Palpatine could. Harry James Potter, raised by Empire, not owned by it. Touched by old magic, not defined by it, forged in darkness, not kneeling to it. The Emperor's invasive pressure hit that structure, and for the first time in the battle, actually faltered with something like uncertainty. Because self-authorship was not a defense Palpatine respected until he had to touch it directly. He expected trauma, ambition, wounds, and desires. All of those were handles. But Harry's deepest structure was no longer built around wanting the throne, the father, the school, the shield, or the role. It was built around refusal to be interpreted by either empire. That gave the Emperor no clean surface to claim. Harry screamed anyway. Not from surrender, from effort. Magic surged through the wand in his hand and out through the scar on his forehead at once, not elegant, not controlled in the schoolroom sense, but brutally true. The great hall, the nursery, Diagon Alley, the ministry, the tower, Hestia's tunnel. All the thresholds that had tried to define him lit up in his system and answered the invasion with one impossible foreign grammar. Vader moved at the same moment. Perhaps he understood. Perhaps he only recognized the crack in Palpatine's pressure. His blade came in low, vicious, and final, cutting through the Emperor's left side defense and carving across ribs, throne robes, flesh, and old machinery beneath. Palpatine's concentration broke. Harry did not waste the moment. He thrust the wand forward and spoke the first curse that came not from training, but from raw metaphysical accuracy. Enough. No textbook spell, no canonical incantation. A command backed by force and magic at once. The room obeyed. For one split, impossible second, the battle station's throne chamber ceased acknowledging Palpatine as sole author of its meaning. The viewport cracked outward. The throne split down the center. Control systems died. The Emperor's dominance over the space flickered. That was all Harry needed. He dropped the wand, took the saber in both hands, and drove the crimson gold blade through Palpatine's chest as Vader's red blade struck from the side. Twin wounds. One from apprentice, one from anomaly. The Emperor looked at both of them then, not shocked, not truly, because monsters of his age did not waste final seconds on surprise. Furious, yes, and beneath the fury, calculating even now whether some fragment of himself might survive this defeat in another hidden chamber, another clone shell, another secret vault. Harry saw it, and understood the last step. He released the saber with one hand and placed the other flat against Palpatine's chest over the wound. No holocron, no Elder Wand, no shield, just Harry's own dual-channel will. Force and magic together plunged into the Emperor's fracture not to possess, not to annihilate soul with soul, but to do the one thing Palpatine never allowed anywhere near himself. He designated an end, not death in the bodily sense. Vader's blade and Harry's saber had already begun that. A symbolic end. You are finished here. It was old magic's cruelest gift, the ability to make reality care about meaning when enough blood, power, and threshold aligned around the statement. Palpatine screamed, this time without theater. The chamber detonated in black gold light. Vader was thrown backward into the shattered dais. Harry hit the floor hard enough to half lose consciousness. The Emperor's body burned from within, not with flame but with collapsing dark architecture. Whatever hidden continuity chains he had spun through himself found no purchase in the moment because Harry had named the room, the conflict, and the end too exactly for this place to continue him. When the light died, Palpatine was gone, not vanished in triumph. Gone the way storms went when torn out by roots, smoke drifted through the ruined throne chamber. The viewport beyond now showed stars through a web of cracks. Warning klaxons screamed somewhere deep in the station. Systems flickered. Red emergency lights strobed over broken throne, torn metal, and two surviving figures who had just killed the center of the Empire. Harry rolled onto one elbow, coughing. His wand lay meters away. He left it there. Across the chamber, Vader rose more slowly. Armor damaged, shoulder seam sparking, one side of the chest control panel cracked and hissing. They looked at each other through smoke and red light, and the corpse absence of the man who had ruled them both by different methods for too long. Neither spoke first. Then the station shuddered. Harry looked up instinctively. Reactor instability, Vader said, of course. The Emperor always built his thrones too close to the machinery that made them feel godlike. Harry got to his feet, pain screaming down his side. Vader remained where he was for a moment longer, gaze moving over the broken dais, the empty space where Palpatine had stood, the wreckage of a war no longer organized around service. Harry understood, suddenly and perfectly, the next temptation likely to arrive. The throne was empty. The station still stood. The fleet would be in chaos, command chains broken, admirals desperate for immediate legitimacy. Vader could claim succession. Harry could too. Between them, they had power enough to seize the Empire in the confusion and call the outcome justice, reform, survival, necessary order. Whatever word made self-coronation easier to swallow. Harry felt the shape of that future, saw it, rejected it. He limped to the central control plinth and ripped open the emergency command access with a combination of force wrench and magical denial that made the machine decide secrecy was no longer a relevant category. Imperial command grids flooded the panel. Security locks screamed. Vader rose fully and watched. "What are you doing?" he asked. Harry's fingers moved over the controls with brutal speed. Ending inheritance. He transmitted 3 orders simultaneously using the Emperor's dead authority's signature before the system fully recognized its source was impossible. First, a fleet-wide dissolution protocol severing automatic succession pathways from the throne chamber to the highest surviving Imperial command offices. Second, a fail-safe lock on the Death Star's primary weapon systems and central command hierarchy, preventing immediate recapture by any single claimant. Third, a priority broadcast to sector fleets and governors declaring the Emperor dead, command continuity suspended, and all throne-based succession claims illegitimate pending impossible review. Chaos, in other words, deliberate, not enough to save the galaxy cleanly. Nothing could do that in a moment, but enough to ensure no one simply stepped into Palpatine's architecture and wore it as though victory had sanctified the chair. Vader came to stand beside him. "You are destroying your own path to rule," he said. Harry keyed the final lock and looked up. "No," he said, "I'm destroying yours too." Something like a laugh, not warm, not joyous, but real enough to almost be alive, moved through Vader's damaged respirator. The station shook again. This time harder. Smoke thickened. Somewhere below, containment alarms shifted pitch into the unmistakable sound of an engineering disaster, deciding it had become strategic. Harry stepped back from the ruined plinth. The controls sparked out. "It's done," he said. Vader looked at the dead systems, the empty throne, the impossible future they had both just refused. Then he said, "There will be war." Harry almost answered there already was, but the sentence felt too small. Instead he said, "Then let it stop pretending to be Empire." The chamber's emergency bulkheads began sliding down at the far ends. Station evacuation lights activated in sequences along the floor. Time had ended. Vader looked once toward the stars through the cracked viewport, then back to Harry. "You can still take command," he said. "With enough fleets, enough sectors." No, a simple word, clean, complete. Vader studied him, perhaps hoping to hear hesitation. Perhaps confirming its absence. At length he asked, "And what will you be instead?" Harry thought of Lily's voice. Hestja's list, the boy in the Diagon lane. Neville on the corridor floor, Dumbledore in the great hall. The black glove in the crib, Palpatine asking him who he was when neither master spoke, the road without maps. Then he said, "Not this." The answer satisfied him more than any title ever had. The chamber shook hard enough to throw debris from the ceiling. Vader turned toward the exit corridor. "Then go." Harry looked at him, not because he needed permission, because for the first time since Godric's Hollow, since the Executor, since childhood had become strategy and strategy had become betrayal and truth had become sharp enough to stand on, there existed a moment between them not organized by command. "Come with me," Harry said. Vader's ruined face remained unreadable under smoke and red emergency light. The pause that followed was short, too short for hope. "No," he said. Harry absorbed that, not surprised, not untouched, only finished with surprise as a category. "You still think the wreckage means something you can shape," Harry said. Vader looked past him toward the dead throne. "Yes, honest, terrible, consistent." Harry nodded once. "Then that's your war," he said. He picked up his wand from the floor, deactivated his saber, and turned toward the emergency corridor. Behind him, Vader said, "Harry!" He stopped at the threshold. Vader's next words came through a failing vocoder and a ruined human throat at once, half machine, half man, and perhaps truer for the damage. "Do not let them rename you." Harry did not turn back. "No," he said, "I won't." Then he left. The escape from the battle station belonged less to heroism than to pure function. Emergency corridors sealed and reopened around him as systems failed in chains. Crew fled. Officers shouted conflicting orders. Some still tried to form command cells around dead authority structures. Others abandoned rank entirely once the Emperor's death broadcast hit the station-wide channels, and nobody outranked panic for 6 full minutes. Harry moved through it all like a knife through loose cloth. Force and magic kept doors from closing at the wrong second. A stolen launch code opened one shuttle bay and sealed 3 others. 2 Red Guards tried to stop him and lost their weapons before they understood why their hands no longer obeyed. A collapsing catwalk nearly took him into the station's unfinished superstructure, but Wraith step and raw desperation carried him through. He reached a compact Imperial courier craft in Bay Orichnine, small, fast, minimal crew requirements, hyperdrive intact, perfect. He sealed the cockpit, punched the release codes, and launched as the second Death Star's internal fires began writing themselves visibly across its surface. Outside, the battle station looked even more monstrous in failure. Construction lights died sector by sector. Explosions rippled under incomplete plates. TIE fighters scattered in chaotic streams. Capital ships beyond it shifted formation as command hierarchies broke mid-battle. Some turned inward, trying to secure proximity to the station and whoever might claim it. Others peeled away at once, captains already deciding survival outranked loyalty to a dead emperor. Harry did not stay to watch. He drove the courier craft through the lattice of fleeing traffic and into open dark. Only once, when the station had shrunk enough in the viewport to become a wounded moon instead of an architecture of command, did he allow himself to look back fully. Somewhere inside that wreckage, Vader remained. Not dead yet, Harry thought. Not necessarily alive in any future sense either. Still turning toward power in the ruins because that was the war he had chosen and could not, perhaps, choose otherwise. Harry felt no urge to return. No last rescue fantasy. No tragic need to complete the circle. He had already completed enough circles to know when another one was simply a chain wearing the shape of meaning. He set a random vector first, then deleted it. No, not random. Choice mattered too much for randomness now. He opened the nav system. Earth pulsed in the route memory, Coruscant 2. The magical sector, Corellia. Keldebrange fringes, 6 worlds where Hestia's networks had once moved names through shadow, dead Sith planets, abandoned Republic routes, edge systems beyond useful maps. Harry looked at all of it, then entered coordinates to nowhere imperial enough to matter. A little-traveled vector skirting the edge of known lanes toward a region of starless dust and old, unsponsored silence where empires went only if they had lost interest in being seen. The craft accepted the route. He engaged hyperspace. Stars stretched into white knives. The battle station vanished. In the months that followed, stories multiplied faster than facts. Some said Darth Vader took the broken fleets and tried to weld them into a successor empire from the wreckage. Some said he vanished into war with rival admirals before any new throne could settle under him. Some said the magical sector fractured into competing loyalties the moment Harry Potter disappeared. And no one could decide whether that made him coward, liberator, traitor, or final proof that prophecy was only another bureaucracy with mystical stationery. Some said the conqueror of Hogwarts walked away from the Empire because he had been seduced by the light at the last moment. Those people understood almost nothing. Harry was not redeemed in the way stories liked. He did not become gentle. He did not forget what he had done in the Ministry, in Diagon Alley, in Hogwarts, under London, or on the bridge above Earth when the statute fell. He did not wake one morning transformed into a man uncomplicated enough to fit old moral categories that teachers and emperors alike found convenient. He remained dangerous, disciplined, haunted, powerful enough that solitude was perhaps the only ethical geography left to him until he learned what else he might become. But he was his. That was the point. And so, somewhere beyond the lanes where empires tracked themselves through fear, A lone courier craft cut across dark space carrying a young man who had killed an emperor, refused a throne, dismantled a succession, and walked away from both the hidden world of his birth and the imperial world of his making, without allowing either one to write his ending cleanly. In the cockpit, with no banners, no soldiers, no father's orders, no emperor's gaze, and no prophecy left intact enough to make demands, Harry Potter sat alone beneath starlight and let the silence around him remain unanswered. Not empty, just unwritten. Ahead lay dust fields, dead systems, forgotten temples, lost archives, refugee routes. Muggle worlds that had never heard of magic, magical enclaves that had never heard of empire, and all the long, difficult labor of becoming something that did not need a throne to prove it existed. Behind him lay a galaxy trying desperately to rename everything that had just happened. He left it to try. The final image no historian ever captured clearly was small enough to insult empire. Not a coronation, not a last duel. Just one ship, dark against the edge of a starless sector, slipping into the black under its own chosen heading. No boy who lived, no lord of the empire, no obedient heir, no preserved shield. Only Harry James Potter, carrying all the damage of the names he had worn and refused, flying toward a future that had not yet made a language large enough for him. And for the first time in his life, that felt less like exile and more like truth.